ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Road.
29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7 total, like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, this is like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6250.
6,200.
5,700.
Max shield 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield. 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload. 5.
6. I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy.
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna? Right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Get it. Running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1. A very tough spot.
And then initiating the rest of the push now that the interceptor's done, but Giza does find him solo and steps out and fights. And he's holding that site too. Call to him.
One tapped as well. The knife's going to get unleashed. Oh, but oh! 1-2. Moose hiding in the smoke. Nabil's going to bump into him in just a moment, but Moose wins the duel. 1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3.
It's just such a unique opportunity that a lot of these players have never seen before.
3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. But Chaitanya gets 1. In the back of the side, Chloric gives you another. But, and no, doesn't get 1. And Scotty's got the cross.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while and I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
Injured.
But sleepers are around the corner. 5e, they're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down. Not too difficult against the worst guns. Let him farm that easy 3, and the rest of M80 can come in. That easy damage. That is 11-7.
It's going to be very interesting to see who cooks up the best strats or the best comps right now.
But DMD will lose his life matrix. What a delay on this wrap. Unbelievable.
We can beat everyone easily.
Also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end.
Hello, Valorant gamers, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. It is playoffs time. We're on day 2, but we started off strong yesterday, and I cannot wait to see what we get up to today as we conclude our quarterfinal matchups. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host throughout, and today on the analyst desk, I have Roy and Emily joining me. Emily, you've been so busy, but it's time for Challengers. How are we feeling going into playoffs?
Oh, I'm stoked that we finally made it here. I think those first 5 weeks kind of went by really, really fast, but we got to see a lot of really good games. And I'm hoping that, the teams that made it to playoffs are going to have a strong start for themselves.
I mean, the start started yesterday. We still have so much more to go. But Roy, we definitely started on a high note, seeing our first 2 teams qualified into the semifinals. And we had a very full day of Valorant action. Yesterday was a banger.
Yeah, some absolute bangers. I mean, we got to see almost a world record, enough hero plays where Liga can pretty much have infinite clips on their TikToks. But pretty much the rest of the year, honestly, there's so many hero plays. And honestly, if you were to gaslight me and tell me about today's matches and tell me they're grand final games, I would believe you instantly. I wouldn't even question it. The show just continues to deliver in so many amazing ways. The excitement would be an understatement for me.
I mean, with the 8 teams that have made it to playoffs, I still don't know who I would put in the grand finals, because I feel like any matchup we see is worthy of being a grand finals match. And talking a little bit more about yesterday, I feel like that definitely stood true for what we got to see. Starting off the day, it was Sad Esports, who went undefeated throughout Swiss stage, making their appearance up against an M80 Emily that have definitely been putting in the work.
Yeah, this match, literally, there were so many moments where it felt like M80 had it in control. The amount of reverse sweeps in map 2 and 3 were so hard to watch, because it's you guys are so close to closing it out, but then Sad just does a really insane comeback, being down 9-3, and that's, that's history. That's a 9-3 curse.
The classic, for better or for worse, but being able to see how just back and forth this was this, Roy, I think was a lot of fun, especially with 2 very different stories. But for a second match of the series, you want to talk about a back and forth? We have to talk about that 7-round OT to start things out.
Yeah, the amount of plays and highlight reels that we got to see in this match was just absolutely bonkers. Just whether it was a Victix, whether it was Core nonstop, the how many OTs? 7 OTs that we got to see.
Yep.
The sweep in the second map for a Victix, and then the reverse complete clean sweep for Core in the third map. It really was crazy. It was a wild ride, but we got to the conclusion. It was Core. They keep the ball rolling, Sierra.
It was just so insane, though, especially too for how back and forth the first series was, and to being able to see both teams after with their strong suits on maps. It was amazing. But as you said, Core take the win, Sad Esports as well. They're going to be facing off in the semifinals. Of course, that means, Emily, that is M80 and Victix that are going to be fighting it out within this lower bracket. And that journey is never going to get easier, because the matchups we have today, 2 of those teams are going to be fighting for their lives up next.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Obviously, this is a pretty standard bracket, just having 2, but going from watching kickoffs so much and teams having 3 chances to back to this double bracket elim, it's so hard and kind of sad to watch, because they have to really lock in quick, otherwise they could be out.
And today, we at least aren't saying goodbye to anyone yet, as we're going to be focusing on those upper quarterfinal matchups. Get Sleepers going up against NRGA, a really fun rematch. And then, of course, to be kicking off our day, we have Evil Geniuses Academy going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. 2 big orgs, Roy, going toe-to-toe to be starting us out.
Yeah, and 2 teams with very similar paths here, right? These 2 teams were built with some of the best available talent, but I'd be lying if I said the road wasn't bumpy to get here. But I feel like right now the room for error is getting so small, and it's really time for these teams to show us the final form, show us that ultimate peak performance, because right now it's getting really tight. The competition is getting better and better overall, and this rematch between these 2 teams should be super interesting.
And let's start talking about some of that top tier talent we get to see on both of these teams, starting off with Shopify Rebellion Black, because obviously this org has a lot to their name. And Emily, seeing the players that they brought out, like they came out here with a goal to win.
Yeah, we got to see them even before Challengers have this roster, and they looked really good. We saw them in the off-season events take down teams like tier 1 teams like Sen and Furia, and they looked so strong, like they looked so promising. But then when they got into Challengers, I feel like they didn't find the immediate success that we were kind of expecting after watching them play for a little bit there back in December. You know, they had a month of preparation, but it didn't seem to transfer over. I feel like a lot of those early match wins that they had was due to solo plays, and they kind of struggled just being on the same page with their game plan. But I do think that they've had a lot of growth and improvement over the course of the Swiss bracket run, but they just lack that consistency. And now that we are in this playoff format, that is the most important thing, because they don't have time to kind of go back and forth. They need to show up every day and come in strong.
I think for me, like this team on paper is the scariest team in this split. Like just looking at these players, you have former tier 1 players, you have Ascension finalists, Ascension winner in Ion. You're also bringing in the top performer from Korean VCL, Exa. Like this kid is so cracked. On paper, everything seems great, but it feels like in terms of getting everybody on the same page, getting everybody on the same identity, as well as developing, you know, Ion's role and kind of just making sure that these players from, you know, different play styles and kind of different styles and different tempos can, you know, be on the same page. These things do take time, and I completely agree with Emily. I think time is this team's best asset. Overall, they will scale into the end game. They will be a really, really strong team. Whether we see that today, it'll have to be answered by them, not me.
Yeah, I mean, if time is what they need, we're quickly running out of it to make any sort of impact here in stage 1. So I'm looking for that show up today to try and make the run that you know that this team is capable of. But looking back on stage 1, the regular season, even if there was some ups and downs for the teams, right, there's obviously some things really going right in the server to be able to pave this path here.
Yeah, I think this team that struggles, they're cursed with bad starts here. Their pistol win rates are not great, but their rifle wins, their gun rounds, they look so good. They're winning a majority of them. Their trades are on point. The way they move around the map, the way that, you know, the layouts, the defaults, they're so well structured, and they're also really good at finding those untraded first bloods, right? Whether it's Ion, whether it's the lurkers and Xander, or even like some of the other players on the team. It's in terms of mechanics, it's all there for them. And of course, when that attack side, the calling is so on point for this team. They're very good. They're able to leverage that experience. They're able to leverage their mechanics. And overall, this is a scary team. If we see them playing up to that level of expectations, if we see them playing to the level that we kind of have all raised the bar for them, I feel like this will be the scariest team in the league, and it will be one of the hardest teams to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, touching back on your point with the pistol rounds, those rounds actually matter so much. Like, if you're a team and you're losing out both pistols, that's like 4 to 5 rounds that you will lose, or that you're kind of like scripted to lose at that point. And for all these close games that we've seen SRB have, that could be the difference in a lot of the losses that they had. And moving on, I think that the individual talent, yes, is insane, but they can't only rely on solo plays when things get messy. When things get messy, we need to see them still having that chemistry that they should have had, because they were one of the teams that, you know, had a good start. They had a good amount of time before coming into the season to be able to kind of work on that and build that up. But that's one thing, that when things get messy, when things get chaotic, they slowly start falling apart and going for these solo plays that sometimes win them the rounds, but also ultimately lose them, a lot of them.
I mean, some other teams and coaches have definitely been very open with talking about the fact that they've learned a lot from the losses. So hoping with a little bit more difficult road for SRB to make it to playoffs, that there was those learning opportunities, and we can see maybe that next version of themselves going into today. On the opposing end, though, as called out, this is going to be a rematch up against another really strong team. This is our other Academy roster, Evil Geniuses Academy, but there seems nothing Academy about it when, Emily, you look at the skill of talent across the board, even if, again, it was a smidge of a difficult journey to get here.
Yeah, but even having that rough journey, they didn't have like a whole lot of prep time compared to SRB, right? Their first match together was round 1 of Swiss. And one thing that this team really thrives on is they always go into maps with such good game plans, and they really ride on momentum. Like, when they get heated up, when they get started, it's so hard to kind of put a stop to them. But that being said, when those game plans aren't working out for them, when they aren't kind of winning those first few rounds, they really do lack when it comes to that adaptation. We don't see them kind of being able to figure out a solution to what certain teams throw at them. And when it comes down to that, what we see a lot is solo plays, but it works so well for them because you have players like Jakey, you have players like Pancakes that really step up and kind of flip the script on all of these rounds that they should not be winning.
Okay, okay, before we get too serious, production, you guys gotta say my boy Jake out there. What are we doing, guys?
Get him an apple box.
Yeah, can we get a small boost for him real quick? That's crazy, production. But yeah, no, to go back to what you're saying, I do agree, Emily. I think they have shown tendencies to be very rigid or very one-dimensional with the calling. I like to think of it as like kind of like old school. Like they're very defaulty. They'll kind of stick to that sort of style even when things aren't really working, and it kind of makes them a little bit predictable, is how I would put it. But I feel like overall, I mean, the talent is so there. Like there's no question about it. Stunna's an upcoming duelist. You have Pancakes, who's been consistently performing in tier 2 for a long time now. Zerona's another kind of, you know, hot shot. He's kind of coming into form. He's been getting the, you know, the attention, the spotlight recently. Of course, we've seen Jake, we've seen Mitch in tier 1, we've seen them, you know, in tier 2 as well. They've been consistently performing extremely well. I feel like this team kind of has this sort of similar narrative that SRB does, right, where they have the talent, they certainly have the experience, they certainly have the coaching staff with Faded. It's really just about getting everybody on the same page and kind of just loosening up and allowing these players to shine in the individual areas and not be so rigid.
Yeah, and this is a rematch. Like, we saw these two players already go head-to-head. I believe it was round 4 in Swiss, and EG ended up losing to SRB. But there was one really close overtime game into kind of a little bit of a stomp. And what you were talking about was how EG is more of like that kind of OG Valorant, just kind of basic defaulty team. NRG really took advantage of that, especially Satellite. Like, always going for these first picks and putting EG at a disadvantage that they didn't really have an answer to get back into. So I'm hoping that, you know, EG kind of switch things up a little bit, especially knowing that, hey, this is exactly what happened when we went against NRG. We need to fix it. Otherwise, the same thing could happen here.
I mean, looking over at these players and looking at what the team can accomplish, I mean, this team has that clutch factor skill, and it has like this potential, Roy, that when they're up, like they can be taking these rounds and taking these maps.
Yeah, that's where the experience shines, right? Like, well, once they find advantages in these rounds, they look so good. Just look at that +2 record. In every scenario where they find themselves in a +2, that's a 5v3, right? 4v2, 3v1s. Like, they're 82-1. They've only ever lost 1 round in those scenarios. That is so crazy to see. Now, yeah, they might not be crazy on pistols. They're going 50-50. That's not too shabby. But just like SRB, both of these teams are finding a lot of success on that attack side, probably off the backs of the IGLs and how experienced they are. But for this team, not only are they good at, you know, securing their advantages, but they're also super clutch. That experience comes in a lot in late rounds. It's kind of been their sort of win point and their kind of win conditions. So when they find the big advantages, they're securing the rounds. When it comes down to the clutches, they're winning a majority of them, almost 2 out of every 3 that they find themselves in. Those are some insane stats. So for me, what I want to see from EG is just tightening up, making sure you can get those first bloods. You can kind of, you know, find your openings, kind of get to a good start, maybe win a couple pistols. If these two teams split pistols, I think we're gonna have a crazy series on our hands.
That's literally what I was about to go into next, because I'm actually very excited to see how these initial matches kind of start off, because we've seen EG win pistols and then take that and ride that momentum to go up like 9-0 or something crazy like that. They're so good at doing that and converting rounds that they shouldn't be winning like bonus, but making it work for them. Whereas on the side of NRG, we see them not having the success in pistols, but being able to still make games super close. So if NRG get away with a lot of these pistols, I could see it almost being a little bit of a stomp.
Ooh, I'm liking the win conditions that we're setting out here between EGA and SRB, and the fact that SRB, maybe the pistols aren't going so well. I don't know. I think this could be a really, really fun one on our hands, especially too, again, the fact that we have some very, very recent footage from these two teams facing off within the regular Swiss stage. Looking back at round of 4, that is more recent than not. So I'm curious with that recent showing, how different it's going to be heading into today. With the map picks and bans, that's going to be the first question, because sometimes we get to see that run it back. Sometimes we get to see teams go in a completely opposite direction. And that's going to be my biggest wonder, because when there is that recent history of the maps, sometimes I feel like you don't really kind of want to play into that, because that could just be counter-stratted.
Yeah, I feel like there's every single time that I thought there was like a way that people approach this, it's always proven, like, for me, I was completely fine rematching on the certain maps, but these teams, it feels like they don't really want that. They want to go to completely new territory. The Corrode will be the first map that, you know, that kind of makes sense for EG. They've looked so good on it. That's kind of been where they've gotten most of their wins. Their attack size on that map have been absolutely disgusting. For Bind, it kind of it's honestly a little surprising because I thought Epi's hated Bind. I'm gonna be honest, I always thought he hated that map, but apparently he likes it on this team, and they've gotten some decent results. But their last loss against Sleepers did not inspire too much confidence. Overall, I feel like this veto makes sense. I can see why we're here. I'm just looking at those attack sides because both of these teams are very attack sided. I feel like the team that's going to be playing the better defense is going to have a huge leg up here.
Yeah, specifically speaking on Bind, when we saw them play it last in that kind of first round 4 matchup, one thing that NRG did so well is not allowing Pancakes or whoever the lurker was, Pancakes and Zerona, I believe, to get any space. And I feel like on Bind, we've kind of defaulted to a meta where you kind of rely on your lurks to kind of find openings. It's not as exec heavy. Like, yes, you do put pressure on the extremities, but you also have other people working the maps. And when they're not finding success and they're getting shut down and you're already getting put into a 5v4 disadvantage, like it's kind of hard for them to come back into it. And we saw NRG kind of work that really well. And then going to Corrode, yes, EG has such a weird comp, but I like it. Like, they make it work. I think having that solo Yoru in a chamber is just, it's strange, but yeah, it suits their playstyle so well. So I'm excited to see what NRG kind of bring into the table after losing with a more standard Waylay comp.
Yeah, the Corrode is going to be so interesting because you're absolutely right. I think the double drones that they have, the double info initiators, allows so much of that default style that we talked about get highlighted, right? It allows them to play to their strengths. But kind of where I'm wondering is there, like, are they going to just hammer it down? Like, are they just going to hammer the same ideas, hammer the same meta, or are they going to try to pivot into a style that suits them more and kind of just, completely pivot off of it? Because we've seen them struggle. Now, I'm looking specifically at Bind when I think of this, because you look at SRB's comp on that map. Last time they showed it, they're running the double duelist Waylay Yoru. I feel like the Waylay Yoru pairs so well into the deadlock and into the Vipers because you can't really stall them out. Like, you can certainly try to, but they're going to bypass it. They're going to be able to dismiss out even if things go wrong. So a lot of those trap setups, a lot of those plays that you're relying on the defense side of Bind are going to be completely nulled with this composition.
Oh, this one's going to be really interesting. And starting out on Corrode, I absolutely love it, especially too with both of these teams that we've been seeing a lot of the same comps. We kind of have a lot more history to be able to draw from going into it. So with that being said, I want to know how everyone predicted on the day, how we all thought this series was going to be shaking up. If people just predicted whatever the outcome was last time, how we're all feeling going into it. Okay.
Okay.
From the top in the green room, I kind of thought that this was going to be a little bit more one-sided. Emily, fellow EG predictor over here.
Yeah, I just feel confident that, going into these maps, if they kind of did their pick and bans right and they already have really good, strong game plans, I feel a lot confident in just their ability to kind of ride that momentum like I was talking about, having good macro ideas and kind of shutting SRB down with whatever they throw at them. But I'm curious, why did you pick SRB, Roy? Because when we were talking about it a bit, it seemed like you were pretty 50-50.
I mean, I'm 51-49. I'm as close to 50-50 as you can get. I've picked SRB, but I'm not fully convinced that SRB will be winning right here. This is some madness games that we're about to have. But for me, I feel like the small, tiny little edge is the fact that Ion has been struggling in the duelist transition. But I feel like that's a temporary problem, right? Like, if they can get Ion activated, if they can kind of get that system going and, put him in a good spot or pivot into the double duelist, maybe they can get Satellite to kind of be the backup duelist and get a little bit more, more of the value from the pushing power, from the opening kills. I feel like they will find a lot of success, and it might disrupt a lot of the style and the pacing and the tempo that EG likes to play at.
See, for me, I'm just going off of the fact that they played recently. SRB took it. I feel like EGA, it's time for a little bit of revenge, right? So that's it. I didn't think more than that. Who won last time? I ain't picking them. That's about it. But obviously going into today, I definitely think regardless, it's going to be a close series. I feel like yesterday was maybe supposed to be the more lopsided matches, and we got really close ones. So today, I'm expecting to go the distance. Agents are ready, so we can talk a little bit more about this first map, and again, what we can fully expect. But something that was talked about was this comp that EGA more so go towards, which, Emily, is Pancakes on this chamber.
Yeah, I think they do rely on him kind of taking these first picks, and I think we'll be kind of seeing that on defense, him trying to take space on more or less the extremities, maybe see him go towards that mid, and just look for those first picks, especially when he gets an op in his hands. I'm looking forward to see how they play out their attack again, because running a solo controller, there's only so much you can do when it comes to that mid and working that, but they also have the double innies that can kind of punish and push off any aggression coming in from Shopify in their defense.
Yes, and I want to see Shopify Rebellion really push back EG Academy and play within those timings, right? The nerfs to the cooldowns of the initiators are opening up a widened bit of, timing that you can find on the attack side. So utilize that, push them back, and be able to pop around the information. There is a bit of a lack of stopping power on the EG Academy side, so you don't want to play too slow. You want to try to brute force your way through at least early and then slow down from there. So I want to see Shopify Rebellion get ahead of that tempo, control it as early as possible into this half, and whichever team has the fiery start here on the side, it's going to be pretty nice locked in for them.
And also looking at that KO specifically, that's not something we see too much on this map, but that knife can actually do so much damage to put a stop to whatever the chamber wants to do, especially when we know Pancakes are going to be going for aggressive plays to try and get that first pick early on in the rounds.
Two different approaches to the map, two very talented teams. It's time to see, getting this series started, who's going to take the first map of Corrode. With your casters, it's none other than Henrik and Athena.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, so much skill on both sides of this match today, Athena. EG Academy and Shopify Rebellion Black boasting a ton of wholesale masterpiece experience. But today, with the stakes so much higher, a paintbrush and canvas is getting handed to them, and they're being told to make something that is their own. When all else fails, they can ride that macro wave, but they've got to get creative at some point. And these players, they have the capacity to. The question is, how do they do it?
For sure. I mean, it's really interesting that for Shopify, at least, letting Corrode through, I think their creativity is definitely going to be challenged here. But I will say, based on the comps, I am looking for Satellite to use a lot of that KO utility to shut down a lot of these chamber peaks for the defense side for EG. It's going to look a little interesting. But again, we've talked a lot about on the desk about how Shopify is not the best at their pistols. So they're going to look to grab this one to get that good head start.
100%. This aggression on the attack side is what they really need to look for. And like you said, Satellite's enabling with his flashes has been one of the biggest parts of Shopify, being able to just logjam their way through these pistol rounds, which they have been struggling with. Start a couple prongs, make their way through the inside of the A site, but EG Academy is pretty quick to meet it. Zerone is still manning mid, while Exa makes that lurk happen up mid. That'll be pretty commonplace as well for Shopify's bottom line. Gotta break down that door here sometime. Paranoia in a little preemptively, and Xander's still gonna step into it. Pancakes with that opening interception, and he's gonna continue that front line. Exa will succeed in the lurk, so there is a bit of a time crunch that Shopify can work with. And in fact, they'll head back to Link to re-up with the rest of the squad. As we go into a 3v3, but that health pool isn't looking good. Jake senses that blood in the water, but Nature just turns right back to it and takes a swan dive. That is certainly a way to pick up a pistol.
Oh my god, that was looking so shaky for Shopify for a second, trying to change their macro in the middle of the round. Once Exa got that pick towards mid, try to fall back and retake a lot of that mid space. But I mean, EG, they were so quick to retake. They had 4 players on that site already within that pistol, trying to get onto that site and deny a lot of these picks. I mean, surely you can't be losing 3 kills to Nature just standing in the corner of the Classic. But I mean, it worked out for them. Really good job here. And then we're looking at the setup for a really aggro A from EG, with the Euro and the Fade setting up for some sort of A main control.
It's taken Nature and Mitch a little time to get their feet off the ground with a lot of these games. Ion taking advantage of that early aggression in the anti-eco with a double shorty shot, and already forcing the pinch with the rest of the team. You don't even need to buy that much with this squad, and they've already cleared house. A flawless round 2.
That was really well played by Shopify. I think a lot of that was a pre-planning, holding, and watching a lot of the VODs from EG. Ion holding the smoke, getting 2, knowing there's going to be some
Not even
sort of
seeing Mitch there.
I know, that was kind of crazy, actually. Dashing in. This is kind of what we expect to see from Ion, though, on this Waylay. He has been a force to be reckoned with. A lot of that aggression and being able to kind of dive in, get a lot of information for his team, and deliver. Really well played. But going into this 3rd round, we do have Zerona with the Odin, and we know how much this is so annoying on Corrode. Trying to get a pick towards that B main, but doesn't grab anything.
Yeah, a lot more comfort in being able to hold down the own territory, as EGA has already had no trouble being able to go back and retake pretty damn quick. Zerone is already here for the pinch on top of the insert. It's just Shopify can't get in without getting interrupted. That's going to be the bottom line. And Stunna is in even more. Give it all to him. And these rounds are getting sped runs so far, Athena.
I was just gonna say, damn, these rounds are quick. I knew both these teams are super aggressive, but this is kind of crazy. I think we're seeing a lot of those super quick rotates from EG really early on. I know these are just the first 3 rounds, but they're so ready with it. A lot of that mid control going into it and just instantly rotating. Stunna, of course, with a beautiful 3K to hold down that site. And now we're into our first gun round of the game, and a lot of A main aggression from EG again, trying to set up this chamber. And they're also playing towards that mid, but is it going to be countered by Shopify's super fast B main take?
Feels like Shopify needs to intentionally telegraph where they're pushing, at least to start anyway, if you want to divert attention to go for the fake. But that does take conditioning that aggression, so you're going to be kind of ringing that bullhorn either way.
Oh my
Aggressive
God.
TP up from Xander. Yeah, that's a decision. Still got the low ground, though. Satellite will turn to it. Stunna now holding up the backline. He'll re-enter top of the flash, but Ion has still got it and a buddy system intact so that they can take even more space. And EG can now no longer comfortably retake. Already some disrespectful shots. Man, these guys are loud in the lobby. Mitch in the 1v2 up against the IGL and company with the other initiator in tow. Already letting all of that util fly as Shopify has skated the perimeter. And it looks like Mitch is giving it up. Not enough time and not enough money to justify going for it. He's going to let this round go, take that Odin, and skedaddle.
Definitely looking for a save. I mean, Shopify, they're really running down these rounds. We know how aggressive they like to be in the early game, but it also ends up going towards that post plant as well. They love to be pushing, taking as much space as they possibly can. For EG, though, I'm looking to kind of get a lot of this maybe up online. I know they don't have the economy for it right now, but they need to do a little bit more with these A main or B main takes. Kind of getting run over a lot with that utility, but they're not really setting up the Yoru flashes with the Sova darts, maybe some sort of trap play, but they're going to look to kind of keep this same setup going towards that A main and mid control coming out from Shopify. It might be a little bit of an answer, but with that way layout, you're always really scared of something fast happening.
Yeah, they have so many ways to just section out fights, and EG has to make that split-second call of do you stick around or do you go for that retake with some ground that you know Shopify is just going to take back over. And Shopify, all the while, they're just going to keep riding that wave. Surf on! Pressing through the smoke and almost completely dismantling the team in one fell swoop. Only a body away from flawless, and now it's 4-1.
I expected better of them.
Dude, Tendrak, this is looking like a brawl.
What's happening right now, dude?
This
is crazy.
We talked, dude, the Dust was talking about how Shopify needed this pistol. Once you give EG a pistol, they tend to run away with the momentum. But I feel like it's kind of crazy right now. I don't think that's the case at all. Shopify, they came into it with a really good game plan. Their Corrode, it has not been the best. They've played this 3 times in Challengers and they've lost it twice, only have one map won. So it's really interesting to see that they let this through. And I guess the reason why is being proven right now. I mean, they're kind of steamrolling these rounds.
Yeah, EG Academy have normally been so comfortable with sort of cradling the attacks, just sort of, you know, taking all of that initial aggression and trying to stomach the inertia that comes with it. But if Shopify just keep on pushing, worry not about what's in front of them, worry what's behind that, then it's just so much to go up against. And you're forcing evil geniuses to make so many split-second decisions as they continue to try to move up in front of the problem first to be able to cradle it so efficiently. And in doing so, especially with this anti-eco, you're taking even bigger risks and dropping even more bodies. Ooh. Pancakes will finally win one of those duels, and that's something that's also got to become commonplace if EG want to secure defense. Ion stepping in as the primary intel into Jake's body, who also stands alone and isolated here on the B site, and the risk has not met the reward this time, as it seems, Athena.
Yeah, Pancakes looking to save that Vandal really far away from where all that is happening, but definitely a good round coming in from Shopify. I think for EG, they really need to find an answer for Exa too. On this Viper, he's been lurking a lot, especially towards that mid. And if they're struggling to hold a lot of that really fast flood that Shopify is kind of giving them with that aggression, then they need to kind of take a step back, find the lurker, punish the one, and then group up for a good retake. I mean, they have really good retake utility. They have the fade, they have the Yoru flashes, and the Sova dart. It just looks like they can't really plan it together, or just really struggling to hold those sites with a lot of that steamrolling that's happening.
It feels like no matter what, Shopify are always at the end of that flowchart. Like whether Exa is deciding to lurk mid with the help of that toxic screen and go it alone and have the 4-stack on the other side, Exa can get that lurk peek because he can be as patient as he wants. Or then you do something you did like 2 or 3 rounds ago in the anti-eco stack, and you have that toxic screen start conditioning it back up A main again. You force EG Academy to smoke themselves off in mid so that Shopify is like dissuaded from being able to get that lurk going. You send a couple that way because you think you have that territory. All the while, Shopify has every single member waiting on top of that smoke to go for that playground brawl and then kick your ass anyway. So EG Academy don't really have the bookend of any fully thought out game plan so far. 6 rounds deep into what is supposed to be their more efficient side of Corrode. I mean, this is clearly already a struggle bus for EGA. Shopify looks so clean, so smart, so well timed at the moment.
For sure. I mean, this is perhaps a textbook example of having a lot of video on your opposing team and just abusing that to your favor. And it feels like Shopify, they really did a lot of their homework. They know a lot of these small habits that are happening. And like you said, denying a lot of that mid is what EG is trying to do. But in turn, Shopify, they're just so fast with those protocols, accelerating onto site and trying to be as aggressive as possible and taking their ones. And I mean, if you're a team that's taking your ones and you're winning, like, why not? You know, and I think that's something that Shopify is really excelling at right now, winning a lot of those mechanical fights, setting up Ion for success, and Exa just taking a lot of sweet time in order to get those lurks and still being able to put enough pressure to be annoying. But this round, 3 ults online for both sides. Both these teams better be prepped for a pretty fast round here.
Already the pads out from Ion. Shopify sparing no expense and not a second on top of it. Zerona, yeah, just going for the preemptive Hunter's Fury to try to, again, just slow things down the tiniest bit, and it'll work on the first bit of it. Now the 2-pronged attack, Xander gonna end up being able to trade his way through things, but no intel on where the rest of EG is at, just having to rely on the fact that he's a little bit ahead of the problem, and just barely, but not in time for Jake to get to him first. And they might just have enough time to defuse this before any other member of Shopify makes it back. They've already sold that the stack is here thanks to the convergent paths, and no one is here in time. And this time, it's still Evil Geniuses playing on Shopify Rebellion's terms, but this time, the terms were arguably just really bad.
For sure. I mean, they were so ready for that. I love that Zerona trap play with the Sova ult. This is kind of what we were expecting to see when you have so many ults online for Shopify, that EG is able to answer back, and they didn't even need to use their Fade ults. This ult was so important. It completely shut down that choke point, shut down the way they ult, and shut down any of that space going through. And Exa, I mean, they went in for a little bit of what looked like a desperation strat, trying to get those numbers back by working that A main and walking through that Viper wall. But EG, they were just ready. I think they have the plan down for Exa being on that lurk constantly.
Yeah, starting to get his number for sure. Start just trying to aggress that more often. You leave less time in openings for someone like Satellite to be able to initiate where the real problem is. And I mean, you've seen just here, Exa kind of window shopping in the insert, gets nothing, and now Shopify has to excavate all of this extra space on mid without that pressure. So you put it somewhere else. You give Sander the B lane and start having him toss a couple things from a distance. Maybe divert that attention, and the spike making its way over to main. There's the Hunter's Fury to open things up, and Ion with the rush down, but Zerona on that centrality is going to be able to mow it down and still stay standing until Satellite finally meets him with the pinch beyond the smoke placed in Link. And again, EGA still a little segmented, making their way back to this site that's been fully intruded upon. Shopify have the 3v3 post plant. Dimensional drift inside as Jake already gives himself away. Where is Mitch? And is this Nightfall coming along with him? The paranoia on top. Xander not able to meet it. Stunna still manning up on top of this hut. Still taking the space over as the Nightfall will come through. Shopify did take the distance to get away from it, but now EG threatening that distance themselves. Stunna on top of the gate crash, potentially to pinch as well. It's just gonna man down the front line in the 2v1. High-low, not enough. Satellite is able to poke in on it once, and Stunna's still got to take this 1v1, but Satellite finds the timing again and makes it 6-2.
I think we need to just let that round settle in our heads for a second, because that was crazy. So many brawls on site. Stunna, he did such a good job with that Yoru ult, getting a lot of that information on the retake, and with the Fade ult, knowing that no one was on site, and they still struggled to close it out. They didn't have that Omen smoke left over. They were just kind of struggling to get those taps. And of course, SR playing it really well, playing off NA main, knowing that it's planted for them. Looks like they had a pretty solid plan, but I mean, props to Stunna, man. He's been really good holding it down on this B site, trying to get a lot of those retakes on lock. But they're just a little bit too slow, EG, for these retakes and allowing Shopify to have a lot of that aggression. But they finally push them off, let them play back. It's not looking too good. But as I say that, Stunna is pushed all the way down mid with so much information here.
It's been all space making before playmaking so far. You get ahead of the smoke and you're in, and Ion proves that again in spades. No clean way back in, but now you have the 5v4, you have the confidence, you gotta just drive through it. Zerona knowing that with the Guardian, able to find Satellite before any real space is made. But Shopify, they'll go conventional again. Stick Ion on his lonesome with this operator, jump peeking and still catching one. And now quite the unorthodox Viper's pit to again, just maintain whatever space you can. Xander finds a pocket and a kill onto Pancakes on the early entry, and EG is just doing what they do best, running it down with minimal time to spare. And with the stack in tow, they have the power to make that work. Xander, again, taking the perimeter, having to force out something here as Zerona and Mitch can double up on duty, and with that recon, they can take that extra inch of space. Now on top of the spike and the smoke, into the double swing. And that was taken with that extra bit of precaution that EG hadn't had up until this very moment. It'll net him a third round.
Really good retake. This is kind of the EG that we've liked to see before with those macros. Lots of little peeks together, double peeking, using the Sova Dart to kind of be patient, clear, get that information. Really well played by EG. And SRB, I mean, they're really doing a good job at getting these first picks. It feels like almost every round now, either Ion or Exa has managed to get one of those first picks, trying to get an entry into the site or on the lurk. But EG, they knew how to kind of counter it now. They didn't care that there was a Viper out. They saved that dart. They knew the drone was going to be gone already, but it didn't matter because they were ready. And now SRB, we're going to see them slow it down a little bit. Not too much aggression like they normally have been, trying to set up Ion towards that A main, just holding to see EG get any of that information.
Stunna with the operator here as Pancakes will run that TDF. Just trying to force Shopify to be committal again without just, conditioning that presence. But they've made their choice. It's A-Link on the 1-3-1. TP up from Xander, immediacy on the pinch, and EG has to make a call on where they relinquish the space. Pancake's gonna head back over to B main.
Lots of space here for both teams, but SR, they're completely set up for this A split. And EG, they have no idea what to do, just trying to peek through with the op and get any picks. It's not looking too hot as SRB still slow it down to get the util off.
Mitch's kid is already completely gone. That's got to be clocked here. And Stunna only one more opportunity to get that up shot, and he still whiffs it. So Shopify will carve out the A site, and still the stack is not necessarily here. But Mitch, in the meanwhile, has that keen eye, ready for X's lurk, even in the mid plant. And now he can hold on to that elbow until Nature re-aggresses it. Just all about rechecking, and now you got to do the same for Link. Satellite holding that close. Pancakes now walled away, and with only that TDF in hand, it's going to be hard for him to go for that 1v1. Now it's a 1v2, and he's smoked. Stunna, operator of his own. Tough investment for this round on NRG Academy, and Shopify are able to make quick work of it. 3 standing, 7 up.
EG on that retake, not looking too hot. I think that's one of those rounds where we've talked about how we need to see these micro decisions being made by EG that we like. We saw it 2 rounds ago on that retake, but this round was a little bit rough. Mitch got that pick on site, Zerona got the clear in mid, but then one by one, we started peeking and going through the smokes. Was not the best look for EG. They just need to clean up on a lot of these rounds and get those picks. But they're allowing Shopify to get away with it. Honestly, it is well deserved. Shopify, a lot of those entries have been really sick. And now they're kind of fighting for a lot of that mid control, knowing that it was open. But this time, EG has an answer to push down. Again, this is their thrifty, though. Only having that Vandal on Stunna, Hero Rifle. Satellite, is he ready for this push?
Not completely. Pancakes is able to get that spray on the walk-in, and now it's EG that can apply that early pressure. Shopify, no time to get to condition anything. Jake the wide swing, and then the double up. Oh, that's clean. Just Nature and Ion left standing, and they've got to hold it down. Nature holding this spike and a little by himself. Ion having to make the choice to go back instead of being that pioneer that has netted Shopify so many free entries. Now the saturate on top of it, but the stack is too spread thin. There's just too much in front of it. And now behind you, a flawless, thrifty take back for EG Academy, the exact kind of morale booster you need.
Okay, whatever you did, EG, just do it again. Stay together. Push win. No, I'm kidding. They did such a good job, though, just kind of staying together. And that's kind of what we're expecting to see from EG. A lot of these little mistakes that they're making are the reasons why they're losing rounds. And so maybe just sticking together, having really fast rotates is the key. But Shopify, they're going to set themselves up for success. One off of the KO orb, trying to get towards that B main, really grouped up, going back to their bread and butter of Exa being in that A main, just putting some pressure, trying to get some sort of lurk in. And Ion instantly with a pick on EG.
And that's another beautiful flash setup by Satellite, just quick to the punch. Zerona with the intercept, though. Another early Hunter's Fury will net another kill from beyond that LOS. Still, Shopify not discouraged from the B main, as nobody's really been given any cue to change their positioning, just adjusting around the bodies that have been dropped. You've got to work with Satellite's opening, and now that you've already used the one flash, yeah, it's kind of one and done unless you use the null command, so Satellite's going to let that fly. Here comes the stack, and here comes the swing. Very quickly, it's Zerona all by himself as Jake takes the oneer, but he's gotten behind it. Zerona free for one. Who can turn to it in time? A duel against the stack. Who decides to take it? And it's it's Exa, but only by chance. Shopify in the 3v2 post plant.
Really good start from Shopify, playing together. They knew they were down numbers, but it didn't matter. Xander holding Mitch on the flank. Pancakes trying to get one, and he actually succeeds, and now it's down to a 2v1, but the double peak from Exa and Xander to close out the round really solidifies it for Shopify. And man, that round was looking really good from EG. Really quick answer with the Sova ult. Zerona, he's had two of these really great ults, really good trap plays towards that A main, but Shopify, they were so good at answering back. We knew the KO was on a one off of the orb, but again, no pressure towards that A main, just made it so easy for them to push up and get into that site. Really good round, but EG, they're looking to kind of guarantee themselves a pistol here, because if they don't, it's looking like it's going to be a little bit rougher to close out these rounds. They're down 8-4. It's going to be pretty rough, but we've talked a lot about EG and how they have a lot of that momentum going off of the pistols. So hopefully they get this one, convert it into the next two rounds, and kind of play off of how they usually do with this momentum push.
A question of, yeah, how exactly they make this approach work. Pancakes, who is continuing to try to find his place in this game, having to do so now on the attack. Stunna solo doloing against this two stack, and it's a little offhanded. Stunna! Another 3K in another pistol, this time going EGA's way.
I can't believe it, dude. Stunna needs to be the MVP of pistols for EG. He's securing so many of these 3Ks for them, and now up to EG to just make sure they solidify what they're gonna do. Staying grouped up, it is a good call, but Xander is here to kind of put a hold into it. Gets one and is instantly traded out by Pancakes. And yeah, EG, they're finally looking a lot better on their pistols. Finally back to kind of what we've seen from them on Corrode previously. And it's just down to nature in this 1v3.
These rounds have been such fun microcosms of like how EGA and Shopify have operated as a whole throughout this Swiss stage.
Yeah.
Just like taking a polygraph test almost. Like you get your general discipline out, your macro, you start looking for the fun opportunities, you realize where you may slip up, where you may have given yourself too much grace, and then the whole team groups up, finds that discipline again before they fully flatline. No breaking through the stack this time. It'll be a clean pistol for EG Academy as they will keep a pulse in this game. Corrode has, been a little contentious for both of these sides, and especially, again, coming to the point of the solo duelist aggression that Stun is going to have to manage for EGA. Shoot, if Shopify's doing the work for him, bringing 3 to him without properly being able to swing it, then, more power to the guy. Stunna has talked at length about the responsibility he knows he wants to carry coming into this team is, you know, as he has been the star duelist on other teams and has kind of been getting used to managing that weight. So been really fun to see him be able to manage that back and forth between being that guy who can just do everything at once and then sticking back with your team and being that frontlining spear tip that he's got to be now.
Yeah, I think especially on the Euro too, it's really hard on a map like Corrode to kind of enter and take a lot of that space through choke points as Yoru, but I think he does do a pretty job on the Corrode that we've seen previously from EG. So overall, definitely a player to keep watching within this team. He's been super good for them, super solid, and consistently fragging. So Yoru, again, this comp makes it a little bit hard, but Pancakes is always there as a chamber to kind of go for one and TP out. But of course, no dive comp makes it just a little bit harder. But of course, this second round, super important for EG as well. They are grouped up towards that B main. Stunna putting a lot of pressure towards that A, and he's going to get a lot of that information right away that it's a stack. Oh, or not.
Yeah. Might have only seen one there. So EG, I mean, I don't know how many resources they have at this point to even warrant clearing, but they'll use quite a few of them. Smoke, Paranoia, Recon Dart.
30 seconds left.
And then Zerona not taking the elbows, so no drone to stick up the rest of this, but yeah, the rushdown will work. And you still have the way better guns, so much comfort taking this. Beautiful Paranoia onto Pancakes, though, and that's just going to mow him down. Rest of the stack going to be intercepted by the rest of the team, though, and that's not nearly as easy. Hey, you know, you got to hand it to Pancakes being that sacrificial lamb, saying, I'm already bot frag. Don't worry, I'll make up for it later. Just get to 6 now.
Yeah, definitely deserved round. They needed this one, and they're actually going to come back into it with a buy of themselves. So this will actually be kind of a gun round for both these teams. EG, they looked really good on their attack side before, but like you said, their defense was their strong point. So they really have to solidify themselves here. Doing that old strat with Stunna, kind of running up into a main, sending one with the low gun, with the low buy, just to get a lot in there. A lot of that information just shows that EG has a really sick foundation. Just a matter of they can bring it back to this round. And they're looking to start with this 2-3 default. 3 towards mid. Stunna trying to get a lot of that information, but he is in a 1v1 versus Ion.
Such a ruckus in Link, and again, by his lonesome, EG is trying to find every opportunity to condition that Stunna could be on his own anywhere, anytime. And even so, he's linked right back up with the team as they take over this A site in the 5v3. Plants down, clones sent out. EG have taken over so much space in milliseconds, just off of, like you said, what was essentially a proxy 1v1, just with extra presence in mid. Shopify's looking a little terrified at this point, and Nature having to frontline this call as the rest of the team makes its way back to the link to go for a proxy pinch. But everyone's so stood up. There's still so much in the kit, and Stunna on another basically 1v1. He has not the better angle, though, and Nature able to take the wide stance. Now trying to run it down as the rest of the team sets up shop. Smoke is going to dissipate, but this is a 4v2 that Shopify don't feel they have the time to manage, so they'll hand this bonus over to EG Academy. The investment more than worth it.
The bonus round converted, and their economy is going to be really good for the next few rounds. They could definitely try to work up towards that operator. I mean, Pancakes with the 4K, trying to get a lot of those first picks, setting himself up and setting his team up for success. SR, they're looking a little shaky now. All of a sudden, just like that, the rounds are almost equalized, 8-7. You have Stunna with the Yoru ult. You know he's going to do something with that ult. Try to get some sort of information somewhere, especially knowing that they're on this little bit of a broke buy. It's looking pretty hard for Shopify, pretty rough. But I mean, when you have kind of a team that likes to play a lot of together, you don't see that much lurk. Like you said, they're conditioning Stunna outside of A main a lot, but you know that in terms of lurking, Pancakes tends to stay closer to the team, or at least this kind of needs to be set up because he is playing chamber. For SR, they should be able to come up with some sort of game plan to deny a lot of that, at least looking for a lot of grouping, a lot of aggression pushes, or at least just holding down mid, because it looks like that's where their weakest point is right now on this map.
Yeah, it really seems like EG, I mean, even if you take like 20, 25 seconds, even if you lose Stunna during that time where you're going for your defaulting, it feels like EG can just go cash out back in mid again.
Yeah.
Play with the lurk angle on the link to A more than anything, because, I mean, Jake has been very conservative with these smokes up until EG goes for that one and done, which is necessary with your one duelist. Just because Pancakes is going to be sluggish compared to someone like Ion or Xander with the TP in. And that speaks back to Shopify's ability to go for these retakes. Like how much does an individual member of Shopify want to get on their way down or out in these fights in order to justify being able to give away the space that is this entire game been so important to winning fights. But are stunning with that dimensional drift from a bit of a distance, so you don't have to clear with any extra util. That'll just give away the elbow. Exa by himself. Having to call for the reinforcements. Early outage so that EG can get this kill before the going gets tough. In comes the flash. The haunt. Exa has got his number red, and he still gets pancakes on the way down. Massive props to the guy. And Satellite now making a bit of a ruckus from the lurk. Link able to nab at least one down, but EG should be able to comfortably make the rest of the distance here and just kind of intimidate everybody else out. Yeah, Nature standing on his lonesome, been found out by the drone. Like, EG Academy are just so ahead of the intel game right now. And then they've been able to rush to it very quickly. Again, very difficult to do with just Stunna as your primary space maker, but these guys have been so quick to the punch.
It just feels like, too, the way that they're staying together and executing has been super solid. They're not rushing into anything. They're using a lot of that util, again, because they have the Yoru flashes, they have the clones, they have the fade, and they have the Sova. All that util on top of each other to kind of get enough information and set up for a really solid execute. And I think that's really EG's kind of winning condition on this map, at least for their attack side. Again, they do know that it was a little bit of a low buy round, playing it kind of safe. Nature actually managing to get one on Zerota and punishing them for saving in that spot. But, I mean, EG, they have more than enough money to buy. We have pancakes on the operator, which is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. They are going to go for some sort of setup. But SRB, I mean, their answer, it's kind of looking like they're going to get that operator back online for the Waylake to try to get a little bit of information and also contest that mid. But man, EG, they just have so much util on all of these executes, as well as this Fade and Sova ult, that it's looking a little bit rough for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, both of these initiators have also already been using these ultimates for board clearing first and killing second. Zerona being very reactive on top of that spear tip, so Shopify stacking up in response. 3 down B main. Satellite's gonna let a flash fly, and Zerona's gonna be keen to it. Here's some steps. Now just trying to play keep away. In the meantime, EG's made it all the way up to mid-window. They've crept up, and they're gonna go through CT.
Guys, they're where you buy guns. Guys, turn around. This is wild.
Holy. Yeah, Ion has an idea, and with the operator, he's going to be able to counteract it. This push is going to be a little more awkward, but they still have a lot of util for it. And here comes the defensive stack. Zerona finally meets it, but only grabs one on the way down. Nightfall catches the members of Shopify. Ion still standing it down with this operator, but EG, after that 3 stack has been clocked, they'll just say, how about we head to that open season B site instead from CT? And Pancakes now completely flipping the vantage. He's been used to this spot since the first half.
Toxin screen down. Why are we seeing our defense players executing from attack side and our attack
players? We're playing reverse Valorant right now, bro. And Pancakes. Wow, what a defensive Pancakes play.
Damn, that's crazy, yeah.
Incredible defensive hat Pancakes right now. All right, well, you got to re-execute, and you got to do it on the one channel you've got. It's that lane. And it's a stack again. Another initiator just happening to intercept everything. And 1 split second allows the rest of EG to peek out and take their own pot shots. Nature, I mean, yeah, it is like flicking a giant right now. Barely feels a thing. EG looks so strong there. That was, I mean, they were flaunting that game plan the whole way through that round. Even after Ion had such a nice button to be able to stop the initial pin down, they just changed course because the rest of Shopify is in T-spawn.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how their mid was a gap, but I mean, EG read that like a book. They walked all the way through. Even though Ion was aware, it still didn't work out because they just flip sight, flip the execute, use a lot of that util to kind of get up close and personal. And SR, they kind of tried to answer, push down B main, push down that mid, but it was just a little bit too slow as well, because by that time you have EG set up in the post plant. They've got those picks. Shopify looking a little bit rough, but they're back on this Thrifty, looking to do something kind of together. Two of these players peeking towards that A main. You have your Viper on B trying to hold it down. Stunna sees a little bit of nature, but Pancakes is set up towards mid, gonna leave him to lurk, and it's looking like another group to execute towards B.
Yeah, you can see Shopify, especially after a round like that where EG just like flipped this map more comfortably than I think I've ever seen it. Like that was like, they managed it like Play-Doh. They don't want to give anything away until the very last second. Exa in the cubby, I mean, that takes the first Prowler hit. You've already given yourself away to an extent. So they're going to start firing some stuff at you. Awkward get out, but they still manage on top of the smoke, and EG's just going to make the entry work. Zerona able to flip back for two, but Satellite flashing on himself and catching Pancakes post-saturate as well. A defensive pinch in the middle of the approach. Shopify, the first time this half where they are quicker to the punch than EG Academy, and it shows so hard on the kill feed. Ion now picking up that operator. In the 1v3, Zerona making the choice to use that Hunter's Fury on the close quarters. Another very interesting decision that'll net Satellite his null command and a 4K to tie us up at 9.
I can't believe this is the round that Shopify wins, but they're finally on the board for the second half. I mean, they tied it back up 9-9. Satellite, beautiful kills, holding it down on site. Pancakes hearing a lot of that noise from the day site, but it doesn't matter because Satellite again just turns and is hitting 360 headshots over and over again. That was kind of wild from Shopify. EG, their pathing onto that site was just a little bit questionable. This is also what we were talking about, how Stunna is kind of a Yoru duelist where he's not able to take a lot of that space really quickly and clear a lot for his team. And so they got punished for that in the end. Shopify Rebellion with a really good read, but now they're back to this mid control from EG, and they're actually fighting it back this time.
And getting in front. Looks like both Jake and Xander trying to tunnel their way through mid a bit, grabbing the extra inches of space as it becomes harder and harder to wrestle them away this late into the game. We spoke at length, or the desk did rather, about how both of these teams take a second to get their momentum up, but once they do, they hit the ground running and they don't stop until they see 13. Door kept out, Stun is still dry swinging it, going for round 2, and the timing's almost good. But a 2v3 on the approach. Pulse no command as well. EG Academy only has one lane to rely on, and it's a B site. Preemptive Hunter's Fury by nature. More just emptive, honestly, as the spike will fall before he manages to land a tag, and that's already a couple crucial seconds given away. And now the Odin by Mitch. This is a great 45 set up. Zeronis in the back, just in case. That's 2 bodies already given away. As soon as the third lets himself be known, Zerona can turn tail and head towards heaven. There he goes. He's got the better vantage now. Mitch can step back. And these 2 initiators on EG have all they need to be able to manage this 3v2. Now a 2v2 as the first one steps into the fray. Satellite just trying to manage. No dilly or dallying allowed, though, and Satellite having to do it all on his own. 41 HP, no longer any time to defuse. He's got to at least try and get the kill, and he can't do it all as much as I would love to see Satellite continue to. Evil Geniuses Academy have the lead.
Evil Geniuses, they needed to win that round, especially after Zerona used his ult last round to try to clutch it out, but they successfully managed to get that round. Mitch and Zerona with a really good post plant, kind of playing off sides, knowing that they have all that information towards the main, as well as the information towards heaven. And so that crossfire really worked out for them. But now Shopify Rebellion, they're going to scramble a little bit. I mean, this is a team that struggled a bit last year. They didn't make it past Swiss stages on stage 2 and stage 3, and so they had a roster hole, changed it up, and now they're looking to kind of come back into it, especially with a lot of these superstar players, right? You have players that have played in tier 1, they have players that played a lot in tier 2, a lot of experience coming in, and they're looking to flip this. Again, we can't forget too that Shopify, they're not the best at this map. They kind of have a little bit of a loss percentage, only winning this map 1 time out of the 3 times they played it. So letting it float means to me that they saw some kind of opportunity to have a lot of those reads and a lot of those information, which they did. But EG, man, they're just pulling ahead. They know how to play. They're really confident in the way that they're playing as a team. And you can just tell in the server that they're really happy with it.
I think Shopify Rebellion have misjudged how to counterplay something like what Evil Geniuses does on a map like this, because Evil Geniuses are not necessarily pace meters, they're pace makers when they get on this attack side. And Shopify Rebellion, on their own attack side, they did a good job of understanding that if you just outrun the interceptions that EG go for, they can't be as cerebral, they can't go for these trap plays, because on this map in particular, I think Mitch has come up with some really crazy stuff and been able to do some really tremendous on-the-fly calling. On the attack side, now that EG is able to manage that tempo more, Mitch gets that, blank canvas again. And so Shopify, for those first couple rounds, they're tuned to, again, try to beat them to the punch, try to outrun them, gain that space back preemptively. And in doing so, EG, honestly, they have more opportunities to go for those fun, thinker plays that let everybody kind of spread thin.
Big brain plays.
Definitely in the workshop for this one. And on the scoreboard, it's starting to show. Seeing if they can achieve that momentum that they have been so used to. Pancakes has finally made his way up, and Satellite unable to make anything work here on the first choke up. The rest of Shopify will just choke back in response. It's back and forth. And Ion with this peek on the operator, letting it work. Convergent Pats once again to try to go for the early intercept, but EG just turns tail. 30 seconds to go. That's enough to get to the A site.
This is what you're talking about. A lot of those mid-round calls coming in from Mitch, and this is one that might pay off really well. There's only one player from Shopify sitting on this site, but he has a judge.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get at least one freebie out of it. The snake bite ready to go, but everyone's too close. Doesn't matter. Exa still finds a second, just barely enough time to plant and try to manage this 2v3. Pancakes already moving up. Deciding to take the outer current of the hallway. TP faked in, but no intel gained. Smoke on top of the elbow. Pancakes made the right call of where to plant himself. TP prevents the double up. It doesn't matter because Jake's got it managed. And a 2v3, raw, won by EGA to take us to 11-9.
I feel like these rounds are giving me whiplash. Like, Exa should not be getting two in that spot. He is alone on the A site. And EG, you have so many players there ready to trade, but it just was a little bit slow. That spacing just a tiny bit off, but it didn't matter because they fixed it out towards the end, playing those crossfires, peeking together off of this contact. Pancakes and Jake doing such a good job working together. Looking a little bit scary for a second for their post-plant, but it didn't matter. EG, man, solidifying those rounds. Throwing their mouse up in the air as celebration.
Is Jake's head at the bottom half of every camera he's in? I swear, like, maybe it's not our fault.
Yeah, maybe he just photographed that way.
He's just
That's
gotta,
his preference.
He's got to nudge himself up a little bit, man. Skirting the pit, very early from Exa. Yeah, shoot, that shotgun got two last round. Why not go for it again? Well, there's an inch for EG to go for the plant here. They tapped it. Oh, but Pancakes turning back. How does he get all three out of that? He whipped up the headhunter in slow-mo and still got that.
I mean, for Shopify, they have all the right reads and all the right reactions. They can't trade it out in the middle of these rounds. It's kind of insane. That was really wild. The EG just turning around. Pancakes getting those picks. Shopify using their util really well, but man, that was a hard round for Shopify. They had really fast rotations, really fast takes. They got all the info so quick that they just couldn't get the picks. But with this Thrifty, they're looking to get a couple more guns down for their economy.
And then you go like this, there was just no reinforcement. And the second you pressure that spike on the A doorway, Exa, sure, Exa can move up a couple inches, but you have to pressure the pinch so you can, make that space back on top of the pit. And EG got all of that A opening for free on top of the boxes. So they could just walk up. Pancakes could rotate over to the link. He had nobody in his way. Hold on to that outlaw. Everybody dies in one shot. Tap the spike one time. Everybody's going to run straight into your LOS. I mean, like, really reducing it to trivialities at this point. And now you have 4 ultimates on the I mean, EGA's ult rotation was so ass at the beginning of this half, and now they are so set to move to 13 with impunity.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like a really rough round. I mean, for Shopify, I want them to do something crazy. I want them to do something aggressive and really use that waylay the way that they're supposed to be used, but still just holding a lot of these passive angles with the op, knowing that they have 4 ults. They really need to punish, push up, put a wrench in this execute, and not let them get on site, especially with that Yoru ult. But it is online. Trying to go for one, but misses, and now the execute starts. Looking
That's
really
like
rough around
mandatory,
here.
dude. Yeah, Ion has to get those at that point. Hunter's Fury and on top. I mean, yeah, you can just use literally everything here. It doesn't matter. Shopify is kind of quick to this nature, making the call, has the Odin to spray things down, and so the elbow is momentarily pinched up. And Xander has made his way back through the link. EG is almost compressed too much early on, but of course, Pancakes just decides to make a little extra space to make up for it. 2v1. As X is on his way back, but the spike just tapped to see if he's closer than expected. Instead, oh, are we going to do another flip through CT?
If we go buy guns in their spawn again?
Yeah, go back to the buy round. Just get right back to your position. Yeah, I mean, what do here as Exa? Just kind of yeah, you just have to read mannerisms, and he's read this very well, knowing that he has to just dig backward. How long till Haunt's back for Mitch? That might be what they're waiting on
Should
to
be
get
up
back into A
soon,
site.
yeah. Well, EG, we know they like to play with a lot of that kind of cohesive play style. They don't want to plant too early, want to hold for any of these retakes, not be put in that 1v1 situation. And now Exa left alone. Doesn't really have much he can use other than this Poison Orb and this Snake Bite, but Mitch and Pancakes have all of elbow, playing together. It's going to be a really rough one for Exa.
Yeah, just the bite. And you've got, I mean, yeah, every other inside corner, Pancakes is conditioned that he's creeping up on it. So go for the tap, go for the back. Mitch will get flushed out by the bite, but that's what Pancakes is there for. Yeah, Mitch gets one more peek before going down. It'll be that 1v1, and Exa knows Pancakes can count. Can't do a damn thing about it. What an attack half from Evil Geniuses Academy, man. I mean, that made it look so dominant the second we swap sides. Perhaps it is.
We talked a lot on the desk, and we've seen a lot of EG Academy on this road having a really sick defense side, but today we saw it flip. They had a really good script on what to do on that attack side. They punished a lot of Shopify Rebellion's weaknesses, pushing throughout that mid, getting into their spawn more than once in a half, which is crazy, and abusing the fact that their post plants and their utility is just so much better and so much easier to get on site. Obviously, when you have Yoru as a solo duelist, you worry a little bit about getting past those checkpoints, getting onto site, but they set him up beautifully. Those darts, the prowlers, pushing the op back whenever they can, and just using a lot of that friendship, power of friendship to get through and onto the site.
100%. Yeah, there wasn't a moment where a member of Evil Geniuses Academy felt unsupported. There was always something behind it. There was always a level of intent. Sort of not necessarily finding that every time we were watching Shopify Rebellion, bit of headless chicken type beat, but we'll see if that changes when we come back to map 2 after this short break.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that sight too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Right now, he gets one in the back, but and no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
The very first map in the series is going to be SRB to get a lead, but heading into the second half, EGA get the pistol, they take that momentum and take it to the bank. 13-9 for EGA to close out Corrode and take the first map of the series. Emily, all it took was seeing that second pistol, and she's a prophet, guys. She's like, this is exactly how the game is going to go out. She called it. She knew.
To be fair, I thought it was going to be a 13-8, but that one round where Zerona ulted in that 1v3 threw me off a little bit, just a little bit. But 13-9, close enough. Close enough. You know, I think going into that first half, you know, EG struggled a little bit. I think that's mostly compositional wise because they didn't really have like that stopping power. They didn't have any way to kind of stop SRB from just running it down on them. But we saw them start to make a little bit of adaptations, mostly just playing together. I think they did a really good job at prioritizing that mid presence so that they can have these quick and fast rotates in order to flood and not let SRB get comfortable. And then that second half was just such an insane run of momentum, what we've always seen them do, Roy.
Yeah, it honestly just kind of felt like Mitch called such an unconventional half on that attack side that it just threw SRB off and they didn't even know how to recover from the madness that they were playing against. Like, we had a round where there was like 5v5, a 5v5 on Corrode where we flipped spawns in like 30 seconds. In what world have you ever seen that? That's just straight up madness. But for me, I feel like we came into this match and we kind of just knew that both of these teams are very strong on the attack side. It was kind of one of the talking points, right? That's been the half that they've gone most of the rounds in. But to see EG call and play such an insane attack half is honestly crazy. And all of them, like, you look at the first kills, it's not like it's one-sided towards EG. It's pretty split. Look at the Thrifty, same thing. Look at the post plant, kind of similar idea, but it felt like despite SRB having the 1v2 clutch, it did feel like every late round scenario, every single thing that we saw like towards the later parts of the round, kind of the post plants, it all just felt EG sided.
Yeah, no, EG on that attack half, I think I really like that. You know, we saw with their comp, they can't just kind of do exec after exec. They have a solo Yoru and someone that can't really like commit to that space, but we saw them go towards that mid. Even though they had that solo controller on the Omen, they still used the most out of their smokes. They weren't like using it to take space, but they were using it to cut off one angle and then kind of util dumping whatever angle that was left over and just ultimately like brute force their way up, and it was really sick to see. And I think that defense half, they struggled so much because they weren't playing super well together. They just weren't in positions where they were kind of packing together, except on that eco round that Myrna seemed to love so much. And then they really brought that out on the attack, and it was really sick to see. And there were so many rounds where SRB had the chance to kind of get back into that, but they lost like almost back-to-back 2v3s that kind of just dug themselves in the grave a bit deeper.
And I think as like they started to kind of slip on their defense side, SRB started to feel desperate. Like they kept coming to the conclusion that the solution to their problems was going to be, we have to interrupt this push and pull, right? Like we have to interrupt these double drones, pushing us back, keeping us blind on the defense side. And that's when we started seeing a lot of the walkdowns by SRB, a lot of like the kind of, you know, just like the triple walk down mid, triple walk down B main. And we saw a lot of that. And I feel like Mitch was so tapped into that. And that's why we got to see those kind of unconventional rounds unfold, is because he realized, okay, now they're starting to feel desperate. They're starting to feel, you know, kind of corralled and blind on sight. And that's the experience. Like when we talk about experience, when we talk about, you know, a caller like Mitch, that's what we're expecting. Those kind of in the moment adaptations, in the moment intuition. That's really the edge that EG needed on that attack half.
Now, looking at this, I just have two thoughts. First off, what a heartbreaker for Satellite, who's just, I don't know, a player that always plays hard out, because he definitely put in work in the server. He really tried, but sometimes not quite enough. Someone else, though, that put in maximum effort and did get maximum result. And we have to talk about Zerona and the impact that we got to see within that map of Corrode.
I mean, we found him a lot of the times being the one in those 2v3 clutches, or just being alive in those rounds where they had the man disadvantage. And he was so good at getting them back into it. And I also think that he really stepped up for his team, especially on that second half, being like the person that has to get those trades, because we are seeing like a pack together mentality coming in from EG. And, you know, that's not always successful, because you have to rely on like the person who is like entering third and fourth in that group to get those trades. And for the most part, that was Zerona.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the times, like with these players will find their value in such a weird way, because they're not like the ones that are getting all the util. They're coming in late, like you said. So there's a lot of like IQ required to move around, to know when to flood, to know when to peek, because you don't really want to overextend your position when your team is scaling into elbow, for example, or your teammates are scaling off the site. And then the fact that he's playing those kind of scenarios to perfection, even though he's kind of the rookie on the team, his mechanics are so on point, and it felt like his util was never skipped a beat. And even in the late rounds, when, you know, the darting and the 2v1s and avoiding getting traded, he was just so on point in those scenarios and was a big piece of EG's success in this first map.
We'll have to see if he can keep being that piece of success heading into the second map of the series, which is a really interesting map for both of our teams here. For EGA, the last appearance we saw here definitely wasn't the most inspiring, but Roy, you had expressed that you were surprised going into this that SRB actually were the ones that decided to go here.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised because they're the results or anything, just because I've known Effies, and historically SR has just never enjoyed Bind, so he must be hating himself for picking this map. He's forced to play it, but I feel like it kind of makes sense. So when you look at the compositions, like assuming everything's the same and, you know, nothing has changed since the last time we've seen both of these teams play, their comp makes sense. You have Satellite in the duelist position. We're in a very strong double duelist meta. We're in a very explosive double duelist meta. And Waylay and Yoru are both extremely self-sufficient, and they're also very easy to set up when you have the fade. And you're going up against what you think is going to be a deadlock for the EG side. Feels like it's a nice pairing. And then, you know, maybe they don't like the map, or maybe Effie doesn't like the map, but the pick makes sense on a meta level.
I think the last time that we saw them play, which on the side of SRB, was going against Sleepers. And you're right, they did kind of run a way more meta comp that we're used to seeing with that Waylay and the Yoru and the double controller. But I also think that their game plan wasn't entirely there. It felt like a lot of their defensive rounds, lack thereof, I guess, because they weren't winning any, they just didn't have set plans, or even like the micro decisions. The teams or the players were just not on the same page with how they wanted to hold sites or play retake. It felt like they were constantly getting picked off and going for these solo plays, which we see them do when things aren't working out for them. But the solo plays even then weren't going their way. And on the side of EG, when we saw them play Bind, again, they didn't find success when they went against NRG, but they did run a little bit of a weird comp. They ran the solo raise and a deadlock over a chamber, which I think is crazy, because we've seen Pancakes kind of fry on the chamber and sometimes be the win condition in a lot of these maps. So I wouldn't be surprised with, just based on how that first time that we saw them on Bind went for them, if they did a little bit of a switch up and kind of played a little bit more to the comfort of their players.
Agreed.
I would love to see a little bit of a switch up today. And with the agent select ready, we'll have to see if EGA have decided to change things, since this didn't quite go their way. Looking into it, okay, we are going to get some changes here, Roy.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Okay, I was kind of expecting the chamber with Emily. She was cooking, to be honest, but the swap has gone in a complete different direction. They're going for the double drone. They love that. It's worked for them on Corrode. Maybe they're trying to replicate the same thing on Bind. But for me, guys, the big question mark here is that EG Academy historically has not looked good on defense, and they've not looked good on defense on Bind specifically. So, and this comp does not offer too much in terms of stopping power. It doesn't offer a lot in terms of those gimmicks and kind of the interruption that you need to have when you're challenging space against these new gen composition with Waylay and Yoru. So EG Academy is going to have to be very precise with the drones and the re-clears and the way they set up Stunna here to find success, to interrupt Shopify's game plan, because this could very well be a very attack-sided half for SRB.
I think, yes, this comp does not have a whole lot of stopping power, but against a double duelist comp, you can't really expect to kind of stop and stall all of these execs that we're expecting to see from SRB. But what we do have is a lot of delay utility coming in from the Teo, coming in from the Viper mollies and the Brim mollies to delay that plant so that EG are able to kind of rotate in and flood and not allow SRB to get into comfortable post plants, which I think will be the key going for their defensive half.
I love that we got to see a swap out coming out from Evil Genius's Academy, but heading into Bind, it's time to see if it's going to be enough to take down the series up against SRB. Let's find out. The map is ready, so let's head over to our casters, Tenric and Athena.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, I mean, the pendulum does have, you know, every intention of swinging the other way with Shopify Rebellion Black starting out on this attack here on Bind. But Athena, EG Academy chose this half to start out for a reason, and Emily pointed it out in spades. All of the stalling that you can do with this defensive composition, it's the perfect sort of thing to just make Shopify uncomfortable. And as we saw last map, that might be all you need.
For sure, it's a util heavy based game for EG Academy, and it is what we saw last game. It is what they love. It's their bread and butter, and a lot of information for both sides of the map, so they're able to get a lot of those quick rotates in and make sure that Shopify Rebellion Black is not getting the amount of space that they're kind of used to getting and forcing them into executing into these small lanes. But starting out with this pistol here, both teams fighting for this because their momentum is based so heavily on how they start out these games, and it's looking like we're gonna have a majority of the Shopify Rebellion players towards this short A.
First bird out to find Satellite. Yeah, these birds are going to be used a lot just to make sure nobody's lurking willy-nilly. Pancakes just sitting on top of this poison orb, able to get a whole lot of free damage, and through it, a lot of free kills. Nature still decayed, still tapped, still dead. On the way down, and Ion, having refracted, has lost all of that space, and with a shorty, can't collapse on top of it either. Satellite will come into play, the supporter. And now that range given back with the help of the Sheriff and the Ghost that Ion will pick up. Slowly got to carve away at this space. EG Academy feeling comfortable giving some of it away with the smoke just to play keep away. It's the rest of the stack just manages to make sure they can't be fully infiltrated. They're fine with the retake game with Teo and Waylay online. And the spike even planted in the back of the truck to dissuade that first salvo. That's well played.
Slow around from EG, trying to not let them be in any position to give away more than these 1vx situations. And Satellite with one pick on Jake already, and this retake has kind of blown open.
Yeah, finding every potential spot to be able to just get away with it. That's the way that Shopify's got to roll with this. Sadly, though, they don't have much space to be able to call their own. As soon as EG exit the hallway, they're on top of that spike. And so Shopify just have to try to make it back themselves. Ultimately, they can't scale that. 3 members standing for EGA. They'll take that pistol. And it seems like they're comfortable with clearing these wide open spaces even without having the util to do every inch of it. Because, I mean, even with 2 birds, 2 salvos, a drone, 2 smokes, a molly, a snake bite, a poison orb, you're still not going to be able to cover something as expansive as a bind site. You're just going to be able to pick up those flushes, which, again, it seems like EGA is fine with doing that as long as you take care of those wanton threats like Satellite, just creeping on those off angles.
Yeah, I think they make up for it for a lot of their kind of micro plays where they're just being together, going out together on these sites, grouping up and having that one person holding the crossfire. And as well for Shopify Rebellion, I mean, planting for backside is really hard to kind of hold on these retakes when you've planted, but you don't have any space towards that CT spawn, towards that heaven. So EG just abusing that fact and coming out. But Serona with this judge, oh my God. He's so close.
Yeah, please, something, anything. A hand, an elbow, a gun, a body. 2, in fact, for Zerona, and the rest can just be sprayed now that you've gotten into that open territory. Every frame a threatening painting that EG is trying to spin up post-pistol. And again, they can just maintain tempo, hit the flat line again. Mitch has crept up to the market now. He's just going to keep on walking. No options here, right? Okay, Xander got in the peak there. He's just got to go for it again, though.
Seconds left.
Good sense by Satellite to just take a couple shots through that smoke so that force Pancakes just to take a little bit of damage on the way out. But that's about all you can do here. Shopify kind of reduced to scraps in that first half of it, and then not much to attack with in the second bit, so just kind of crossing T's, dotting I's.
Yeah, EG's patience really showing up on this. They know it's a thrifty. They're not being too anxious. Mitch as well, he had so much information pushed up. It is a little bit scary against that thrifty to take so much space on your own, especially when you're playing someone who has no mobility, to go back. But they're just so confident with it, coming off of that momentum from the last game, knowing that they were down so many rounds, but they brought it all the way back up in the end. Not too much to be worried about. And now, double extremity control from EG with these low guns, trying to get themselves in those close range positions to abuse the fact that Shopify tends to miss out on a lot of those trades.
Already getting chauffeured by Mitch here. They've been read to this, but with the help of the dog, they're going to try and take the fight actively. Again, so much space that Shopify can duck back into, but they have managed to keep out one as Satellite is forced back into the TP as the dog has opened that up for him. Salvo attempting to catch him, but he's just able to avoid that as well. But that will leave the Yoru choked up, at least for now. The gate crash is available for the rotation, but Shopify have to confirm their position on B in order to justify that. And yeah, the drone is just going to make sure no one's walked out of it just yet. So Mitch can manage that 1v1. Stunna peeking out with the Outlaw will reduce Xander down to 10, but the push on B can continue. The Prowler's going to be able to hit Zerona as well. He's got to back out, call for those reinforcements. His Satellite will finally deal with that 1v1 against Mitch, but the gate crash has expired, so instead, he'll just lead the A train back over to a clear site.
What a mid-round call coming in from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this was a really good mid-round call for them, leaving Satellite for so long in that showers, after that showers trap, and they knew that they had all that information, but still trying to do some retake here with 2 players in the shower TP.
I already confirmed this in Xander's loot, so this is such a good pinch. All about losing minimal guns in Shopify. Look to lose none. Oh, Jake has found the angle, so Satellite will be dealt with, but of all the players to let go of a rifle, it feels like you're most comfortable with him just picking up something a little shorter range because he can just get in somebody's face next round if the going's right. And NRG Academy on the other side of that, it's a question of how much do they invest into this because the buy is still just a tad bit shorthanded. You want to have absolutely everything.
Yeah, definitely want to prioritize a lot of that utility. And I mean, when you're playing with a solo Yoru, it's okay to have a couple players with that judge somewhere towards U-Haul or something like that. But they're opting for those full rifles, a little bit of light armor. Now, Zerona, he does have his Sky Ult online, really good for mid-round information. But that last round by Shopify was just so well called that we're going to see a lot of these mid-round plays coming in for both sides. And a lot of information from EG to try to grab.
Exit back on the lurk here. Has that orb to try to condition lane presence. EG's going to toss 2 players at it. As Pancakes has put his own orb down to chauffeur himself to the TP. There's the drone out from Mitch. He's been relatively methodical with this utility. He hasn't been like waiting to dump it on retakes. He's been playing it to intercept piece by piece. Throw out 1 salvo for the first push, 2nd salvo for the retake. It's just maintaining a constant threat. Oh, Pancakes gets away with 1 despite being sprayed through at first. But Zerona, saturated, caught by Ion on the jump in. Now it's all about playing the preventative. Salvo in first. Mitch has to do it alone, and he can. Shopify can battering ram their way through B main and have a 4v2 on the post plant. Stunna, just that early intel on top of the refract with the help of the flash, but nothing to really gain from it. Same goes for this retake. EG will relinquish, make it 2-2, keep 2 rifles.
I think the strengths of Shopify's comp is really showing through on a round like this, where so much utility was shown and kind of used by EG to get that information. But it didn't matter because Shopify, they have the waylay. Ion just running in, holding W, using that double dash to get a pick and fall back. And it's followed up really beautifully by the rest of the team, able to get that execute, using that kind of movement to direct crosshairs away from the rest of the team coming up towards that long B. And mean, Shopify, they're working the map really beautifully. That default spread out across double extremity control, grabbing those orbs on those players, and also falling back and grouping up once they know that the information is unable to be gathered by EG. And now this round is going to be really important for EG here because they have a couple of those rifles. Do they buy around it or not? Probably not. Best to just set up those hero rifles somewhere where they can kind of get a lot of utility and get a lot of information off of them. But man, this comp is going to be kind of a beast to counter with this double initiator comp.
It feels like, if anything, Shopify, they're almost playing into that strength of having so much intel by trying to stay as omnipresent as possible. If you have Exa lurking more often, if you have Satellite poking around, if you have, even Xander kind of playing around with his smokes, and these birds are confirming at least one member available while the drone is still kind of just taking care of whatever off lane there is, Shopify can have this idea that they could push with any stack on any lane at any point on the clock. So EG have to also kind of keep their threats universal, but because so much is devoted to util, you don't have as much power behind those counter punches. So Shopify can kind of poke their way through the weak point as soon as it's spotted, and it looks like with the drone heading down short, Mitch might be the choice. It's still a minute to go, though. Shopify, again, I mean, they can go window shopping as long as they want here, and Nature might have just called the fake presence after Mitch has launched that drone down short.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit scary, though, walking into pancakes here, into hookah. So they're going to opt for going towards that long, knowing that they have those long-range guns. They need to take advantage of that and just kind of walk up as a group, contact play, not give away too much as to avoid any quick stacks or any quick rotates from EG.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. No rifles to spray down on B site, so Shopify should pretty quickly get the idea that no one's here to be able to counteract them. But Exa on this lurk. Soon as one of EG's stack goes through the TP, hits through, he's able to activate a little bit. Mitch able to flush that out with the salvo, but it's a good time waster. And Shopify can start soloing threats here. Rest of EG does have rifles available, so this is a full-fledged 3v3, and the salvo will flush Satellite in towards the cubby to have to force a crossfire up, and now the smoke is actually going to force Satellite into his own pocket, so really just trying to isolate threats, but there's still so many outside of it. A Nature is found on jump up by Jakey. That's great timing by him, and now the triple stack can jump down, but there's such little time on the spike, you gotta hold it down and simultaneously manage this 3v2. Orbital strike on top of the spike, though, and Mitch is only able to hold for half. Now it's a 1v1 as Xander has managed both, and Pancake steps in too early as the timer strikes late. Shopify have enough to get over the line and make it 3-2.
That got really scary really quick for Shopify, losing those two players, having Exa kind of trying to, sorry, not Extra, oh my god, I can't speak right now. That literally threw me off. I'm speechless right now. That round was so scary. They gave them those 3 rifles, had them almost commit to that post plant and commit to that retake, but they managed to close it out in the end. But it was a little bit expensive here. If they do lose this round, they will have to kind of struggle for the next. But I mean, for EG here, for me personally, I'm looking for a little more proactivity, a little more aggression. And it looks like they're trying to do something like that towards this long B, but just punished again by Ion and his Waylay movement.
Yeah, you can tell Stunna wants so many more opportunities to engage early before the stack fully comes through, but players like Satellite and Ion are going to be able to trounce that. Zerona does get ahead of that toxic screen, and with Dutch Dimensional Drift, Satellite's on his own, and Jakey's actually able to win that duel too. So EG, yeah, certainly not on their own terms, but they're going to make it work. And it's Zerona that is the one that is able to get proactive with it. Shopify's pace, not properly managed this time. And so they're stunted, they're stalled, they're stopped. This is where they appear their weakest. And EG can stay stoic in all 4 of those individual positions that were previously so desperate to find where the main problem lies.
Smoke's down.
Poison's off.
Orb's gonna dissipate before they fully make the push. So X has got to manage this fight, and this Molly forces a weird angle for him. He takes it, and Jake wins the fight. And that bite's gonna hit Xander too. It's all back to formula here for EGA. I mean, the second they find their footing, they look so bloody clean.
Yeah, that plant for Shopify is actually super important. They're going to be able to buy up this next round, even though it's a little bit of a struggle, this one. And for EG, they looked really solid. I was talking about proactivity, but actually they had set up a trap play for this octagon control for Shopify. It's looking like maybe they should just go back to those defaults, spreading out, farming those orbs, trying to put presence on different parts of the map, and abuse that EG has to use so much utility to clear. But this setup was yeah, Zerona, I mean, this setup was sick. He really capitalized off of it, got 2 of those kills, was fighting with that brimstone ult, played out really, really well. And it's looking like we're gonna go for a little bit of a heavy A here for Shopify, potentially just trying to get as much as they can off of the fade ult and put that into the round.
Yeah, with EG spread so thin, I'm wondering how Shopify is going to be able to excuse, you know, the moment where they can let that fly, how they can enable off of that. Oh, they might not have to. Shopify just accepting EG stack, walking through the smoke on top of the showers. A 1-for-1 that leaves 2 in the bathroom and the rest of Shopify with a free A site. Once again, a little bit of a flip. AO drone out, will force Satellite to TP back over to Lamps, so Shopify just a little bit compressed at the moment, but this triple stack is looking beyond dangerous. Mitch's 1 salvo is going to force an entire stack out, though, and Zerona gets a free 2. Now the rest of EG stack, spotted by Satellite, but not immediately taken down. Snakebite will force Nature to once again take a suboptimal angle from behind on Heaven, so Satellite's got to go it alone against this Lamp stack. The rotation spread thin for a moment, though, and that forces EG to play a little weaker. On top of the timer, the spike tap, Satellite's still in here, and it's Shopify who can stretch that spike every moment that it ticks down, gaining the lead back 4-3.
Really well played in that post plant. Having that triangle set up, they finally got a lot of that map control that they were struggling with in their post plants, planning for that backside, taking Heaven, taking Spawn, and also having someone in U-Haul. It's so hard to kind of deal with something like that where you have players from every single angle seemingly just trying to peek. And Zerona, he got 2. This was almost the perfect play. They knew they were going to push into that spawn and abuse that and trying to get that space, but it just wasn't enough. Really, really well played by Shopify to secure that post plant. But now we're looking back at EG's setup, and they're going back towards this 3A, trying to get a little bit more information towards that A site. But Ion, he's just so fast at taking so much map control for this team and putting so much presence and pressure.
And Mitch gonna let that drone go in response. Really admire how much Ion has been pressuring Mitch in particular. Mitch yet to get a kill so far, doing a great job of enabling a lot of the flushes with these salvos, but in return, every piece of that util is just so sluggish, so he's got to go for the tradeaways in order to get on the board here, and he will. Ion for Jake. Pancake's still standing, but as that lone controller, A-site is like wax paper, especially when Mitch sticks around and X is able to play from a mile away. Now you get the free exec onto the A-site. Stunna has all of the util in his kit, but do you have any excuses to use it? Looks like he wants that light speed to go, and the decoy is going to waste so much time on top of it, but now the pit on top of the spike plant. Light speed's gone, saturate on top of the spike plant, but the snake bite is going to force Stunna to make noise on the step back, and so Pancake's having to get on top of this to make up for that vulnerability. But Spike's already down, Pit's already up. That is one of the tiniest ones I've ever seen in my life, but X is going to make it his little hovel. The Seeker taps him. Zerona steps through the smoke. With that judge, he's only able to get 1. The wide range is taken by Nature, who grabs 3, and Shopify's 5th.
I'd say that Viper Pit is pretty average sized. No, but that round was really well played by Shopify.
All right, man. All right.
They read the round beautifully. Actually, they abused that. They knew that Mitch loves to re-clear that showers with that drone. Actually, really well read. Ion, he's done a really good job taking a lot of that presence towards showers. And what he did is after he fell back, he just held. He knew that off of that drone, they're going to do something to kind of take space, get some sort of numbers. Once they got traded out, Mitch, he overstayed his welcome outside of showers. And just like that, Shopify, they were so quick to abuse that, getting that pick, rushing up towards that A, and knowing that if they just regrouped and hit with those numbers, it's going to be really hard for EG to come back into it. And now this timeout, it's going to make a lot of sense because their reactions, their kind of protocols into reaggressing, ping-ponging, and taking back map space is being read by Shopify. They need to come up with a new game plan And for me, I think for them, I'm looking for a little bit more aggression. Obviously, on this round, it is a thrifty for them, so maybe not going to see too much of a change, or maybe seeing something kind of wild. But man, for EG, they really need to set up, use that util a little bit earlier to get themselves in those better situations, and better positions to prevent them from just running up and executing on them.
It's just a tough duality with this composition because you have, you know, the combo like with Stunna and Zerona where you want to play for these close quarter retakes a lot of the time or go for the crunches on the lanes, but then you also have someone like Mitch or Pancakes who wants to be able to play a little more patiently with the kit you're able to kind of let flow over the course of a round. And EG are trying to manage both of those tempos at once, but when Shopify gets the intel that they do with these openers just via looking at util, they're able to really properly prio where they hit first. So no threat is immediate unless you're not looking at Pancakes, who has been there before, by the way. So let's be aware of that next time, Satellite.
Not using the Prowler to clear that corner there was a little bit detrimental. I mean, Pancake's getting one, being able to fall back off of that too. Looks so scary for Shopify, and they're forced into the short A take now.
3 here. I mean, yeah, this is a really good opportunity for EG. Convergent Pats by Stunna. If there was ever a moment for him to feel enabled, it's now, but the rest of his squad was mowed down before the ult could even complete, and he can't even get a kill on top of it. Really crucial moments during this half-hearted buy that are slipping out of EG's fingers. Crucial rounds to be able to carry this to a quick 2-0 in the playoffs. Oh, a body spotted, but not fully banged through, and Ion makes it 3. Close to his own pop-off here, as he's been such a good fire starter for this half. Really letting that flame carry on. 4 now for him this round. 6-3 for Shopify. And this double duelist composition is really up and running now.
Yeah, they definitely have a really key hold on how to play this. And they're really abusing the fact that Ion is super carefree, really good at getting a lot of those entries too, and just making space for his team, even if he just has to TP back. This looked a little scary, being a little lackluster with our util, not clearing those close angles, especially when you're playing against a thrifty, but it doesn't matter because Ion was here to close it out. That was really scary for a second too. Stunna, he looked like he was going to be able to get a kill running through that orb, but it didn't work. But the good news for EG is they have this Tejo ult online. They should be able to play those retakes really well, and that's why we see them playing a little bit more passive towards A. And finally, a push towards Strong, but it doesn't matter. Exa just spamming the smoke, getting one, and Stunna's here to get another.
It's all about the interception here. Yeah, the Nightfall on top of the Armageddon. Mitch is going to be able to catch a body off of that, but Stunna's still stuck here on sand, and they know it. Everybody under a time crunch with 70 seconds on the clock. But Shopify's gonna stick this plan. EG's here to react, but how much util is left? Mitch has already used both those salvos. Oh, and Xander has this orb strike. If he gets a scent of intel off of Nature's Haunt when it comes back up, he's gonna let that go. But they also don't know if they can extend because they don't know how much of EG is already here. And Stun is already watching from Octagon. Okay, Xander's cleared that out, 2v2. Mitch gonna let himself be known on top of his concuss, so he's giving himself away, but he's giving the attention away from Jake as the orbital strike is committed on top of the peak. No one watching for the final member of EG, who will make it 4 for them.
I was just about to say, it was so scary for EG, taking a lot of those ones, retaking from 3 different positions, but it worked out because Shopify, they weren't ready for that third player to come out of elbow and kind of trade that in this round. I mean, I talked a lot about aggression. It was just so unlucky for Zerona at the beginning, getting spammed through that smoke. Exa was ready for it, and that's why he's so good on this Viper lurk. But really well deserved round. Really good retake. You heard them. I mean, they're really pumped about that. And they're back to this light armor buy for EG, taking a lot of the showers. Control, and it's immediately shut down by Shopify.
See, nothing is getting past them. That was the case last round too. It's just a matter of winning out the fights, and Shopify still gonna do that unless Pancakes gets in front of you with that judge. That was almost more catastrophic than it already was, but a 3v1 seems manageable enough. Zerona stands alone on the sand yet again. But yeah, I mean, even then you saw, like, no conditioning is going to work on Shopify. They're still going to keep taking their pot shots. They're still going to keep looking for those openings that EG wants to get ahead of. They're ready for these fights that Evil Geniuses wants to start before Shopify gets the drop on them, but there's just too much space. And Shopify is too ready for it. That triple stack swinging into the bathroom looked glorious.
I think this is a team that's really mastered this comp and knows kind of what the playstyle is and what the mindset is towards it, where they're so active, so ready, always ready to hold W or react off of kills and off of numbers. Looking really good. And the good thing is too for Shopify is they're looking really good on their defaults as well. It's very surprising. A lot of that pressure, a lot of farming orbs, and EG, they're kind of giving it to them. I think they finally tried to kind of counter that last round with that timeout, talking about how they're going to set that up, but it just was punished. Unfortunately for them, Shopify, they're so good at just holding that W. But in this last round of the half, EG, they're looking to come online for this. Their money is not the best, but they do have a Viper pit. They do have that Brimstone ult. And it's looking like Viper is going to be playing towards that A site, trying to ult maybe towards all of short. But Shopify, they might have a read on this already with that Waylay ult.
And once again, taking this short so they can take the long, and the convergent paths go straight into that pit. Pancakes has to GTFO, and Shopify takes over every other channel of it. It's a hunting ground for this Viper, but Pancakes still stays alive in it after all is said and done. They still got to go for the breach. No other opportunity. Orbital strike on top of this, but Pancakes continuing to avoid. And now the rest of EG's here. An absolute mowdown. The only ones left is the one that got ahead of it all, Ion, who has given away that backline presence after taking care of Jake. 1v3 with the saturate available as well, but EG can extend now and take every precaution they need to make this 5-7. Waiting in the pool, Zerona giving himself away with the bird after the spray through the wall. Couple seconds wasted, but Ion just reloading right in the face of it. Continuing to just not care the way he's always played, but you've got to go one by one on these angles, and eventually EG will feast. So a 5-7 half to end things. Shopify still look like the far smarter team that half at the end of it all. They look just a little ahead of the curve. We'll see if EG can reverse that.
Yeah, Pancakes putting in work, trying to hold it down and kind of be that force to be reckoned with on that defense side, but Shopify, they are just so ready. That being said, we saw their attack side on Corrode being phenomenal. They had a lot of these really good mid-round plays. Mitch's calling was really good on that map. And so for this, maybe they're able to kind of set that util up and expect a lot of that aggression from Shopify, because what we're seeing right now already, 3 people towards Hookah, ready to fight down this short beat, ready to take those peaks. But can they fight all the util that's behind EG?
Xander does have that stimmy, so they should have the arsenal to be able to match up for it, unless EG tosses down their own stimmy, which they will, and now the double TP to try to go for the counterfight. Satellite's opened up with 2, but still the fight rages on, and EG still has the crowd, so Shopify cannot control. It's Satellite in a 1v3 with 51 HP, a gate crash in your pocket, but nothing else after that double kill has gone through. And EG can just go to that empty site after the rest of the crowd has been cleared up.
They need this pistol to get those numbers equalized in rounds. 1v3 for Satellite. It's not looking too hot because look at EG's positioning. They're all in showers. They know exactly how to play off of each other, play off that post plant that's planted for them. And they have so much still left over. 2 sky flashes, the Waylay dash. It's looking really rough for Satellite, but super well played by EG so far.
This really does feel like such a grudge match. These players, so many of them known each other since the prehistoric era, and you're seeing like the game plans formulate, and then you're seeing the OG mannerisms take over, and everyone just starts windmill fisting at each other. And it's kind of fun watching someone, especially like Ion, who is still kind of new to the game, or to this like higher level of game, kind of get dragged along with that, and he manages to tempo very well, trust me. But yeah, it's really fun watching these players kind of go back to that like OG mental state whenever they get into a fight, just because they know these guys so well.
It feels like it's a brawl fest too. Like they know that they're gonna fight. Both teams were ready to fight, and they were so ready to kind of take that and kind of abuse that and just play together. Lots of trades coming in, and EG doing what they do best, which is a lot of these small trades and micro plays of just sticking together. And now setting up against this Thrifty, holding this long. It's Mitch alone. And the rest of EG are going to group up towards that short A with the dog for a little bit of info.
Flash out into the stack, so Shopify can at least overwhelm one, but I mean, this is the same thing that EG did when they won pistol on Corrode. Send one guy who has the least stuff over into this stack that you've picked up. Rest of the team comfortably makes their way onto an completely vacant A site and sets up shop. Now they can turn back to every other angle that was not properly managed. Oh, they're not watching Xander though, and he lands the double right-click one-shots! That's disgusting! All of a sudden, it's a 2v5. All of a sudden, one! Ion able to find pancakes with this Marshall that they bought up. And Nature up against the world as the shuffle pops through! Shopify wins such a cursed round to get on the board, and that momentum back up early.
I cannot believe what I'm watching right now. I think that was crazy.
Dude, yeah, you coming from kickoff to this? Oh, man. Crazy switch up. The culture shock is nuts.
No. I truly think that you cannot compare the two. This is so much more fun. I will say, I feel like I'm seeing so much more fighting, so much more brawl, and so much more randomness, which kind of goes to show a map like Bind, which is so heavy on fighting, so heavy on this map control being taken super fast. It's super interesting to see how it's playing out, but that's going to be a tough one for EG to lose the rounds. 8-6, but they forced back into it, trying to equalize the rounds and make sure that they get a little bit back onto that momentum that they had earlier on.
You still got a decent amount to work with here. I mean, both teams fully committing to being able to take this round and try to run like hell with it to the bitter end. Try peeks out, and Satellite's gonna win it with the help of Nature. Gets escorted back out of the octagon. Tremendous setup by SRB here. Love Exa being ahead of this. Just tanking that bird right behind the screen again. Sets up checkpoint number one. Pancakes, yeah, only good for taking this out piecemeal, which is all you can really force yourself to do. That salvo, though, will make sure that Satellite does not have a contingency. Ion already made his way back, and now with the help of Xander TPing in, you've got a very quick 2v2 to manage on the post plant. The Molly is going to hold on to the back haul. Ion with the light speed in. Jake still remaining hidden, but Ion can go hunting for Zerona, leaving that isolated. And so Shopify can quickly take that 2v2, making it 9-6. Hey, both funny numbers this game, guys, on the scoreboard. Chat's going crazy.
I think that this round actually proved EG's ability to execute. We talked a lot about the comps. We talked a lot about the util and how Shopify, they have that double duelist comp to take sites on the attack side. But now, can they counter a lot of this util from EG? Really well played, but the super fast TPs behind them, behind that hookah to set themselves up for success, is what won the round out for Shopify. But really, if you look at that round, you can see that EG, they had so much util down on site that Shopify technically could not play on it, especially with everyone kind of rushing through. We saw Pancakes pushing through that Viper wall, getting one and getting traded. It was really rough for Shopify to hold it down, but the really quick rotates is what closed it out. And I think with a comp like the double duelist, when you have Satellite and Ion, especially playing the way that they're playing, it makes sense for them to accelerate in a lot of these rounds and aggressively take that map control. It's kind of crazy that they're not scared at all to TP as well. Just going through, using that util, holding W, and just making sure that the trades are online. And for EG, man, it's looking kind of rough. I don't really know what the answer is for them here.
Yeah, it is very tough to figure out how to approach this from here, because it seems like Shopify are starting to realize that they actually have options now instead of eventually defaulting to that brawl. Yeah, Shopify, a lot more comfort in being able to set the stage, even with the minimal util too. Like if Ion happens to be one of the only members left, he's still able to kind of sequence out a lot of the site takeover on his own, making sure every threat's individual. Xander again. Yeah, just start spamming after that. Another two-piece. I mean, this feels like a bit of a laundry list round. EG seeing if they can condition something, but this will be about as quick as those first couple rounds on Corrode, as it appears. Yeah, everybody's just hunting for Zerona. We're tracking him down.
trying to get ults online. Xander actually going for it, getting shut down instantly. And off of those 2 orbs and that kill, he's actually going to get the orb online, whether he gets one more.
Let's go.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
God. As I was saying, as he gets one more, he gets his orb online, he gets his ult online. And now this next round might be a little bit of a solid round for them. But I mean, we can't count him out just yet. But X is there to hold out. Oh. Break it down as well.
Yeah, a little jam sesh. Better than, you know, shooting bodies. Not as much of that as I expected in this match. I think it was like Ion or Mitch that did it once, and I haven't seen any of it since. A little surprising.
Yeah, we want more anger, more bloodthirst, guys. Please.
More bad blood, guys. More beef, please.
Yeah, I think this round is going to be super interesting too. I mean, you have the Brimalt. We've seen that they like to play a lot around that to kind of deny the pushes and deny the executes and maybe use it for their retakes. But little default coming in from EG, using the drone on the long B and as well as the dog towards that showers control, trying to get as much information as they can before they decide where they want to end. But Shopify, look at how much space they have already towards this long.
Found one.
Early Seekers by Zerona. If they can detect a stack and just make a little extra noise. Has convinced the majority of Shopify to stick around, but you have all the people to be keen to the potential for the lean over. It's going to be Nature, and he'll be the first to take it. Saturate, Salvo on top of it. Nature still on top of it. Lightning fast interception, and Xander's orbital strike is going to convince the TP. But now that stack is sold back, and the infiltration into Lamps will be managed by Ion. Zerona can't even pick up the finisher. Barely a lick of damage on him, and he might stay alive the whole way through this. That was a bit of a style on EG Academy. A war on both fronts, entirely won flawlessly by Shopify.
I cannot believe that was a flawless. For EG, it looks like they were set up so well. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, but Shopify, they're just running circles around them now in terms of trading, in terms of winning their ones. The Seekers going out, spotted a couple of those players. Not really using the Brimalt off of them either. I think saving it for the post plant, but it didn't matter because they couldn't even get out onto that site. And Stunna, he's been punished so much too, trying to get these entries, but he's just getting shut down so often. And here's aggression from Shopify Rebellion.
Satellite will get traded away before the TP comes through. Definitely something to be happy with if you're EG, but I mean, the rest of the stack's already been spotted. You hear the steps, you can just start spraying down, and X is going to be able to grab a freebie with the help of the toxic screen. Now that double drone gonna only make that front line a little louder, and I mean, the only way through is either bust the door down against 3 members of Shopify who are completely ready for you, or go for the most obvious TP in history, and Shopify can just rotate to that. They do neither. Zerona gets inserted and sprayed down by Xander as well. This is everything that could go wrong going wrong for evil geniuses. Living through Murphy's Law here on Bind, as Shopify might have an easy portal to 12.
Every member on Shopify just doing such a good job, being so quick with everything. I mean, pushing down with the operator, the backup utility coming out from the rest of the team, spamming through the smokes, and now just being patient, playing off of Ion. Ion knowing that he has the ability to slow and ult if he really needed to, just holding it down, playing passive, seeing the gun barrel, getting his one, and getting the second to deny EG to even get onto the site. 1v2 from him, and this is looking kind of like a blowout now for Shopify.
Ion's got like an Asuna shrine in his room, because he's like the only guy I can think of that can get away with something like that. That was like a triple drop down, and Ion still adjusts in a microsecond. Kid is insane. And so 6 rounds really of collateral here for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, I mean, evil geniuses so clearly want to enact like a full-fledged strategy, like strategic plan. Like they want a through line for an entire round. And Bind is just too sequential for you to work like that. There's too many things to get in your face early on, and there's another one, Satellite, just TPing off rip into a dry fire op shot. So EG again has to turn up the gas. Toss a molly to play preventative on top of a plant site that they don't even own yet because the rest of Shopify's already here. Orbital strike into the lamps, and Ion, no light speed, is gonna have to just walk it out, but he will get out scot-free. Now a pit on top of the plant spot, but guess what? Xander's gonna keep on spraying, picks up 2 Satellite! blind! Ups, down, that pit's holder! And Shopify reduce everything that was brought to the table, despite it having more power than ever that half, into a triviality. We're going to map 3, whether y'all like it or not. Shopify Rebellion taking back a commanding victory.
I have never seen so many kills through spam of smokes and Viper Pit in my life. And Shopify, somehow, they have mastered that. You know that meme where you're like, why don't you just shoot at the outlines of the players? I feel like Shopify just started doing that, guys. Like, they locked in, they just started shooting at them. But that was crazy. I mean, Shopify, they ran away with that. They were so confident on their attack side and on their defense side. I didn't see them waver once. I mean, so many good setups, abusing the fact that they know that their comp isn't the best. This is why Shopify picked this map. And now going into the next one, I'm looking to see that momentum of zooming, of holding W and just being super confident in taking their ones.
Shopify Rebellion netting 1 round on defense in the back half of Corrode. NRG Academy netting 1 round on attack in the back half of Bind. The momentum is momentuming right now, but it all comes to a head in map 3. We'll be right back.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China definitely gets 1 in the back, but no, doesn't get 1, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
Second map of the series between EGA and SRB, and it was a really close one up until the side swap. A one pistol by EGA doesn't mean anything when SRB win out from there, taking the map 13-6 and taking us to a map number 3. Roy, again, it was close up until it wasn't. The SRB, they just ran away with it at the end.
Yeah, and it felt like a lot of the things actually aligned in favor of EG, right? They got the first pistol, they got the second pistol. You know, we'll ignore the thrifty for now. We'll come back to that in a sec. But it seemed like a lot of the rounds that should have given EG the momentum, should have propelled them to have that explosive halves that we've talked about and we've kind of set up. It felt like they kind of fumbled it. But for the SRB side, it felt like their style on this map is working so well. You know, the identity of the double duelist, the self-sufficiency, their ability to express themselves within, you know, their kind of rigid defaulty style and kind of their fundamental technical kind of play style. I feel like there was very easily felt and seen in the second map, and it's overall SRB did a huge turnaround from the first map.
Yeah, I feel like SRB did a really good job at having some pace changes there in that first half when they were attacking. We saw them default, we saw them exec and finding success in both. But on the side of EG, we didn't see a whole lot for them. I felt like we never really saw them trying to focus on delaying the plant and rotating in so that they could have fast retakes and not allow SRB to get into those comfortable post-plant situations. But they were in that a lot. And the thing is that they didn't even have util to kind of delay for the bomb plant. They were just like probing and prodding them, and EG was not like being decisive enough to kind of take a fight and break it out. And also the first kills were just not there for them on that defensive half. Like I think they had 4. One of them was on that pistol round that they ended up kind of running and gunning with the frenzy on pancakes. But besides that, even the first kills that they did have, they weren't impactful because they never got the advantage out of that. They were always instantly traded, and that just made it so much harder for them going into like these 5v4 execs and not being able to stop it.
I mean, going into the second map, we've seen in the past for EGA that it was a little bit of a problem area, and was excited to see this new comp that they are bringing out. But ultimately, problem areas are a problem for a reason. And SRB, even if this is something that Coach Effys doesn't tend to want to go towards, I think, Emily, it was just such a great call. And you had called out, too, that the first kills just weren't in EG's favor at all. 14 in the way of SRB.
I'm pretty sure they had 4 by like round 13. Okay, so the fact that they were only able to get 1 in that second half was really tough. And SRB, they just did such a good job at punishing it. EG, we saw them have this double initiator comp, but it felt like they never actually had space on the map, but all of their utility was already burned. Then you see Stunna basically having to dash out on the site alone with no info, not a whole lot of utility backing up, and just getting instantly picked off and just not finding success.
Yeah, I think that for me was the big kind of pain point, right? Because normally that's what you want from the double initiators, right? You want to be able to play the stall. We've seen it on Abyss with Tejo compositions as well, where like they stall out the plan, they buy time for the retakes. For me, the only issue is these compositions are so battly for the new gen comps with the Yoru, with the Waylay. It feels like you almost don't have room to set up any of that stuff when you're on the defensive side anyway. Like when you're defending against these compositions, like they're constantly pushing space. They have so much dismiss, they have so much self-sustainability with the fade util to kind of help set them up a little bit as well. It feels impossible, and I feel like SRB played that to almost perfection in the first half. Yeah, it could have been a little bit cleaner. Yeah, they could have also secured one of the pistols, would have made this even more one-sided. But in terms of the opening fights, in terms of how they wanted to approach it, it was SRB all day.
Yeah, and EG even had a chance to kind of do what they did in that first map and do a reverse sweep. We saw them win that first pistol, we saw them win that second, and then they get ecoed. And after that, it just kind of fell apart for them. We saw them trying to find answers, like they would play slow, but then walk into a shotgun coming in from Xander. But then we saw them try an exec, and again, just not finding success. Stunna basically having to go in alone. And like, I like that they were trying things, but it just wasn't happening for them. They really struggled on that attack, which I thought was going to be the other way around. I thought they were going to have a hard defensive half and then maybe come back into the attack like we've seen them do on many other maps, but they just could not find an answer here.
Yeah, for me, the nail in the coffin was the fact that even when they had chances to build momentum, like, okay, ignore the pistols, ignore the thrifty, ignore all that stuff, there still were many like late rounds where that could have gone their way. There was a lot of 2v2s, there's a lot of 3v2s or 2v3s that, you know, they could have secured, but it felt like they slipped through EG's hands almost every single time, and it was so SRB favored. And I feel like when you take all these things into account, the first kills, the hot starts to the rounds for SRB, and also the late rounds going favorably, like at that point it's just doomed. Like you're just not winning it if you're EG.
I mean, when it comes down to me, it just looked a little uncomfortable for the side of EG. But heading into the third map of the series for the Decider, this is a map that we've gotten to see quite a few reps of coming out from both teams. So, Emily, I think this one's going to be really interesting to be the deciding map.
Yeah, I think I really liked what I've seen from SRB. I think they run a pretty meta comp, you know, having a lot of that utility to be able to get into these post plants. Obviously, they're starting off in on the defensive half, and when we saw them go against Pigeons, that was an absolute stomp for them. I think they did really good at using their utility a lot to not allow them to ever get comfortable in post plants or even get into post plants in general. I think they were really quick with their reactions. And on the side of EG, they run a similar comp, but with that solo waylay, but they're going in a different path of the chamber, the KO, the Sova, which I do think they do a great job kind of playing around that and making the most out of their utility. But I'm worried with what I saw on Vine and the fact that they didn't do that. If that continues on to Abyss when their comp relies heavily around that, I think they might struggle.
I think that's really the interesting point for me here in this third map is both of these teams are so good on Abyss. It's been the map that they've both gotten a ton of success on. And honestly, the only loss that EG has on that map was to SR. And it was an overtime loss. So it was a very close game regardless. And I feel like they've both had so much success with completely different compositional identities. We have, like you said, we have the double drones that works really well. We've seen it tried and tested for SRB with the double controller as well. The Viper's a little bit kind of unconventional, but if you see the way that SRB plays it, it makes sense. It puts a ton of pressure on the map consistently. And then when you look at the Evil Genius side, the chamber totally makes sense. The KO, we've seen Zerona pop off on that map, and Mitch as well, and then the Sova for Zerona. And I feel like overall it makes complete sense to kind of both the identities that both of these teams are playing on. For me, the big question mark is going to be how are they going to play this defensive side, because I feel like defense on Abyss is becoming harder and harder as teams realize how sight slammy this map is becoming. And I feel like the only real way to battle against that at this point is either one, your retakes are so on point, or you're learning how to fight and where to fight. But it could be kind of hard against the composition that SRB has.
Yeah, I do think the Viper is a little bit last year, you know, a little bit champions last year, but I don't think it's a bad pick, especially the way that Exa plays it. I think they do really good at anchoring down, especially towards that B site and kind of delaying with the mollies and having the extra help with the Astro Smokes come in to allow them to anchor. So as long as I see them not giving up too much space on site and at least going for their 1-for-1s, I think they'll be okay.
A spot in the semifinals all comes down to an oh-so-familiar map for these two teams. A rematch from the last time they faced, but it was one that went to overtime. These two teams definitely capable of going toe-to-toe. It's time to see, with everything on the line, who is going to come out on top this time. Back to your casters, Athena and Tenark, to find out.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, we're going the distance to see who makes it to winners round 2 and who will be fighting for their life coming up in a year in the playoff bracket. I mean, Athena, we've seen both these teams hit the ground running once they've got their finger on the pulse. And like the desk said, Abyss is where both these teams really start to feel themselves. So, I mean, how much does confidence, play as a factor into a game like this, especially when so many of these guys have been playing with and against each other for so long?
I mean, it's definitely a huge factor, right? Like, you're coming off of a map win that was super dominant for Shopify, but you also have NRG Academy, who was super confident in that first game, brought it completely back, flipped it on its head, and took it away from them. So for both teams being confident on a map like this being their playground, their home ground, it should really be super explosive, even more explosive than we've seen in the past two maps. Because again, both these teams love to play off of that momentum, love to play off of that kind of aggression and the confidence. And it's something that we're kind of seeing separate the two, from EG having a little bit more utility on their side, and for Shopify holding W, really getting those trades on lock. But I think with these new comps, we're going to see a little bit of slower play from both these teams. And again, whoever wins qualifies themselves to the semifinals, and it's such a big deal on the line. And so this pistol, to start us off, is super important.
Shopify's defensive half on Abyss was one of the best they've had as of late. Playing up against hyper-aggressive Pigeons, they cradled a lot of that initial damage, so the frontliners didn't end up doing a lot of the fragging, and from there, they were able to work it into a pretty clean defense. EG, much different composition, much more able to kind of play static when need be, and those lurkers will always be lurking. As Mitcha makes his way up mid, so far uncontested, but that's about to change. Xander the first meet, the first blow. First blood for Shopify. Now able to fully pinch on top of this B site that Pancakes has not stuck the plant on until now. Stunna, taking that first hit. Once again, well swung and adjusted by Xander. And Shopify reducing these fights one at a time, nobody getting to be able to link to one another. Jake, the only guy able to get advantage onto more than one player at a time, and that is surgical from Shopify on the first take back.
Definitely seeing the momentum from that last game play into this, because first of all, the shots are on point. The trades, the 1v1s really set up Shopify Rebellion for success, but also just being able to read the map, getting that first pick, completely shutting down EG's mid round and trying to get kind of a lurk through all the way through that mid, just really solidified it for them. And now both these teams looking to get kind of grasping at these straws, because Shopify, this is their 100% win rate in Challengers map. This is their bread and butter. But for EG, it is also their bread and butter. So they're really going to prove themselves on how they're going to play it out. An immediate aggression from Ion to demolish Pancakes and punish any aggression from EG.
That's the Pancakes trademark, stepping out into the sunlight with that headhunter, just seeing if he can spot anything while on the eco. And a lot of the time he can. This time not the case. Teho here for Shopify. Satellite unable to flash himself in, as he's been able to do the previous two maps. So we'll see him probably, honestly, if anything, play very similar to how Mitch did last map, but probably come up with a lot more efficiency out of it because of just how expansive Abyss is. Make one option such a big turnoff a lot more quickly.
Enemy tag.
Very minimal util needed to silence a lot of these startups. But Stun has made it in. Yeah, Exa just relying on nature to deal with that. He will. And another follow-up round that looks to be pretty cut and dry. Shopify very comfortable with waiting until the very last moment to take that last chunk of the B site. And yet again, Jake stands alone. Does have this outlaw. Hang on a minute. Maybe get another freebie down now. He'll just run away with that gun that will probably prove quite important in the bonus.
Yeah, that kind of ruined the bonus for Shopify. Either they go all out, buy some rifles to make up for it, or they just stick to getting those pistols. Naturally, they can't really afford anything crazy. So trying to play that bonus just up close and personal, trying to push. Maybe going to see a little bit more aggression from Shopify. And oh my God, jump scare.
Yes, I love it, Prod.
Me when I'm Waylay cosplaying IRL.
And they've taken notes from Liga Ace Prod. They're like, this is how they like their cameras? Cool.
Shopify not looking to go anything crazy, just kind of holding back, trying to punish any of these picks. The double initiator comp from EG with Pancakes kind of enables them to get a lot of those first picks, and Shopify, they're not going to play into that. And it works out pretty well for them because Pancakes is here trying to prey on that A main again, trying to get a free pick off of that drone. But a lot of util to punish and push them off to make sure they don't get in.
Door's been broken on mid, and they're going to flash their way in through heaven to go for this pinch. Ion's able to manage A main, though, and that's where the spike is landed. Okay, Xander, look out, buddy. Slowed down by that saturate, making it a little more difficult for him to manage, but Ion on the other side of that is going to be the 3K'ing, waylaying, demon slaying king that will net Shopify their third round of the game here. And yeah, I mean, resource management wise, if the guns are down, it seems like Shopify can carry themselves off of purely confidence alone just because EG knows they have to spread their through line so thin. And again, that's really what it feels like EG is going for. They're trying to set up the whole round from the beginning of it. There's not really a lot of room for improvisation so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting too, because we've seen Mitch have a lot of those really good mid-round calls where they get the space and change up the plans. But for this Abyss, it looks like they're pretty static. I completely agree. But now we're looking for a mid default, which is new from both of these teams. Lots of mid control coming out from both sides. Both teams with rifles in their hands, trying to get...
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Ion.
That's... Yeah. No, that's part of the strat. No, it's part of the strat. Because now they're down numbers, so they're not going to expect... like...
Right, now EG thinks they don't have to pressure mid, so Shopify can put everything
Yeah,
everywhere.
so they can fall back
everyone,
and then...
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, see, X has got his. Now you rush in. You find out X is there. We already knew that.
Toxin screen down.
Screen down. Free pot shots. EG, again, don't have a great vantage. X is firing for free. Okay. Eventually taken down, but we still haven't made any space, and there's 35 seconds to go. 3v3. Trying to find a way to enable pancakes on this operator now that your sand smokes. Sander still on the way back. Oh, tough swing, Nature. He's not holding the walk-up angle. And the double salvo is going to make it so EG are actually kind of in panic mode for only a moment here. They'll separate into the 2-1. Once again, have Jake play for the flank watch to start. Now watch back onto Heaven. Justice Satellite gets that Heaven approach, and he was alone. Sander still on the way back over. So this is the round that EG will make work, and it looks like they'll hold on to the important guns that they need to. Still a question of how they can fully establish themselves this round, because preferably Ion's not going to be dying for no reason every round. So a little more of an uphill battle from here, for sure.
Yeah, I think for Shopify, other than Ion just yeeting himself off the map, I think they need to be a little bit more patient. Nature trying to play on site to get the picks, to try to equalize those numbers. But peeking when you have Satellite on the Tejo right next to you, ready to throw some sort of util to help you out. Exa, he did such a good job at holding it down, but the rush into the retakes kind of looked scary. And I see what happened.
Yeah.
No, that he was trying to do the Mata, the hang off the ref
I get what he's trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried. But I mean, both teams here, Astrowall ready to go. Maybe looking to fight for this A site for Shopify Rebellion, because they are on that Thrifty, trying to get really close. I mean, Ion, he's done it before with that shotgun. Can he do it again? It seems like EG keep playing towards this A main. Maybe not might be the best idea.
Wow, swing in when you know Ion's been holding that so close and they're not going to be able to finalize. The recon bolt catches a lot, but again, what can you do besides maybe toss a molly in the back and then try to approach them there? But that's just no decent window of time to do it. EG can finalize the health pool of Ion, but nothing more than that. No space gained, no intel managed beyond just there's more people here that we need to worry about. Pancakes has managed to take that high ground and turn it into one more. But even so, up against that stone wall, gotta wait for the smokes to get set back up. And Jake will finally be able to do that. And Cosmic Divide might be your only ticket in now. 40 seconds to go.
Nowhere to run.
It's the Hunter's Fury instead. Satellite now with the shotgun. Does he get a second? No, Pancake's watching, thank goodness. But the smoke still stands ISO'd. Exa picking up the Stinger instead to try to make it a little easier for himself, but steps into that open space. Orb fades away, and Pancakes will net a third with that operator and keep it standing to get EG back on the board with a decent bit of attitude and ults behind it now.
Yeah, EG, they're really liking this A main control, and I think it's something that Shopify is going to pick up on because they've been kind of trying to abuse it. Ion getting shotgun kills multiple times this half already. Trying to put a stop to it, but looked like it was really good for their Thrifty. Does not matter though. Ion with the op, he is going to try to punish towards that mid, and we're seeing that A main control again from EG, but the only difference is Pancakes is actually opting towards B, holding that line, trying to see if off of that A main pressure, anyone's going to aggress and walk into his op, but full execute coming in for the bridge plant for EG.
quick flash into the run-up. Stunna saturated by the looks of it here. And the gravity well on top of the spike. Okay, Zerona, calm down. Flash in, 4-stack walk in. And they want to win the fight before they win the space. By the looks of it, the Cosmic Divide's going to fade before EG can finalize the plan on the site, and Shopify still getting kills on top of it by making the space themselves. Stunna no longer an option to be able to pierce through, and EG's got to back away. They've got to settle on the B side by the looks of it, as Mitch is going to try to keep as many people here as possible. He'll do a decent job at it, but he's already gone. But Pancakes has made his way through the B site, cleared every inch of it. EG can go for a full-fledged bum rush. If Exa doesn't have anything to say about this, he might make it back in time on this flank, though, and nobody's watching. Jakey turns to it. We got a 3v4 on our hands, and Shopify's on the rush back, but they'll be a little late.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, Pancakes watching the link. Ops back up in time for round 2. And they've got to just fire it dry. Pancakes, Hunter whipped out again, going for it all. But it's flushed away, silenced. Rush up by Ion on top of the slow. Gets down Zerona, and the stun onto Jake as well. Forces him back beyond the CD that's set up defensively. And now you can smoke yourself off. Xander orchestrating this entire counter push. And Jake up against so much at once, almost transfers to Xander. But a 4K with 7 HP to go keeps Shopify on top.
That was an insane round. If you look at all the macros that happened that round, it was crazy. EG trying to get onto that A site, trying to get that spike down with the Astral Wall, planning for bridge, but SRB using a shock darts to deny that plant for so long, allowing so many rotates. Mitch, he overstayed his welcome a little bit, but Pancakes the whole time was walking up towards B, taking as much space as possible. I think he was planning to actually flank on that post plant, but he ended up just holding it down and letting his team rotate in to get the execute down. And obviously Shopify, really good retake. Ion abusing that waylay double dash to just pull crosshairs, confuse the enemy team, and allow them to get that diffuse. Xander, of course, with those kills, really phenomenal, and it's looking like a super fast B hit from EG.
Yeah, EG, they want to turn it up even more, especially with the help of this conversion pass. They feel like everyone has easy access on, but Ion with this operator shuts down Stunna quick. Everyone else from EG has to try to feast on what's left, and all the while, this pit is up and running, so Nature can play the flank around it. Mitch just trying to dance, and he's almost managed the timing. Yes, he has, but Exa steps out, counter frags, keeps the pit going. Lets Shopify have pretty easy access back in for this retake again, which is all they've really needed to make these rounds quite easy for themselves. It's all about where EG decides to stick up on top. Pit dissipates. Jake, timing! Gone! Exa has looped all the way around behind! And Pancakes' TDF is nothing in the face of this fully thought out defusal. Sure, he'll get the kills, he always does, but Shopify has the round, as they've always done so far this map. 5-2 now, and these retakes continue to look commanding.
These rounds back to back are kind of insane. I mean, EG getting the spike down when 2 players are still alive on site by itself is wild, but Exa doing such a good job playing around that Viper's pit with Xander. I mean, he even called that he was going to put the pit down, take that space, kind of lurking out of your own Viper's pit ult. Really well played by Shopify Rebellion on site. Exa has really been putting in the work to hold it down on this B site too. Feels like every time anyone goes there, he gets 1 or 2 kills, enough to just delay long enough for the rest of his team to come in. But of course, for EG, taking this time out, trying to figure out a new route for the cause of what is going on. It feels like their aiming control kind of working out, kind of not. That execute, they got delayed for so long, decided to fall back, but again, just losing out on those post-plant situations. I would love to see a little bit more aggression on their post-plants from EG, taking as much space as possible, because it really sucks for Stunna too, trying to get into that site, kind of getting punished, and no one being able to take as much space as they can, because obviously your duelist is just kind of getting shut down. So overall for EG, they need a little bit of a new game plan, and it's looking like it's going to steer them towards mid, which makes sense considering both these teams have had a little bit of a weaker mid, but every time after this timeout, it seems like both teams want to fight mid. And it makes sense because EG, they're kind of scrambling to find the hole in Shopify's defense.
Yeah, the best place to get that first bit of chip away for both sides to potentially find an in just by kind of looking around. But with Pancakes on this lurk conditioning, they know that they can at least send him a little farther up, but as soon as he looks in, he's taken down. Ion again, and he's spun back onto Heaven to take kill number 2. Now watching back onto the mid lurk, which Jake has gotta excavate as there's a 2-stack wandering towards him, and they mow him down as well. Nothing on this eco working for EGA. X has made it back to default again. He's gonna get one too. Everybody's getting the only action here.
Yeah, Exa just making B his playground, honestly. Just walking up, knowing that they tend to gravitate towards walking through that Viper wall. Just working out for him almost every single time. But this is the round where EG need to finally turn it back around. They have full rifles. Both teams looking for their gun round. Ion, he does have the op and they know it. And they have a lot of that util to kind of push it back. The KO knife and the flash, the Sova drone and the dart. It's just a matter of if they can gamble right. And it's looking like they're going to go towards B again, which is kind of questionable seeing as how Exa has been really good at holding this down. I just hope they can kind of figure out their pathing and make sure they clear that site before they even try getting that bomb down.
Yeah, you've got to make something certain here. On a map like Abyss, it's like you need a guarantee of some level. There is one! Stunna, spear tip, finally lands the sharp part. And everyone's on for the party to begin. Nature, with that vantage, can at least grab one on the way down. But SRB, for once, are going to be slow to come back to this. Ion watching from A Hall. Is the full-on flank expected? Seems like it is. Mitch, yeah, watching both channels of entry. As Arona manning down security for that first bit of entry, Pancakes holds it down, and at that point, yeah, Ion's made the decision. Eco is still too unstable, and at that very moment, Mitch will attempt the swing, manage it, give Evil Genius's Academy their 3rd round. And I mean, that was everything going right. You know, that was Stunna getting that opening kill. That was EG following up immediately after. That was Shopify not having the proper distribution because of that. That's exactly what you want to see.
I feel like this is
nice flash by Corona too.
Yeah, that was sick. I feel like this could be the turnaround round for EG because that execute was perfect. A lot of the util sent actually supported Stunna, so he wasn't just flying in, pulling crosshairs with no one to follow up. The flash was beautiful. The Sova dart came in just at the right time, enough to distract that site player so that Stunna could get that entry pick. And finally, Exa is shut down on that B site. That was kind of the util that I'm looking for from EG. And a KO to kind of sell this B hit, but 3 players are towards mid, and Ion instantly shuts down the KO.
And now Nature can make sure that no one else is creeping up on that stack, so he'll just launch the Hunter's Fury right into mid. Everything else has been given away, and Ion is ready with this operator. God, Shopify are just so on top of this, man. 2 ultis into absolutely nothing. Nature's got 2 with the stinger. It's getting a little stupid here, y'all. This defense is looking so nice from Shopify. It's flawless in round 10. Still 3 ults on the table.
Yeah, for EG, I understand the call. You know, selling that EG execute because it just worked last round. But they didn't calculate for Ion on the op holding down that B site. And of course, Nature, really good read with that ult too. He saw that no one was actually B main. He was like, wait a minute, they're all somewhere else. Getting that ult down towards that mid, getting all the information they needed. Really well played by Shopify. The call makes sense for EG, but the execution just was not there. And now they're going to fall back to this A main default. They're trying to find out where Ion is with that op, slowly taking their time, flashing into A main. A little bit of a rough buy, but man, this defense for Shopify is looking impeccable.
Very fine-tuned, reflexive, dynamic. Everything that you're begging Evil Genius's Academy to be able to do with these executes. With the Waylay KO combo that you have, that B site should have been torn to shreds by now, but Shopify can still lean back on it if need be. Evil Geniuses, I mean, they might just take another crack at it. I'd sell A here with the noise. Oh, Stun is already 1 HP, just keep on spraying.
But
They
look
have
at
sold the
Exa,
stack,
he
though.
hasn't moved.
Oh, Pancakes! Try walk and a frag. It's open season on B site. That call's been confirmed to be vacant as well. So EG, yeah, boastfully just run up here. And Pancakes hasn't had a lot of opportunities to head into this library, but in he goes here. How many does he get this time? Ion now off the operator, handing it to Satellite. Yeah, that convergent pass does not catch what's right in front of you. Pancakes and Jake can manage it all. And that's all you really need, right? The space, the guarantee, the impact is there. It's standing right in front of EGA, but the opportunities are already dwindling.
That round played out beautifully for them in terms of the fake, really selling it. They know that Shopify likes to have that fast rotate, and Pancakes actually was the star of this round. Getting that pick on Exo was so important, especially because they used those 3 ults on that retake as well. So they've burnt their winning conditions for this last round of the half. That was very, very well played by EG, reading that the fakes are going to work out in their favor and knowing that Exa is the only player that does not move. I thought it might go towards Shopify because Exa's been so good at holding down this B side, but they finally figured out how to abuse them. But look, they're pushed all the way up. Shopify, Jake has no idea.
Yeah, definitely not ready for this. Already doing a lot of post-dismissal. A little time to adjust, but not enough time to recollect. That is your smoker down, and as Xander's already proven, having your Astra up as long as possible during these rounds is just so crucial to maintaining that impact. Xander's gonna keep on kicking a little longer after winning that first duel against Stunna. Zerona has managed to carve his way into heaven, and Xander is stuck now after Mitch is able to stand on the spike. Those remaining defenders for the first leg isolated and taken care of. Now comes the 3v3 for the retake, with pretty limited time to do so as well. Shopify, tough to make this an 8-4 at this point, but they're going to try and make that work. Ion with the rush down. Soon to follow is the rest of the stack. Almost trying to get that pit started, but EG has already infiltrated and conquered. Really was who gets to the starting line first for this half, and EGA is able to somehow make it 5-7.
That was a really nice change of pace for EG towards the end of that half. They brought it back. It looked a little bit really, really rough for them, but this was beautiful. Playing on site together, keeping a lot of that aggressive mass space on site for their post plan versus just giving it up, falling back and losing those numbers. Super well played. And I love that they adapted by setting up Pancakes on the lurk a lot more than usual and actually calling around that. Mitch again coming back with these mid-round calls, abusing that and actually bringing it back a little bit. That was really well played. It looked a little doomed from the start, but I mean, now for EG, the real test of time is winning this pistol, because then they can equalize instantly, and Stunna's here aggressively holding a main.
Yeah, this is your ticket to even footing, and it's all about finding the certainty first. First blood, one of the biggest ones, especially here in the pistol. A lot of util dumping to start things out. Toxic Screen teased here on a main, but Shopify Rebellion Black will turn tail. Here comes a Pancakes lurk. Let's see what he gets. He's going wide. He's going purely for steps. Anybody dare to walk through mid here? Oh, it's everybody. And Ion, oh, at the gate. Bye-bye.
Bro is just so aware.
Shopify's got their pick of the litter here. 60 seconds and all the territory in the world to explore. Just, no more than kind of just walking through it in order to actually take it over. So still going to try and stay calculated and see if anybody else from EGA chomps at the bit, gives themselves away and turns it into a 5v3 instead. They got so much time to do it.
Xander just trying to bait any of that noise, bait any of that information, but they don't know that all of EG is kind of stacked here except for Jake. They're going to head towards that A site, which honestly, with the amount of util that they still have those salvos, they still have the dart, might work out for them as long as they just fight together. But Mitch ready with that dart, ready to delay.
Flushed away, the entry is so good. Stunna the only one who has a decent advantage, and he's able to net too, granted. But it's still just far too much in your face. Shopify Rebellion have a commanding 3-1 here in the pistol. Jake coming back from that B site where he wasn't even able to kind of get intel for the sell. It was just Shopify having a blasphemous amount to throw at the problem here. No stars available for Jake now to try to play timer stall with this spike in hand. So he's got to go for the fights, and what do you know, it's Ion that lands that frag too. Picking up an 8th now for Shopify. Huge pistol for this match at this point.
really big, pulling out ahead. This is what Shopify wants, but EG, this is the opposite of what they need. They've really needed that round. And honestly, I'm not going to take it away from them. We've seen so many thrifties being won so far this series that I wouldn't be surprised if they have a solid game plan. Obviously, Pancakes, he's been a little bit of a star on these thrifties with that Chamber Sheriff, but looks like for Shopify, they're going to stick to what they know, stay in group, taking it a little bit quick, and not afraid to use the util. Ion getting that first pick on Pancakes. And here we go. Round has begun.
Oh, just dangling keys over Pancakes' little head. They know exactly how he reacts. I mean, that's exactly how he plays, too. He's so Pavlovian. Yeah, rest of that, let's get this out of the way. Give the round to Shopify Rebellion after an opener like that. I would want to get the round over with, too.
Yeah, your plans are just completely put in a dead stop at that point. If Pancake's dead, guys, we're not winning the thrifty. Let it go.
I mean, that was... You dragged his sightline right into Ion's crosshair. That was disgusting. And he's top fragging after jumping off the map once, by the way. So I just, wildly impressive skills coming from him. A lot of it on this perma sniper, but he's felt comfortable just kind of being a part of the pack and being that guy that is the first guy that takes a swing. Spraying through the smokes. Hey, Mitch has been learning. Some good impact damage to start out, but Shopify's quick to the pinch on A.
Spike planted.
Re-entry back out into mid here for Satellite. A lot of double checking going on, except for where Pancakes is planted. God, he's just gonna lurk whether you like it or not. Keeps getting away with it until Satellite turns back and deals with it. So the retake is less powerful, but much more present early on here. So these stars are gonna go pretty quick. First one that well, just gonna waste some time. Now the drone in. You have so much util for the post plan. It's ridiculous, man. And the bullets are just gonna keep on flying into that one location. Just one more to deal with. And he's stunned. Shopify just flooding to make it 10-5.
Getting tired is optional.
Winning that bonus is crazy. I think for EG, man, this is looking dire because again, with this comp, when you have the Tejo, when you have the Sova, the Snake Bite, and the Aftershock, you do not want to let them fall back into those post plants. And that round, EG just needed to react a little bit quicker, flooding into the site a little bit faster, or at least delaying that spike plant just a tiny bit more. They were so focused on mid. Pancakes obviously getting one, but it just wasn't enough. Having those numbers is okay, but you cannot let them fall into their post plant because the amount of delay they have on that diffuse, the amount of util they have, as well as kind of taking that space back with the dart, with the drone, or whatever it is that they have left, it's almost near impossible. And for EG now, they're really, really scrambling. This is looking tough. They're in such a tough spot. They're only close to the Waylay ult. Nothing crazy that they can do. Maybe farm orbs. But even with that, they need to be just a tiny bit more aggressive. Get that information a tiny bit faster. See where they're actually trying to end. And being able to brawl and contest so that they don't get as much space. And of course, the goal is to kind of get Pancakes on that operator. But with their economy being so bad, constantly losing those rounds, it's really, really hard. For Shopify, they're just playing this map to a T. I mean, it feels like they're really confident. I don't know if it's only just momentum from the last game, but also they've won this map almost every single time they've played it in Challengers. Or sorry, they have won this map every single time they've played it in Challengers. So definitely a rough one for EG to come back on.
Is it another streak-ridden second half that will get Shopify to their victory here against EG Academy in the rematch?
Need that back.
As you said, nobody really able to get the ball rolling so far for EGA. Not Pancakes with this operator, not Jake with the smoke cycling. Not even Mitch really with the orchestrating of the retake calling, just because Shopify is so fast and so on your face if you're right in front of him, and this time you certainly are. Stunna getting hit with that light speed, still has a little bit of time to grab some chip damage, but no more. But the first intercept is there. Pancakes can take down the first body. Ion not able to skirt through absolutely everything. And the double swing through mid will catch that first bit of rotation from Exa, who is on his lonesome. Now the walk-up. Mitch, read like a book. Satellite, very much ready for it as he escorts the remaining two rotating all the way over to A site. But now, Jake sits here ready to go on top of his star. The Nova Pulse, interesting option, but it's exactly what he needs to net the kill onto Nature. Xander not able to refrag either! And now the puppy guard on that spike may have just been the saving grace to get EG Academy their first round of the half. Grabwell, a little late to it, but Jake can just watch. 12 seconds to go and 3 bodies to take care of. No way all of them are going to show themselves. His Satellite has got to go through this piece by piece, and the fragment on the only remaining place he could plant. It's going to be 4 bodies that Satellite has to settle for as EG is on the board in their defense.
You know what, EG, it's my bad. I shouldn't have doubted you. I forgot about your thrifties. We should study them in class from now on. Because that was kind of wild. I mean, I thought it was going to all fall apart when Mitch kind of overstayed his welcome again towards mid, getting picked off. But it doesn't matter because the GOAT Pancakes is alive. And Jake delayed for so long on site using that Astro Wall. Sorry, the Astro Suck and the Astro Gravity Wall really, really well to delay. That was kind of crazy, but that does mean Pancakes is now enabled. He has an operator in his hands, finally, and they're opting to fight towards that mid, which might just end up in a little bit of a brawl, and a really good block, actually, on that Viper pit, Viper Orb.
Yeah, about time you started doing that when nobody's poking their heads out until after this Tejo drone goes. A lot of just reactive smoking, Pancakes, watched by Ion. That's your op gone. Tough place to reach it too. Like Jake really doesn't want to leave his position right now because Shopify hasn't given away where they're rotating.
Dude, every time it feels like EG has the answer, Ion just denies it every time.
Yep. Footholds keep on slipping, and now Ion's gonna take that inch, turn it into a mile, saturate for saturating. He's thrown out the link, but Stunna holding close to it can swing for both. Rest of Shopify's got to brawl close, and Satellite's able to net one with the spray. And Exa holding the flank watch. Mitch yet again unable to make work out of this position. Will get substituted. Now there's 2 watching it. Twisting the knife into the options that EG thinks they can keep re-upping on. And Stunna, another beyond ballsy ultimate in a 1v3. But this time, EG is way too far down for us to simply chuckle at it. Now I'm genuinely concerned.
I really don't like that Stunna uses out there. I mean, saving that for maybe even a Thrifty, knowing that, hey, potentially we've won Thrifties before. Maybe we can convert this one again, and making that your winning condition is super important. But man, wasting it that last second was crazy. But EG, I would love to see them grouping way more on these retakes. Mitch trying to flank there, getting caught off guard again and again now. That's 3 rounds in a row that he's kind of overstayed his welcome or gotten caught off guard. It's just not looking too hot. A full execute coming in from at Shopify. They don't want to lose this Thrifty again.
Yeah, make it full blown. Don't give them another second to think here. Ion has double saturated, but they've also sandwiched, so X is able to grab a quick double kill out of it, make it 3. And I mean, now that you've already made sure that this is that guarantee, let's get an ace going, huh, people? Come on. X is on the road.
Yeah, what if Pancakes just ults right now and aces? Thoughts?
Nothing out of the question with a game like this. Open check. Oh, we've missed our first shot, but it's okay. We have a couple more. We're chilling. 6 rounds of match point for Shopify Rebellion Black to work with. Will it be a 3rd straight game where the back half only boasts 1 round for the opposition? Evil Geniuses Academy have ults, have guns. They surely they have a game plan, right? But what do?
It's looking almost near impossible, but obviously popping this chamber out, trying to get some sort of aggression, some sort of super fast information, as well as this mid fight might mean their super quick rotates towards this B, because Shopify, they know that exploiting the fast takes that they have on B is going to be working for them. It's looking like they're going to set up for that again. The drone coming in, the setup. Jake, he's alone on site and he's getting ulted immediately.
Oh, still gets one on the way back down, though. Insane patience coming from him, letting the rest of EG kind of fly on with some extra help. Hunter's Fury from nature just to try to cut through the crowd, but he's not able to fully track down Zerona's body, so will only chip for half. Oh, on 2 bodies, though. He's actually able to catch Stunna, too. So 2 members low, so Shopify can keep placing that pressure on this site. EG field pressured not to necessarily move. And a minute 5 to go means Shopify still have options for rotation on top of this spike, so Xander's going to keep browsing.
The mid-round getting a little shaky here for Shopify. They're down numbers. They need to find a pick. But EG playing this super smart, knowing that they cannot give up their numbers advantage right now. Mitch holding on to his Sova ult as well. Gonna help them within this next round. And mid, Zerona, is he able to fight this?
Oh, the high-low swing, only good for the 1.
Nice and slow now.
Shopify still down personnel,
30
but even
seconds
footing
left.
on the B swings. Stunna tucked. Mitch default. A war on 2 fronts. Saturite, preliminary, Ion spots it, gets refragged. Mitch can't manage both. And Xander's on 7 HP in the 1v1. Enough time to plant, and Pancakes is not early enough.
Spike planted.
Xander has the Cosmic Divide if he really wants to make this work here and now. The Nova Pulse instead, but Pancakes is just gonna use that 1 shot on the shorty to guarantee. It ain't over yet, and EG still has the CD, still has the Hunter's Fury, still has the TDF, has the null command next round. Doesn't necessarily have the strongest economy yet, but 1 more round in the street can pick that up. And shoot, the trend's already done. EG's picked up 2 in the back half, so why don't we change the narrative a little more?
Yeah, curse is broken, right? They can kind of go into it.
Right?
Yeah, they doubled their, yeah, this is fine. They doubled their rounds. It's GG for EG. They're going to come back. It's going to be overtime. It's actually so Jover. But in all reality now, Shopify, their fast speed did not work that round. So they've changed it up back to just kind of having 2-2-1 default, trying to poke and prod, see what they can get. They really don't want to give Pancakes this off pick. And what a crazy kind of aggression to see those 2 players towards B. But Shopify, that's not going to phase them at all going towards mid.
I don't think they've cared if they're seen in those spots this early on.
Yeah.
And now Stunna doesn't have a light speed or a refract to retake, so Shopify probably feel pretty comfortable once they've got a 5-stack ready to go and just, I mean, they could just util dump. Knife gone too, just make sure no one's cracked. Yeah, Shopify have already conditioned that they could have, you know, lurked up anywhere up into that B main smoke, anywhere up into secret, anywhere up into the books on mid. It's small bits of space, but it's space that has to be paid attention to. So you'll see Mitch take that very far back rotation just in case they've got to cradle a little extra. Jake's been Nova pulsing a lot on these entries. I'm wondering what he's going to do because it's been a good way to throw them off. Yeah, got to just hope that someone can manage Ion. Jake stays tucked. Oh, and the pit's going to get activated. Jake has the perfect counteraction to this as Mitch uses the Hunter's Fury. That's actually going to be the thing to catch Exa. Ion still ignored, and Satellite on the way back in eventually have enough pieces to make A-Site work, but it's just 2 left after Xander falls. Null command back out as Ion creeps up. Gets Zerona down immediately! And they can get that res, but Ion's going to keep applying that pressure, keep on wasting that time as the 3-stack becomes up again. Oh, but Satellite all the while has been getting that rotation. Will try to go for it, but EG will win out. Love the plan, love the proactivity from Shopify, but EG will once again survive.
EG getting so good at playing those close angles, just being really annoying on A, actually. Jake, he's done a tremendous job at holding down this site, or at least guaranteeing himself 1 or 2 kills almost every time that they execute. That was super important, again, because now, if you look at the side of Shopify, they only have these rifles, and if they lose 1 more round, they're going to be forced onto another Thrifty.
Yeah.
So, super important round for them to win here. This round specifically will kind of guarantee them at least another 2 rounds to come back into this game and slowly bring those rounds together. But, I mean, while we're in this pause, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Shopify, they have so much ability to get on these executes, but they're just not clearing corners properly or being confident enough in having that spacing to kind of trade each other in these executes. which is kind of a shame because when we saw them hit B, it was really, really clean. Very nice, very well set up. A lot of those kind of takes and the utility set up to deny any space on that site. But maybe they might be a little bit too more reliant on that utility and kind of ignoring the spacing issues that are happening for them going towards A. They really should know that Jake has been playing close like almost every round at this point.
Yeah, they got to figure that out at some point, right? Surely the Tux will be turned to. With the execute like we just saw last round, it clearly, you know, so much is put on Ion, and trying to set up that pit without checking close just
definitely
feels
scary.
like that. Yeah, one little misstep that can give EG everything, because Mitch is so good at calling on top of mistakes. EG ready to capitalize. 4 rounds strong. Like you said, this one would be the economic toppler. Knife confirms Ion's early position up, so EG can go for a bit of a crunch on top of the hallway. Stunna ready for this Waylay Ditto whenever it ends up happening, but Ion more than willing to wait this out until the rest of Shopify gets the stack, which it looks like they will early, droning their way into the tunnel on A. And EG, once again, slightly adjust. Stun is gonna head back down. The refract ready, and Mitch not checking the hallway where Ion has been sitting this whole time. And now Stun is gonna refract right into where Ion's watching. It falls apart in an instant. Oh, but Jakey's still standing inside this smoke. That tuck equalizes again. The plant is delayed. Still a personnel advantage for Shopify Rebellion, and they have almost no util post-plant to be able to hold this down. It's got to be another backyard brawl. Pancakes with the operator in tow, though, with the headhunter, too. Zerona's going to have to do so much opening up, and he only has one flash to do it. Here we go. See if they can do it. First tap. Pancakes ready, chasing down a leg. Brings out the headhunter for the second. Zerona pinged out by the recon. He cares not. Satellite perfectly timed. And it really was only a matter of attempts. Shopify Rebellion Black get over the line, dominate in the back halves they need to, and will win out the series.
What a crazy round to end it on, too. Ion just being set up beautifully in that mid and getting 2 for free. That was the round turner for them. Executing A was not a successful for Shopify Rebellion, but they knew to kind of adapt and to change it up by putting themselves in that winning position and abusing these rotates without the full clear. Ion really outdid himself for that one. And again, Pancakes almost clutching it out, but it doesn't matter because Shopify, again, once they get in those post-hunt positions, they knew it was over. They didn't have enough util to react, but it doesn't matter because the other team doesn't have smokes. They can't really play out. The only thing they can do is fight into their crosshairs. And so for EG, little bit of a struggle, but Shopify, they looked so dominant and it was a really well-deserved series for them.
100%. Yeah, they played like hell until the absolute bitter end, and that's what you need to do against two teams that are so momentum-based. Two of the cleanest, most cerebral teams we see in Challengers so far, and yet it was the mistakes that slipped by that decided so many of these rounds. Just goes to show here in playoffs, it is all or nothing. You better make sure you are clean as can be. Shopify gonna be waiting in winners round 2. EG Academy playing for their lives. Let's head to the desk.
Don't you see the mess you made? I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I'm ready to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I'm ready to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China definitely gets one in the back, but and no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
It all comes down to a map 3 between EGA and SRB for a spot in the semifinals. We've seen the play here before. It was overtime last time, but this time it's going to be an SRB victory. A lot cleaner, 13-8 to close this out. Roy, the fact that it was so close last time into a more dominant, like that's just showing a little of the growth this team has had. A great way to be ending off.
And I think we've sort of been hitting that point, right? Is like this team just needs time. There's so many different players from so many different play styles, and I feel like what we saw today was so much more in line with our expectations for this roster. And I think the scarier part is the fact that it still feels like they're not playing at that 100% yet. And I feel like when they unlock that form, when they reach that level, this team is going to look so great. But in terms of this third map, I love it. I feel like everything aligned for SRB, the identity, the style. It felt like everybody was on the same page, and it felt more importantly that everybody could get the value from their agents and from their role in any capacity that they wanted, whether it was the Viper fighting around the util, whether it was Satellite kind of moving around the map and using his Tejo util, or whether it was Ion just getting in there and getting active. It felt like everyone had a chance to shine, and everybody on that team capitalized on those opportunities as well.
But on the side of EG, we saw similar problems that we saw on Bind, right? On their attack app, Stunna was going in alone and not finding a whole lot of value. And even when he was able to get sight, that's when we would see him kind of take a step back and have his team flood. I just think they really needed to fix their spacing going into this and not letting Stunna get punished as much as he did, and also just giving him more support, you know, not making him just kind of dash in dry and not be able to find value out of it. I think that was a really hard thing. And for that to be a 7-5 half, I think that's crazy, because honestly, it could have been like an 8-4 or a 9-3 on the side of SRB, but there was some like players that really stepped it up in specific rounds that kind of closed it out for them. And then swapping over to their defensive half on EG, again, they just couldn't get anything going. You know, losing that bonus was such a hard one for them. I mean, if you look at the scoreline, SRB won the first 3 rounds of both halves, because on attack, EG decided to force and it did not go their way. Defense, they didn't force, but still, SRB kind of just picked them apart, and it didn't feel like they were always aligned with what they wanted to do.
Yeah, for me, the big issue is when it feels like when you're on the favored side of a map, like for example, Abyss is a very attack-sided map, right? I feel like when you're on the attack side, it almost feels illogical to force on that second round if you lose pistol, because you're already on the favored side. You don't need to leverage more risk. Like you're kind of already in a good position to kind of just battle it out once things kind of unfold. But you look at the first kills in the series, it's so SRB sided. Map 1, map 2, map 3 felt like almost every single one of them. I think except the first map, it was kind of even, but besides that, it was just SRB overall just dominating the openers. And when it came down to those pulse plants on that map specifically, felt like SRB was just so cringe with the pulse plant util, playing the Tejo util, playing the mollies, playing the astrograph. It just was so overwhelming. It felt like at no point did EG look comfortable, especially with the fact that they lost both pistols as well on top of that. There's just really no room for EG to claw their way back into this one.
I mean, when you're looking at the first bloods that SRB was able to get throughout, not just this map, but the series, looking over at the individual player stats as well, Emily, there starts to be a really glaring just to stand out here that this team, and particularly one player, Ion, has heated up. 11 of the 15 first kills going in his favor is nuts.
I mean, he went 10-1 in first kills, first deaths for this map. And that's something that we haven't really seen from Ion this series yet. We really saw him kind of activate here, even though I think on that defensive half, he kind of had a little bit of a rocky start with that, but he started to heat up and come alive and really open up the rounds and make them so easy for EG. And it wasn't even him just getting the first kills, but him following up and continuing to have that aggression on both sides to continue that momentum for them.
It's like, if there's ever a time for a team and a player to be heating up, it is now. I mean, Roy, when we called out before that this was a particularly close map between the two teams, to be able to see a difference maker like that is just everything.
Yeah, I mean, this kid's a beast. And I think he's been the missing X factor that this team kind of needed, to be honest. Like, I think for me, SRB's matches looking very difficult and very good really depends on how well Ion's playing. Because it felt like in the group stage, he was still kind of in the integration phase. It kind of felt like he was still getting used to the tempo change, the playstyle difference. And as time went on, he just looked more and more comfortable. We said that we wanted to see a huge step up from him. We saw a huge step up from him. I mean, 10-1 in first bloods on a very crucial third map. You really can't ask for much more than that from your duelist player.
Especially too, when we look at SRB and we look at this really, really strong roster, where you're able to see the veterans, you're able to see everything else. I think it's really, really nice, especially too, if you're looking back at the Swiss stage where SRB did have those up and downs, and specifically looking at Ion, not to necessarily be pointing him out, but Roy, when you look back at his numbers before in comparison to now, I think it becomes really stark that Ion was a key difference maker that this team really needed.
Yeah, and I think this kind of just goes in line with what we wanted to see from this team and this player, right? Like we were hoping that he was going to step up. He's going to look as confident as he did when he was back on the controller role for Envy, and him taking on this new role obviously is a huge change. But to see such a stark difference in how he looked in group stages to how we performed in this first match, and how clean that third map looked for, and how clean the second map looked for SRB, I mean, it makes sense. And I feel like this player is going to scale significantly as the season goes on and as the year progresses.
I mean, when we're in a meta where it is kind of heavily overtook by double duelist comps, continuing to choose to run a solo Waylay for majority of the maps that you play, a lot of pressure is put on them, but also on the teammate to be able to support that. And I think when Ion is getting that support, he kind of he abuses it. He fries. Like, you always see him kind of going in without any fear, because he knows, like, oh, I know my team has all the utility in the world to set me up. I know what's clear. I know what's not. It's like, it allows him to kind of tunnel vision down on the fights that he specifically wants to take, but also he's good at balancing those fights, whether he's not overcommitting as much, especially now that we've seen him in playoffs. And granted, it is only one best of 3, but I think it's a stark difference from what we saw in Swiss, and we're constantly seeing him kind of improve with every single match that he plays, especially because, yeah, he did used to play the Omen role. So a big swap to the Waylay is a hard adjustment, especially because Waylay in itself is just such a hard movement agent to learn. But I think he's picked up the role. I think he's found his confidence and found his flow, and I only expect that to get better.
And I think the even more impressive thing for this performance is the fact that the comp that you look at for SRB isn't really like the kind of comp that you would expect the duelist to pop off of. Like, there's really no support util. There's no omen flashes. There's no linear util like breach. There's no flashes at all. It's literally just him going around, playing around the util, playing around the smokes, and kind of just dry diving in. And I feel like that is what makes this performance so impressive, to find 10-1 on first kills when you don't really have anything aside from the Astra util and the Sova util is kind of crazy.
Oh, had to cough there right when it comes back to me, of course. Give me half a second. You guys just ever hit the worst timings of your life? No?
Yeah, I play Valorant all the time.
Yeah, just me? All right. I got something in common with those Valorant pros there. The timing is just not in my favor, but that's okay. Put that aside. We'll move on because we have none other than Xander here for our post-match interview. Xander, welcome in. Congratulations on the win. You made it through the Swiss stage. You get this first win. You're in the semifinals. How are you feeling?
Feels good, obviously. Good to move past to the semifinals, but job's not done. I think we all realize that, and a lot more work to do. So, but for now, we're happy with the result.
with that job not done, I know that you in particular had some comments you tweeted out at the beginning of the stage, like, this isn't our true form yet. You know, you're still putting in work. You can still show a better version. So in that timeline of your true version and that where you started, whereabouts do you think you are on that timeline to being like the best?
To be honest, I feel like we're a long way to go, like right now. To be honest, at least what we show in scrims, I think we have like the potential to be like a top team in just America's general. Like I think we can compete with like a lot of the teams even in VCT. But sometimes I feel like we're like just a little hesitant and not playing the same way we do in scrims, and I think that makes sense for like a young team like we are. So I think with time, yeah, we can reach that like potential, but yeah, I don't think we're close to that ceiling right now though.
All right, so not close, but still being able to get the dub. I definitely am really excited for the future of this team. With that being said, we still have a lot of other teams here in Challengers that we're getting to see some young rosters. We're getting to see a lot of new players. Like, where are you feeling like the power level in playoffs with these other teams are and where you stack up against them?
I mean, I think obviously you want to have like confidence like going into every game. I do think we are the best team as long as we play like we do in scrims, honestly. I think a lot of teams have surprised us, at least in the first like split or whatever it was. A lot of teams are like a lot better than we definitely underestimated teams, and I think that hurt us a lot. But yeah, as long as we're playing on our game, I think we're better than all these teams. We just have to show up and we'll win it all.
Ooh, I'm excited for that. I mean, this was definitely a great victory today, Xander. It's been 3 maps, so I'll let you go rest, but thanks for chatting and best of luck in the semifinals.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. As for us, that's 3 of our quarterfinal matches done and 1 left to go. It's going to be Sleepers versus NRGA after this short break, so stay tuned.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Of our 4 quarterfinal matches are done. 1 left to go here in the playoffs of VALORANT Challengers. It's Sleepers going up against NRGA. 2 teams. So interesting. NRGA came into this the team to watch out for and then had the craziest run to finally make it into playoffs, whereas Sleepers was the team slept on. Roy, this is going to be an awesome matchup to be ending off our day.
Yeah, completely different story and a completely different journey for both of these teams to playoffs. I mean, NRG, you said it. They look like one of the best teams. We talked a lot about them coming into this league. We had a feeling they had the team cam buff. They're up 3-0. They look like one of the best teams in the league. Sleepers, though, they went from completely unknown people whose names we didn't even recognize to looking like one of the best teams in the league among giants. And a rematch for both of these teams here in the first round of playoffs. This is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I think the only way to put it is you have a team that kind of had no expectations set for them going into this, and then you have the team that had the most expectations, right? So it's very interesting to see that this is where we are now, especially in playoffs.
I mean, maybe they started off with no expectations, but as we talk about this roster of sleepers, there's definitely expectations placed on them now. This has been such a dynamic firecracker of a team going into the playoffs and the Swiss stage. And Emily, they've been so exciting to watch. I feel like this is the future of VALORANT. This is the future of challengers. Like, they are a team that I'm expecting a lot out of.
I mean, this is like a Zoomer team that literally came out of nowhere. Yes, they are a new team, but I'm convinced that they all have had to like queue and grind rank together just because of how well they play together. You know, I think there's such an overwhelming team, and that right now they're currently on like this insane green carpet run that I haven't seen out of anyone. Like, I think in the past 29 matches, they've only lost 2. And in Challengers, they've only lost 1, which is to the top seed SAD. And even then, very close games. And I think you're right when you say that they are the most fun to watch because they are always so unpredictable. When we see them playing, they always have each other's backs. It's like they're kind of playing and holding hands through whatever map and every single round that they go into.
No, I think this is one of the most interesting teams we've had in VCL, honestly, in a long time. And I feel like, unlike Envy, this team went from a complete unknown entity to a so well respected in like record time. Like, they're young, they're hungry, they're mechanically insane, and I don't think anyone should be fooled by the fact that they lack so much experience, because their team play is immaculate, and their understanding of the micro and how they play off each other is top notch.
It really has been. And looking at the team and the run that they're able to do to get here, I think that there's a couple things, Roy, that this team has just been doing so well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go from top to bottom. Okay, they're winning almost 2/3 of their pistols. They're winning almost 2/3 of their rifle rounds. Their Wolfpack mentality that Emily was talking about. They're the best trading team in the league by a large margin. 20% of their deaths are being traded. What? That is crazy. When it comes to those retakes, this is what we're talking about. They're not just an individualistic team. They're not just puggy. Their team plays on point. You can see it in the retake and how successful they are. And they also, on top of that, have one of the best clutchers in the league. It's insanity how well constructed this team is in so little time, and the consistency that they've played at throughout this stage has just been crazy to witness.
I mean, there is a reason that this team we've been calling like the new Envy, right? And a team that's gotten a lot more kudos than Envy was able to when they started popping off. I love that they have this own identity, and at any moment, anybody can be popping off, which has been so nice. We've been able to see them run these aggressive comps sometimes, but being able to have those fundamentals still to back it all up, I mean, it has been phenomenal to watch, Emily, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to be performing in today's series.
Yeah, I mean, I expect nothing less. I expect them to kind of keep up a similar performance to what they've already been doing. And I think the way that they play is really hard for these teams that, you know, kind of lean onto their game plan or lean onto the structure that they have set and that they've been practicing with. Because, like I said, they are unpredictable. You never know what they're going to do, but what you can count on is that they're going to do it together. And it is such a hard thing to stop when, like, 4 or 5 players are coming at you and you're not predicting that. Like, you have no idea where they are. And so for them to just have that overwhelming amount of firepower too to back up this pack mentality, it's just really hard to go against.
And we have this explosive, you don't know what to expect team going up against a team with a very different history when we're looking at NRGA. This is a team that we've seen this group of players minus a change play for a while, this being the previous Maryville squad. And Emily, they started off so strong in this entire split, and then the craziest drop off.
Yeah, I know. Like, their story coming into Challengers, they looked so good going into it. They looked like they were going to be the first to qualify because, like Roy kind of touched on, they were up 3-0, beating teams like EG and M80, which are both teams that also had high expectations because of them having an org backing up and having a lot of support going into the season. But then we saw them lose to SAD, which is, okay, the top seed, and then Sleepers, and then Evictix, and they risked not even qualifying to this. Keep in mind, all the teams that they lost to are here in playoffs with them. and we will hopefully see a rematch with that. But it was a really scary situation for NRG. But thankfully, they were able to close it out and meet us here in playoffs. But one thing that I really admire about NRG is the way that they play is always so structured. I feel like they have set plans and protocols going into every single map. The thing that they struggle against is teams that disrupt that and that are super aggressive. And like when they kind of have plays that don't make sense but do it together, which is exactly like Sleepers, which is why I think this matchup is going to be so intense.
It's a matchup too when you look at that loss history that we did get to see, and you're right, that disruption just caused so much pain for NRGA, which I'd be so curious to see how that changes going into today. And Roy, a really big trend with this team too is it being able to see, especially in these plus-up situations, how they're able to win out.
Yeah, I mean, I think despite their slip up before qualifying to the playoffs, Sierra, I still consider this team to be the most well-rounded in the league, and you can very easily see it in their stats, right? Yes, they may not have the best rifle win percents, but they're up there with among the best. They're top three. They're top three in retakes. Their ability to capitalize off their advantages is top-notch in the league. Once they have that, they're not letting go of those advantages. And when it comes even to the clutches, they still have some of the best clutchers in the league as well. So I think in terms of the style, in terms of the well-roundedness, this is going to make for a very interesting matchup against a team that feels like a very specialist heavy team where they have very strong duelists, they have very strong clutchers, and they kind of move around as a team. You also have this team that is also very team play heavy, and they're also not to be slept on mechanically because we've seen so many of these players pop off. We've seen what Shondex can do. We've seen what Corrode is doing in those clutches and how he's IGLing and putting up these like beast performances. And I feel like there's really just no weakness on this team. If both of these teams are playing at their max right here, we're probably going to see one of the best VCL matches we've had in a long time.
And I'd be especially intrigued too to see for NRGA, this team where we talk about that discipline, everything else. I can't imagine they're going to take 3 losses in the regular Swiss stage and not have just change something up, right? When you're talking about the work that they put in, the coaching staff they have behind them, and everything else, I'm expecting an NRGA that's going to be revamped, but still sticking by that discipline, by those mechanics, by everything else, to be able to try and take the win in today's series. But before we really hop into that series, there was 2 players in particular that really wanted to highlight and talk about for both teams. On one end, for NRGA, I mean, Shondex has been such a standout and really putting up numbers. And when you look at paper for Sorex, maybe it's not the same, you know, ACS, etc., but he has the best KD in the league because Emily Bro just doesn't die.
No, I think Sorex, despite having a lower ACS than Shondex, I think he's consistent. Like, he's consistently performing and having these insane games, and oftentimes feels like the rock for this team. I feel like, you know, on attack, he's always punishing aggression coming in from the other team. And, you know, when we flip that around, he's so good at anchoring, especially on the Viper. Like, he makes it look easy, and he's always good for, like, 2, if not just, like, getting his 1-for-1 trade. But for the most part, he does get those 2. And then on the side of Shondex, it's also a very similar story. Like, you can always count on him to kind of go positive within this series, but he also has a little bit more of a diverse agent pool, you know, seeing him on the Viper, the Brim, the Omen, the Waylay, and him being able to perform on every single one of those. I think the one thing that they really have in common here is that both players feel like the clutchers for the team, so it makes a perfect head-to-head. And I think that, you know, it'll be interesting when we get into these late rounds and hopefully seeing both of these guys kind of come alive and show them why we're talking about them.
I was actually going to say that the clutching is actually the difference between both of these players, where it feels like Sorex is almost always the last one alive. He's always the one clutching. He's probably the only player on that team that discovered there's an S key on the keyboard, and he's actually using it on defense. And I feel like he actually quite literally is the rock of that team. He's the one that's being like, okay, you know, Solada has done the job, Leo's done the job, I'm gonna move back right here. He's that one that's surviving and clutching. Then to put it into perspective, the fact that he's won 15 clutches and lost 45, he's winning a third of his clutches, literally 33%. But for Shondex, it feels like he's more of a core player. Like he's flexing onto so many different roles. He's part of the team fights. He's part of that engagement. And that's why the stat difference is so high in terms of the ADR, in terms of the ACS for Shondex, is because he's actively fighting in those team fights, whereas Sorex is pressing, he's holding the shift key down, he's pressing the S key down, and he's kind of just chilling and waiting for the clutches to happen.
Yeah, if you omit the people who have only been in a clutch situation 10 times, Sorix has the highest clutch percentage in the league, which is just absolutely incredible. So NRGA, they definitely have their work cut out for them, but this is a different time. This is playoffs, and I'm excited to see what both of these teams have been working on as we start diving into today's series. The map, Veto, again, we've seen these teams very, very recently face off, and for the maps, Emily, Split is going to be the first one picked up by NRGA.
Yeah, which I feel like is no surprise. They had a pretty good, solid win against Azure. I mean, it was close, but I think that the game plan was there, and with every round, you could see the intention behind what NRG was doing. I do think that both of these teams kind of excel when it comes to that attack side, but on defense, that's where we kind of see it struggle, right? We see Sleepers having such a dominant game against SAD, but then kind of slip up and lose it towards that defensive half. And so I think that's really going to be the difference maker, is whoever kind of finds more success on those defensive halves, it will kind of be the one to take away the key here, or take away the win.
I think for me, the interesting thing with this veto is a lot of the times we see a veto converge nicely where both teams are kind of good on the first two picks. But I feel like for this specific veto, it's kind of weird where like you look at the histories and kind of the performances of these two teams. Like you see NRG Academy, that's been their best map. They're undefeated on that map. They're 4-0. They handedly defeated AG Academy 13-4, M80 13-2. Like those are crazy performances on that map. Then you look at, obviously you look at Sleepers, they haven't really had the best success. It's looked like one of their weakest maps on Split. But then we go on Bind, right? Now we're entering Sleepers' territory. They're undefeated on that map, 3-0. They've beaten NRG Academy already on this map. They've taken down SRB. They've looked so good. So I feel like these first two maps, if it's stolen by the other side, that's really, really bad. Like if you're NRG, you want to win that split. If you're EP, you definitely want to win the bind. And if any of the teams steal the maps, it's going to be going in their favor, in my opinion.
I just love that we get a run back, but in different order than what we got to see last time. We got to see the Haven picked up by NRGA last time, and Split is the decider we never got to see. So starting off the series that way, I'm really, really excited for. I think this one has the potential to be so good. But how do we think we're officially going to be ending up on the day is the real question, which I think, too, this is so funny because if this was a couple of weeks ago, there is no way this would be a 4-1. Emily, you're all alone in the NRGA camp.
Okay, listen, I love Sleepers. I think the way that they play is so annoying and so hard to beat, but I also think that NRG, now that we're in playoffs, I think that they, have put in the work to kind of fix that mistakes and be able to counter such a simple yet annoying playstyle to go against. I think that loss that they had originally against them, I think that did something to them. I think that sparked something to them because being realistic, they are a team that should at this point be able to deal with aggression, extreme aggression, right? So I feel confident that they've made the right changes. They've had their talks, that they've will come out on top here and not let that happen again.
And I'm going to argue for Emily's camp here for a sec, but I actually feel like the best thing that could have happened for NRG is that loss streak, to be honest, because I feel like if they had swept the group stages, they wouldn't have realized that they have holes and the kind of the flaws in the way they're approaching things. So I feel like those losses have taught them a lot, and it kind of taught them, what their weaknesses, and it's kind of exposed a lot of that before it's even more important in playoffs. And I feel like that kind of it's kind of the best thing that maybe has happened to NRG Academy in that regard. But for me, EEPY, you have to root for them. Like they have the heart of the scene. They're the most exciting team. They're the most fun team to watch. There's never a dull moment when you're watching them. They're all super cracked. They're too young to drive vehicles. Like what? It's just a great team.
Got to throw that in there, right? But I mean, I think it's going to be a really close one, but I'm even just looking back at their last matchup, and Sleepers just looked so dominant. And sure, NRGA have learned, but Sleepers also have been ramping up. But heading into this first one, again, Sleepers, they're always so fun to be watching. They got the Neon, they got the Waylay, they got the Clove. Emily, there's so much explosive firepower coming out here.
Yeah, I just really like how NRG are kind of running almost close to what the standard comp is in the meta. Normally we see a Yoru over that Neon, but I think it adds a little bit of spice to that. And Sleepers are just running the more aggressive, hyperactive version of the meta comp, right? Instead of that Omen, you have that Clove that can kind of be a third duelist if need be, which I don't think that they will. But still having the double controller, I think it's going to be an absolute brawl, and I can't wait.
Yep, and for me, I'm eyeing out that attack side. That's been Sleepers' bread and butter. Their defenses have looked shaky, so if I'm Sleepers, you want to get as many rounds as possible. You want to get Tanza, you want to get Leo into those favorable engagements, brute force through that mid control. Don't let NRG Academy suffocate you on that defensive side, because if you slow the tempo down too much, NRG Academy's read, their well-roundedness, it's going to shine. So if you're Sleepers, you want to be explosive, you want to be precise, and you want to dismantle and break through some of that defenses as early as possible against NRG Academy.
I mean, this is where the question goes, though, for NRGA, a team that has that discipline that we've gotten to see, a team that has had this core together for so long. Is this going to be enough? Do they have enough to be slowing it down, this super aggressive comp? Because, Roy, there is a lot that Sleepers is going to be throwing at them.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going to be thrown by both sides, right? Like the Neon Stun is so strong, the Waylay Bubble is also so strong, and the Viper Util on the defense is just so much to work with. That's kind of what I'm thinking also for Sleepers. Like, they need to be extremely precise, because if you telegraph your hits, if you're very obvious with your tempo, especially towards mid, it's so easy to get suffocated, and you don't want Renz to get lines on you, and you don't want Shondex to kind of be, you know, being disruptive. So I feel like for Sleepers, like trying to brute force that mid control early, push NRG Academy back as fast as possible, get that, you know, kind of that flow of defense to break as early in the round as possible, and then slow down from there. I think it'll be quite nice for Sleepers. I don't want to see them slow down the tempo too much, and I want to see them being put in positions where they can shine, where Tanza can fight, where Leo can fight, where Solana can kind of get his impact in as well. So I want to see a lot of that and leave Sorex at that clutch.
I think one thing we have to point out here, though, is that the only change and difference between these two comps is that Omen and Clove, and all you're really missing for Sleepers there is that blind. Otherwise, it stays pretty much the same. So I feel like both these teams already have an idea of going into this match, what to do and like where the gaps are. So I think it's whoever's going to be able to abuse that the most. Because when you have two comps going up against each other, you kind of already have an idea of like, oh, this is the limits of the comp and this is what we can and cannot do. So I think as long as NRG have a good read on that, especially on this defensive half, and we kind of see them punishing the early aggression that we're expecting Sleepers to have, or finding a way to avoid it and then refight into that with the like literally matching utility plus the Omen blind, I think they'll be okay. It's just all about the prep work that they've done and if they have explored this comp to the fullest.
I mean, it's time to see if that prep work has been enough, as the players are finally all together in the server and we can get this started. Sleepers up against NRGA. It's time to head to split with your casters, Athena and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. The prestigious NRG Academy on its revenge tour throughout the playoff tournament, and their first matchup will be a grudge match against the high-flying, drive-buying, voice-frying prospects that are Sleepers. No JV team in sight here, as they bring as much punch to the game as NRG Academy does, potentially more with this composition, Athena.
Okay, Bars, you're just gonna fly right over that? That was crazy.
Thanks, little bro.
You got Bars, but yes, completely agree. For both these teams, this is a proving ground for them. Sleepers, they got the upper hand the last time that they fought this team, and they're trying to prove that they can do it again, that they are here to stay, especially as one of the higher seeds. But for NRG Academy, they're here to prove that they can come back into it. Those 3 losses in a row were not enough to hold them back, and this is their time to kind of prove what they can bring to VCL. And immediately, an explosive start coming in from EEPY, just zooming up with that Neon into heaven.
Yeah, wasting no moments at all. Sleepers are going to get the fight going as soon as they can. Already had to wait a couple extra minutes on the lobby. They are antsy, itching to get things started, and planting Shondex in the middle of things as the A site already gets carved away at. Already multiple resources having to get flown both ways. And while Renz will be able to grab at least one on the way down, same for Giza, Sleepers will bust through the door and make it a 3v3 for the retake to start things out. Does Sleepers step on the gas again with little util here on the pistol? It looks like they're just going to set up shop. NRG Academy, they will get things going a little early themselves. On top of the paranoia, stepping out, Chloric taking some pot shots from Sorex, who has time to be able to reload that Sheriff after emptying the chamber. Now it's Renz to give it another shot, and Sorex put all the pressure on him. Now the 2v2, Sleepers will step up to it. Daku manages both as well. And that's already a good sample size of what you're going to see a lot of here. Sleepers just foot to the floor, making sure that the fight's on their terms at the start, and then NRG Academy re-upping when they can get their own going.
100%. I feel like this is where they're kind of showing their strengths already. You have EP taking those fights, trying to win with the power of mechanics, taking the peaks, taking their ones, and winning out those trades. Whereas NRG, we saw a lot of them peeking together, trying to play that site together, trying to get those trades in, but it just didn't work out for them. And honestly, I think that kind of goes to show how this fast-paced EP team likes to just go in super quick, duck, using that dogger, using that flash to set up Tanza, who's already in your ropes, while the rest of the team is standing behind, following them. Really, really good plays from EP, just kind of going to show how they like to play in their pacing. But for NRG, I mean, losing this pistol, it's fine. It's okay. We talked a little bit on the desk about how EP is so successful with these pistols, so it's something that they're kind of looking for, but they really need to prove that there's a reason why they're trying to play this split map.
Yeah, that's the thing about a team like Sleepers is like with the kind of power and potential that they bring to the table, along with the fact that most of them are literal children. When we do talk about them, it's almost like we're talking about Bigfoot, right? They're urban legends in challenges already with the warpath that they've been on. Shouting those echoes of rankers, of course, being that kind of run it down play style. And yeah, it works really well in contexts like the pistols. And I mean, even here in a short, very compact map like Split, where you're able to reduce a lot of chokes, isolate a lot of fights to very sequential nature, so you can kind of launch one piece of utils, send in somebody who you know is going to frag off of that, rinse and repeat until you have a site that's yours. Sleepers don't have to do that just yet. They can full send now that they have the economic and util advantage, but as we go further and further into this attack half, Sleepers are going to have to elongate these fights just a little bit more. They're going to hate it, but they're going to do it.
Yeah, definitely like getting up close and personal. And for NRG, we're looking to see just a little bit more adaptation from them for these mid rounds going forward into this half. But a whole lot of nothing from both of these teams. Both of them kind of on their toes, knowing that the other team likes to be kind of aggressive, especially against a Thrifty. And so this round is only now going to get started at 50 seconds.
Chloric watching from the vent, quickly taken down after it's watched again. No conditioning at all, just waiting to see when you step out. There's the next one. Tanza baited away. Those shots from the Outlaw did bang through, do a hell of a lot of damage to Giza and Renz. But the stack remains, and the spray through the toxic screen's actually good on the Tanza's remainder. So 4v4 now for Sleepers with 35 seconds to go. Nothing fully certain, but again, the follow-up round, they feel a little comfortable on that regardless. I mean, it takes them 5 seconds to get onto a site. Sleepers we're talking about. But NRGA is here. Stack present, only half of it though. And Giz is by his lonesome. Renz making the tough call to wait it out so he can support Ange with a full-flown stack. The help of that Outlaw in hand. Now turn from Duck. Been really aggressive with these birds. In these past couple maps he has. NRG Academy looking to try to drain the well, but you sacrifice the space in doing so. And in response, yeah, Duck and Salada are just going to move up even farther.
One enemy remaining.
And the train gets going. Always a car to back the other member up. Salada's got help now. And when Tanza turned in, he had help too. Pot shots with the Outlaws decent at chipping away, but it is 2-0 Sleepers.
Makes a lot of sense, but that's a lot of damage. 3 weapons down for EP. And NRG Academy, they're going to be pretty happy with that one. Setting up somewhat of a trap play towards that A heaven and punishing the solo Tanza by himself towards that site. Managed to get a lot of damage down, which did help a lot, but obviously the Sky Heal being bought on this round is clutch coming in from him. And yeah, this is going to be their anti-Thrifty round, just trying their hardest not to get bonused. But it's looking like another fast round coming in from EP. Lots of players towards this A main. Lots of information too for Giza with that Sky Flash. But they're just opting to play on site together.
And Shondex has felt very comfortable just kind of taking those shots, trying to screw up the rhythm somehow, but that double dash from Neon and Waylay is just so intimidating and scary. Salada will be able to cut down Renz in the refrag, but Shondex is still alive and is able to adjust very quickly onto both of those duelists, giving enough time for the rest of NRGA to make it back on. And with these slightly worse guns, Sleepers will lie down and take it. That is going to be the bonus round going NRG Academy's way, 3 rifles standing.
I mean, we've talked a lot about NRG and how their kind of solid ground is playing together having those trades. They're really good at playing off of advantages. And I think for that round, it just goes to show that they're really solid with this play style. Just playing on site, delaying long enough for the rotates, the retakes just being really clean, being able to fight with each other quick enough, knowing that it is a bonus. But obviously, first gun round of this game. Neither team has ults online, but it's looking like still another explosive round with the majority of these players going towards this A heaven for EP.
I love the hyper aggression on top of the conditioning screen that's coming out from Sorex. It's a good way to guarantee yourself the territory without a lot of teams even bothering to go for checking it. You just kind of speed run the first bit of a lot of these executes and make it so you can util them even harder. And I mean, just look at how quickly Leo and Tanza have completely scraped out this entire A site just among the zip. None of it really that complex. Nothing that, you know, is anything beyond just pure confidence radiating from these guys. It is uncanny.
Yeah, whenever you play the double duelist comp, it feels like you have to have the same synergy and the same pace as your kind of double duelist player. And this looks like a completely crazy duo that is super open to just pushing and flying around the map together. And is really well set up too by EP, setting those players towards A heaven, getting A heaven super quick, just in time for your players from mid to also crunch towards that vents area. Really, really well played. Obviously, just spamming through, getting that pick onto B heaven was kind of a lucky kill for EP. Getting the numbers advantage in NRG, they didn't know what to do. If you look at the minimap, 3 of them dying in A heaven, that's not kind of the spot that you want to be in. If this team is super fast at taking a lot of that map control, it's probably better to play on site with all that util to try to fight and hold those crossfires, or at least delay long enough for those rotates to happen. So a little bit of a rough round for NRG, but they will scrape by with those rifles, some light armor, and they're looking to kind of contest EP's 2 ults. Obviously, the Waylay ult and the Seekers to find out what's going on the map. And for the first time this map, we're going to see EP go towards that mid ground here.
Yeah, the moment that, you know, you fully snuffed out NRG Academy's flame and you know they're going to try and commit a little bit more to it, you switch up the game plan. And now that hyper aggression from NRG Academy is met by basically squat. Seekers are out here from Sleepers. Duck is going to go it alone up B main, though, as the rest of the interception goes up tower. Tons of shots are bad on top of that convergent pads. And Giza with the double up on the intercept, so Leo has got to use the saturate as well. That does catch both, and so it makes up for all that lost time. But Duck has a lot more in his way now, and so Sleepers have to make up even more space. That is Leo's job, too. He is doing everything this round, and he might have to do more as Duck falls. It's got to be 2 more here, as his position's already been given away post-dash, and he's not staring up. And NRG Academy are able to make quick work out of a quick round from Sleepers.
That was a really good adaptation, just holding back towards that heaven, knowing that they're going to speed up at some point towards either one of these sites through that mid control. And they got the picks. I think it's really unlucky, though, for Tanza. I mean, everyone was stunned. He saw the picks, and he just whiffed a lot of those bullets. But Leo was here to get the trade. But NRG super fast with those rotates. Really fast at taking back that space. Omen pushing through mid and getting the flank on Mail right away. These are a lot of the little small micro adjustments that NRG Academy are so good at doing and bring to the table. It's just a matter of if they can win their ones versus EP. And punishing Tanza for trying to take that A heaven. And oh my god, this A fight is just completely shut down.
This is the exact execution on the ramp that NRG Academy did before. No one from Sleepers was around to see it last round. Why not recycle it for when you know Sleepers are going to go for it again? And just TP completely not accounted for as Tanza slides into chaos. Sleepers, normally the ones that sow it. And Renz has now gotten his own rush down. It is prepped for, but not properly counteracted. Nice saturate to get Leo out, but not with the spike in hand. So even less of a chance for him to be able to scrape something out on his way down. Renz doesn't even have to look at him. And we're on even footing, 3-3. NRG Academy finding their footing very quickly here.
That was a really quick adaptation. Just fighting fire with fire, realizing that they need to avoid letting them get so much space towards those heavens on both sides. This fight, really well played. We know they like to play a lot with their util and a lot of having these really in-depth playbook strats, such as those trap setups. And this is just one of those rounds where it's executed really well. And now EP kind of on a really bad buy. They're kind of opting for those shotguns, which I think works out when you do have a Neon and a Waylay ready to zoom. And they're choosing to go towards that B site.
Ready the bird out. Ange just sees that as a reason to spray. I mean, yeah, if Duck is using a piece of utility, there's usually a body behind it. Chloric catching Leo on the light speed. Salada having to respawn in order to keep the personnel here, and they will. Sleepers have a lot of power behind this swing, despite falling so short on the first chip at it. The Seeker's out to delay. Up out as Shondex is able to silence Salada's last Kara. And another preventative bird out from Giza as the Saturate will catch the tower presence. Now the convergent pass to get them back online, but they've just crept back into the sand in response, and so Ren stands alone, but overdrive in hand. Fast lane to get him across against the two who have stuck themselves into this lane, and that's been found out, but Duck wins the duel to give Sleepers the lead back. And it really does feel like it hinges on Backyard Brawl, but there is still such a good through line to it. There is a story that both of these teams are trying to tell.
Yeah, and that story is adaptation on adaptation on adaptation. Every time one team changes one thing, the other team changes the very next round. A lot of the time for teams, when we are watching it, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2, they tend to struggle, take a couple rounds, get that timeout in to adapt. But this time, it was crazy fast. I mean, NRG, they knew that EP was just taking heaven, taking ropes, taking male super quick. And so they decided to fight that instead of fighting the mains. And once they showed that card, EP decided to just full execute onto that B site because they know that they're going to fight towards those heaven and towards mid. And so it just worked out really well for them, trying to get really up close and personal with those shotguns. I said they were going to work because you have obviously the neon on the waylay, and it makes so much sense. But I think we really need to shout out Leo and Tanza here, because it's really hard as a player, if you're on that duelist, to find someone else who's ready to follow up and keep up that same pace and get those trades and have the right spacing in order to follow that up while also playing with really good structure. Big shout out for EP for that. But I mean, NRG Academy, we know they like their strats and we know they like their playbook, and they have 3 ults online here for this round for them.
I think both teams have done just a tremendous job at being able to divvy responsibility up. At, different points in the Swiss stage, we remarked on how both of these teams have, star players that could end up being any member of the roster at any given day. It might be Sorex and Shondex that tend to lead those scoreboards more often than not, but I mean, all 10 of the players in this lobby have had highlight moments and insane games to carry their team across the line. A walk up from Chloric from the vents. You will not see him do that often. And now the pit on top of it. I mean, that is some stunning levels of proactivity coming from the one guy you don't expect to display it here.
Yeah, that was really, really aggressive. And using the fight for pit off of that, mid is completely closed. They know that they don't really have a chance to retake it because the dog has already been used by Duck. And now this is such a solid round for NRG Academy. But are they ready for this hit? They like to play kind of on site together. And Giza, he's a little bit too far off, but he manages to make it on site. And this crossfire is going to be set up. Beautiful smash.
Yeah, they've been able to just kind of spray it down. Tons is the only one to get a word in edgewise, and with the overdrive, he's going to keep on talking. Sorex able to clear away Giza's line of fire, and Salada's smokes still permeating through this attack, and so everybody's going to slow down. Take a second, heat check, get the spike down. Sleepers with 20 seconds on the clock have the stability, and now the pit that Renz is already inside and might just get the short sight. That is as close as can be. But we're still window shopping. We're still spotting a barrel outside of the pit. That could be the guarantee. Renz spots Tanza, now steps right into Ange and Sorex. And that is a quick take back on top of the pit, for that matter as well. NRG Academy starting to drain the well and keep things even.
This round goes to show that NRG picked this map for a reason. Their protocols, their reactions have been so solid. A lot of that early round kind of control. Chloric just walking down mid, completely unexpected, like you said. And getting a pick off of that, having numbers, and holding down that mid with that Viper's pit. Really, really wild. Almost as if EP knew that it was coming, holding that up down, but they just couldn't trade. And this retake, Renz was there so quick, walking through that Viper pit. No cares in the world. That's kind of what we like to see from NRG. They're so quick with this protocol, so quick with these retakes, and it's so clean the way that they trade off of each other as well.
Yeah, circumstances be damned. F it, we ball. That's how both these teams play, through and through, man. They're going to survive no matter what. Tardigrade type resilience. Duck again, so early with the resources, and that lets NRG know their game plan pretty damn early. They've got to carry on top of it, and that dog getting the stun might just do what they need to do, but Leo on a crumb lets Chloric spray him back down, and that ramp presence is piecemeal, so the Seekers will come out in response. Giza with the bird to make sure no one's early on top of it. That's justified. Someone's always early on top of it, but Sleepers will prioritize this site as Giza's own dog will confirm Salada's late position on the ramp. Still at 40 HP, that'll get fixed now. But Sleepers can't overextend. Screen is not guaranteed. They've only found the presence of a couple, and the snakebite is going to restrict them even harder on that lane presence. Salada's got to get that guarantee, and with the Ren sliding, it's tough, but he still manages. The re-swing is good, but not good enough to grab either of the two that stand. Now we're spread even thinner, and Shondex is guaranteed the rest of heaven. Does he dare to swing back through? No, he'll take the higher vantage, and Chloric wide swinging onto Sorex for the refrag, but he's just gonna get hit by this light speed. Shondex stopped in front of the bite. Sorex just spraying, hoping to carry on both, and he nearly does, damn it. But NRG Academy have just enough time and just enough health and just enough players to get by. I feel like that's not gonna change, Athena.
My heart just stopped for a second there. Oh my god, Sorex. He was talked about so much on the desk about being that clutch player, being in those final positions to kind of win out a round, and he almost did. But NRG Academy again closing out another round. 5 rounds here on the board, pulling ahead again, showing EP that they're ready to fight fire with fire, ready to match their speed. And of course for NRG, this is kind of their proving game to show that the last time that they played EP, it wasn't just a fluke loss. They had an idea. They just could not execute it as well as they wanted to.
Okay, Chloric, sure, buddy. And we're just gonna keep aggressing it. Oh, that spray didn't even look like it was hitting his smoke, bro. Hi, yeah, let's just call this one, I think. Oh, man.
You know, it's crazy when a noise like that comes out of your mouth.
Bro, you are...
Spike down mid. Gonna fall back here.
I mean, that was, like, Sleepers went band for band there, too. Like, the hyper-aggression from the bird down ramp, if anything, that was, like, the perfect time to go. But Chloric just doing a little do-si-do, fire it away. Was that a dink, too? I feel like that was a dink.
That was crazy. Oh, man. That was kind of a wild round. And I know we're talking a lot about how brawly these teams are, but dang, that was kind of crazy. This timeout, though, making sense for EP. Losing 3 rounds in a row. Kind of struggling to find the answer. It felt like they were so back and forth at the beginning. But they're not finding those kind of fast-paced picks anymore. NRG is not giving them the time of day, not allowing them to get those numbers either. And I think now with such high expectations on this team, going into this kind of playoffs, being a higher seed, being really up there, they have so much more to prove. We saw this team also playing in Funhaver, winning Funhaver just before entering this playoff stage. So they have a lot of that experience. They have a lot of that understanding of how they want to play and a lot to prove. It's just a matter that NRG, they're so quick at reacting with this. And this is the energy that we've seen way before this loss streak that they've had. This is energy that's so decisive, so good at making decisions and holding their protocols accountable and making sure they're so quick to react mid-round. Really well played defensive side from NRG. And I'm looking for them to kind of keep it up. Keep up the momentum, because EP, they're going to change something up. It's looking like they're just going to stack towards this A site.
The dog heading in through main this time. The screen, with the help of the poison orb, just lets a lot of players from Sleepers walk in without even fighting for heaven this time. Big switch up on the early game plan. 3 Sleepers at the barrier on a convergent paths into spawn. While Sorex watches the lurk from Chloric, for some reason, everything that NRG has planned here seems like Sleepers are even more prepared for. Now the saturate on top of the tunnel, they really want this, but the paranoia is going to do the first bit of flushing out. Renz gets a free 2-piece with the Judge on the pinch, and it's Duck left alone on this site. Luckily, Sorex will make it back, so it'll be a 2v1, but Duck doesn't need the help. My God. It was
don't
Black
even
Friday for a
understand.
moment there, and then the stampede came right back the other way. I mean, like, it's like you're trying to find a rhyme or reason here for why either of these teams do what they do, and the answer is really just each other. It's like they are really just trying to play to the first footstep they hear somebody else make.
Yeah, I think both Renz and Tanza getting to there was kind of insane. The amount of aggression towards that spawn was crazy. And Tanza just flipping around, 180ing and getting that kill onto Renz, just shutting down that retake super quick. Crazy work here coming in from EP. And now, again, back to their bread and butter. EP, they're not worried about it. They're just going to do it again.
Shondex is, he's been spraying through this lane since the dawn of time, and if your birds are getting sent into sight, then you're not going to be able to do anything about it. That was the freest thing I've ever seen in Challengers. And yet, Sleepers still pose such a ridiculous threat. And Virgin Pat's ready for the next intercept. It feels like they really have their finger on the pulse here for this final bit of the round. You ready for the flood? You're gonna be a little late with this ulti. It takes a second to fire up, so Leo at least gets the one free dunk. All he needs is the one shot, and that's a big whiff from Giza.
Toxins going up.
Sleepers, they got aggression, they got good mechanics, now they got plot armor. And it might be 6-6 thanks to it. Seeker's out to confirm the final two positions. And NRG Academy's got to spread back thin again. Ange has the TP in one, so could at least foe some positioning. But it's got to be Renz that makes that early bit of space. Fast lane helps him in, but Salada's got the rest of it. 3v1, and Salada will do it on his own. 6-6 for Sleepers. That morale booster is always just one fight away.
It feels like at this point, Sleepers, their game plan is to, hey, if we confuse them, crazily enough, they won't know where to shoot us. And it kind of worked, because Leo, he's pushed up so far, gets a pick, Salada right behind him. There's a bird flying at you through that smoke, and everyone is just so fast to converge, and NRG flipping their heads around, trying to find those picks, not knowing who's going to peek next, and just being lost in all of that confusion. And what a way to bring it back and equalize the rounds for EP. 6-6 now, 6 rounds on that attack side, setting you up for success actually on a map like Split where defense is really good for you. And now we're gonna step into this pistol where for either of these teams, super important to kind of pull ahead and get those rounds, but also set the rest of the tempo and set the rest of the pace for these first few rounds on this attack side or defense side for them.
At the gate here, you're wondering how NRG Academy is trying to play proactively against this, aware of this double duelist composition, able to kind of just poke in and prod out as much as it wants to on your way in. So gotta stay surgical and gotta make sure you have a little bit of a buddy system or some sort of way to thwart a lot of this mental. And this is a good start to it. The mid presence early on while still having a couple reinforcements on the lurks, making sure you fully guaranteed that first bit. Shondex the light speed into the back of the ramp to make sure that's covered, but in doing so, he leaves Leo open for a little too long. Trades 1 for 1. Still though, getting to the front line of the site. And Duck has adjusted just in time for the bird to hit him. It matters not, still cokes out, gets one away, as Sorex from the screens is able to distract long enough to get a 2 for 1. But Cloric still staring up into heaven, is able to find Tanza peeking on his lonesome, and that's those moments where the members of Sleepers just try to bite off a little bit more than they can chew. One of the many hurdles that we saw in Rankers when they first entered the North American scene, which we continue to just see echoes of from them. And that brick wall continues to be scaled as Sleepers, I mean, they are so boastful about what they are. As you said, they won the Fun Haver that was most recent as well by just continuing to do this exact same thing. I mean, they are unabashedly themselves when it comes to getting on the ground. You have a decent idea of what they're going to be coming with. It's just a matter of stopping it. And NRG Academy cannot do it on the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, for Sleepers, they've kind of verified their identity. They know that this is how they are the strongest team, and this is how they play the best. And it's when they're super, super aggressive, super quick, even on their defensive side. Those retakes really quick, and you see those vibes are up there. They know that they're playing the way that they're supposed to, and I love to see that coming in from a team. But of course, this Thrifty coming in from NRG is something that EP is gonna have to counter. Looks like they go with 3 on B.
Hyper aggression indeed on top of the fast lane into the bird. They've at least carved out that left side of the B site, but there's a stack on sleepers that still have to be managed. Tanza playing keep away. Sorex allowed time to get that high ground, and these angles and better guns are starting to shine through. Solana got a damn Vandal in the meanwhile, and sleepers make mincemeat out of that attempt. This bonus round is going to be a far cry from what NRG Academy want to bring to the table.
I mean, what a fast round, right? That round was over at like 1 minute, 18 seconds. It was really over. All 5 players from EEPY were somehow on site before they even managed to get those final kills down. But yes, this is what we're talking about. EEPY, super aggressive, going out, taking their ones. Sometimes they're doing it without discipline, but it's fine because they're not getting punished for it. I think that's kind of the tale here, a tale of two sides, where NRG, they're so good at punishing a lot of these advantageous situations, but it's looking like they're just about missing
come on.
You can't be losing those.
Didn't even need to take the second. That's a statement piece for sure. Please call again later onto this B main. And sleepers, every round that they do something like this, they are so much more motivated, so much more confident in spreading themselves thinner. And with any other team, you start to think that's overconfidence, overheating. But with teams like this who just keep on running it down, who care not about anything but that final consequence that is the next round on the board, it just doesn't seem to matter. Back to our funny number business. Hitting both of them again in this game. I know what Twitch chat wants. I get it. I know you got a 6v5 with the first full-fledged buy that NRG Academy has, while they themselves still don't have any ultimates on the table here. How did sleepers find momentum so quick?
I don't know. Looks like they pulled ahead so fast. 5 rounds in a row now since before that half for them. They're really looking to solidify their spot as a super fast team, and NRG, they're still struggling to kind of find that counter, but they're trying to find a response, and it's another B execute going super fast, trying to fight fire with fire, and they have the site already.
Ooh. Shot onto Solana. Early, not dead yet. And yeah, Solana will at least get out with the one. Lurk peek from sleepers here. Yeah, just doing their homework, and Duck still manages to leak out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resource management. Sorex comes in. That's the clutch you were looking for. All of a sudden, he was the last one left, and all of a sudden, he was the last one on any team. Quick turnaround from him to make it 10-6.
I mean, earlier, Roy on the desk touched on how Sorex has to be your clutch player, and here he is proving it. Constantly in those 1vx situations, coming out on top or almost winning every single time, getting a 3K to close out that round, winning that 1v2 at the end. What a nasty flick, too. Yeah, I had the exact same reaction here. That was crazy. Oh, man, EEPY, they're just running out of smokes, running out of heaven. Their retakes are so quick, fully flooding in and trusting that everyone else is going to be following up behind them.
Go, go, go!
Ooh, another early peek in B main. It was Tanza to take it first. That light speed is weak sauce with Solana's peek angle. But it's all for NRG Academy to just get a cut through with these weaker guns. Smoke themselves off so that Tanza can't get a clean op shot, while NRG Academy tried and set up something.
Yeah, that lurk smoke, trying to bait any kind of util to try to clear it out, but I mean, they know the op is there. They do not want to walk into that right now, especially with these weapons. Shotgun, Stinger, not looking too good for those long-range fights, and want to avoid that as much as possible. Makes sense that they're changing it up, going towards that A site. But down in numbers, it's looking kind of hard. They want to abuse getting those guns down and just use the power of friendship here to kind of take that site. A smoke up, though, for Omen. Lots of util on Giza. This isn't over. Definitely doable.
30 seconds
and the
left.
Seekers are out.
Yeah, I mean, these have been almost exclusively used to get primary intel, but Sorex, I was going towards him and they didn't care! He just comes out, grabs a quick twofer, and makes it yet again, like not even something to gawk at. Just, you know, clocking in again for the day. Sorex now 16-10-5 on the day. Here on Split, he has both of these links locked down so hard.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. I mean, when you look at that B fight too, like, EP is just so confident right now, taking that B main fight. Salada getting a pick, not caring, not falling back, and continuing to go fight, trying to get more and more. That aggression only comes with confidence and only comes with momentum. EP, they are so far up right now. They know that this is the playstyle that they're sticking to. And Tanza, set up on this angle, sees the cape. Whiffs.
Good step out. Good step out from Ange. Oh, the flash prevents the early shot from Leo as well. So a little bit of just mild arguing to start out this round. No kills yet. Might be the latest into a round so far without a kill. Shondex waiting it out. Swing is inevitable. Oh, the saturate on top of the slide, and that's easily managed by Sleepers.
Gotta go.
Not cut and dry in the slightest, but NRG Academy, they still got to segment it, and Ange has taken quite the journey. Sorex, he's the one to get the wide step out this time. Is Chloric expected here? He has made the long track. They haven't done anything like this all game. Nobody did. Oh, this is not red at all. How many do you get, buddy? Wait it out. And that's 3, Chloric! Say cheese, you're on camera. Tanza, gotta make it work. Close quarters, misses the first shorty shot, does not miss the knife to finalize. But surely there's no time to grab the second and the spike. Indeed, with that operator in hand, Tanza will take that clip and GTFO. NRG Academy get their first round of the half by the skin of their teeth.
I just want you to know I've been sitting here with my hand covering my mouth because that was crazy. I mean, Chloric coming out huge with this 3K. He only saw the 2. Did he expect the 3rd? We don't know, but he flicked so beautifully. Tanza definitely should not be getting that kill here.
He's like, good show. Yes, let's do it again.
And honestly, you love to see that that's the attitude that they're still having. I mean, laughing, keeping up the comms, keeping up the energy makes so much sense for EP. They have so many rounds here to play with. But NRG taking a timeout, trying to come up with a plan around these ults. They're doing a good job at making it onto site, but it's just the problem of EP fast flooding so quickly. The only success that they have was because of Chloric on that super long flank. Maybe EP starts expecting it now, who knows, but they really need to figure out a way to stop this, or at least after that first wave of util to get onto site, just taking a pause and holding for these players that are peaking one by one. EP, they don't have that much discipline on these peaks. Their positioning is just really, really good. And the players are so quick to decide whether they want to go or not. And it's no hesitation, just full trust in each other.
Go, go, go.
This split game has kind of looked really crazy. But it makes a lot of sense for the two teams we're seeing today.
Just light speed sidestepping from both of these teams. Like trying to walk through a busy New York street, just cutting through people, not trying to let go of any of the speed you've got.
Gotta go.
You're walking here?
Sorry. No, you got me really good with that one. That was good. God, look how like minimal this sky util is at this point. I mean, both teams are just so sick of it. The birds actually pinging people out, taking the long ways instead. A presence is confirmed by Duck, but not stopped. TP in will guarantee 3 players on site for the plant. This is a great tapestry setup by NRGA to have all the territory they need and not lose any bodies along the way. The sleepers are still kicking. They got the convergent pads, and there it goes. And we go into the back corner. Now the overdrive coming out from Renz in reply to fire away from a distance into the screens. Still, Chloric will fall first. Now we're spreading across the site. Renz relocating to on top of it as sleepers slowly but surely try to make their way on. Salada and Sorex taking the high and low. And it's going to be able to nab most of the damage from there. Ange holding it down a little bit longer, but sleepers eventually cut through the fray. And we'll make it 12-7. That was just a straight-up arm wrestling match. Who's got more power behind the swing?
Yeah, that was crazy. I really like that NRG tried to fight that fast flood, standing in front of that smoke and spawn, holding it, delaying as long as possible. But in the end of the day, like, this mechanic game is just on the side of sleepers. They're winning out these 1v1s consistently. And I wish NRG had a little bit better of positioning. 2 players pushing towards that spawn versus just the one able to get that trade, but they're just not doing it the way I feel like a team like NRG normally would do. And now 4 ults online for sleepers looking to fight this A main. And it's already a brawl.
No. Early peek out from Tanza necessitates the early fight onto the ramps, but sleepers are just going to reactively play from the ramps as well. Leo now peeking out, and it's an overdrive from Tanza that's going to net 2. He just dives right into the pool. Let's get it all over with here and now. Get this game over with. Sleepers nail a 13-7, and that benchmark of confidence. NRG Academy kept trying to meet it, but man, you just got to respect game, and sleepers got hella game.
They do have hella game. And honestly, thank God I'm not a play-by-play caster, because I would not be able to follow what is going on. Everything happening super quick. They are cracked. They're zooming and they're not afraid to show it. I really think that when a team finds an identity like this, where they're so good at fighting together so quickly, it's really phenomenal when they just keep it consistent and keep it going. A lot of people think that playing like that just seems kind of like you're playing ranked, but it's actually really hard. You have to consistently be in the right position, consistently have the right kind of spacing to trade your teammates. And sleepers, they're kind of showing us why they came out on top in this seeding for this match.
It's so true. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of plays that look this clean and simplistic are anything but that. There is so much work that Who and the rest of the team, again, these kids who have so much other work in front of them, literally school in front of them, just doing the most and continuing to optimize and get better and better and better. It is, I mean, again, it's so reminiscent of what we've seen before here in North America, and it's only getting started. We'll see if they can take it to their own pick of bind when we come back.
see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is Dad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that sight too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China definitely gets one in the back, but no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
Very first map in the series between Sleepers and NRGA, and we had highlighted it was going to be a good one, and it sure was. Roy, those kids at Sleepers, maybe they can't drive, but they can certainly brawl, and brawl they did. 13-7 to close out the first map.
It might actually be master brawlers. I don't think there's a team in the league that can consistently team fight and look so controlled and the chaotic situations that they put themselves in this often. Like they're team fighting in areas that are just so crazy, so chaotic, so hectic, so many different areas that you have to keep your crosshair and look, but yet they look like they're in full control every time. And then they're winning the pistols, they're getting that early momentum. They're brawling, they're clutching, it's madness. It's madness out here.
Yeah, and in that first half, it was pretty back and forth. And I thought that would be a great thing for NRG, considering that EP, normally dominates on that attack half and struggles on the defensive half. But it was the complete opposite of what we saw. And I think in the first half, NRG had so much confidence. They weren't scared to fight. We saw them still trying to contain space and, brawl out wherever they could, and they weren't backing down. But then we swap over to the attack, and, the attack side for Sleepers, and they kind of the defense side for Sleepers, and they're kind of doing the opposite. They weren't having insane crazy aggro plays or brawls, but on their retakes they were taking really good timings, especially when NRG were trying to go for these kind of just straight up execs off a barrier, and they were just really good at kind of picking that apart. And I think that was super impressive, given that on their retakes, especially towards that A side, which we saw a lot, they never had set plans, but they were always on the same page and kind of building plans as they went. I think one thing that was really impressive was the double waylay ult towards CT spawn, and it literally just came down to who could hit that headshot first.
Anyway, once you get into those battles of pure mechanics, I'm leaning Sleepy most of the time in those situations. Solana instant one tap. I recall exactly that round. Literally full util dumping screens. Solana one tap insta. That's crazy. But yeah, I think the defense side is, and something that we kind of highlighted coming into this game as well, is that don't be fooled. This team is very brawly and very confident mechanically, but they're not really puggy. Everything they do is quite. That clip was so crazy. Oh my god. Imagine you're Chloric. You just hit the craziest flank 3K, just won such an important round for your team, and then instantly get knifed. Bro, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, just look at the stats. Nothing is very EP sided. The first kills are heavily, well, not heavily, but it's in favor of NRG. You look at the pulse plans. Obviously, you were looking at EP here because they came out quite heavily on top. But it's really the pistols, and I think the second force buy after the second pistol, so the force buy after the second pistol, there we go, we got there eventually, was a bit kind of risky from NRG, and it didn't pay out, and honestly gave a lot of that momentum in that second half towards EP as well.
Yeah, I think that ties back into what you kind of said in the last best of three, where, on that attack hat, they should be starting out strong. So like, why risk a force? It didn't really make a lot of sense, and it obviously didn't work out for them. But I wanted to really highlight here the first kills. Even though they're not going EP's way, there was a difference in how they handled that. Anytime NRG got the first kill, it felt like EP was there to instantly trade it out and go for more on whoever that person was playing with on the side of NRG at the time. Whereas when NRG got those first, or sorry, when EP got those first kills, they would get that and keep going with it. It was so hard for them to kind of trade it out, and that just simply goes down to mechanics on the side of EP. I think that they probably have the best mechanics I've seen out of a whole team this whole split, and it's just like, what can you do against that?
Which again is just so impressive of this team of players that came into stage one relatively unknown to then all of a sudden be that point of discussion of the best mechanics, the way they're able to be brawly, but they're not puggy. Like, there's such coordination to it. Roy, it's been really, really nice to see. And Solata, I mean, Solata on the Clove is just awesome. Sorex, we highlighted, he doesn't die. He's also getting hella kills this round. Like, everyone from Sleepers was able to step up.
Yeah, and whenever Sorex is in those late rounds, it honestly really does feel like you can never discount him. Like, I'm just counting to put one more tally on the clutch factor for Sorex. He almost clutched that 1v3. He did trade and clutch that 1v2. And it was just beautiful from him. And I think Solata is also a person that you don't really want to be feeling it this early in the series. Like, he's gonna be that difference maker, I think, when it comes to this team, because usually it's Leo who's popping off quite heavily. Tonza's always there, and obviously Sorex and Duck have had their impact. Duck's actually been popping off quite a lot in the recent matches as well. But I feel like whenever Solata's popping off, that's a really bad thing, because he's that player that is so disruptive, so vocal, so like energetic, and he will like magnify that chaos factor by a million. And when you're a team like NRG who likes predictability, who likes that, you know, wait for each other, let's do things together, you don't want these kids to be running around from wall to wall, just bouncing around, making decisions, being like, outgunning you, out trading you, out usual trading you. Like, you don't want them in those positions, and I feel like they're finding themselves on that. And now we're going into Bind, a map that is so heavily in favor of diving, getting a kill, getting out, or just like, you know, that kind of sort of play style where you're exploding very precisely, very quickly on parts of the map. I feel like that could be a little scary right now if you're NRG.
At least for the predictability, we've gotten to see these two teams face off on Bind before, but that's about where the good stuff ends, because it was a Sleepers victory as we eye up the second map of the series. It was also Sleepers' pick going into the series, and they get to start out on the defense with Emily. It looked so strong last time around for them. So NRGA definitely have an uphill battle if they want to try and take us to Haven.
Yeah, again, from what we've seen from both teams, especially looking at the last time they played, Sleepers did look very dominant and on the defensive half especially, which I think is kind of crazy considering I feel like not the pugginess that they have, but like the coordination that they have with each other. You think that would kind of thrive mostly on the attack, but on their defense, you saw them being able to get into these retake scenarios. You saw them being able to kind of pick NRG apart, and I think that's something that we kind of saw a switch up from map one. I feel like NRG did a really good job at being able to brawl out on the defensive half and still have that confidence going into it, but they weren't able to handle when Sleepers kind of did a full retake. It's like they weren't ready for it, but also they weren't able to get the trades out when they were trying to flood out. So that's one thing that I'm looking for going into a map like Bind, where, you know, there's not going to be like these crazy, insane a bunch of angles to kind of flood out from, especially when I'm looking towards that A site. But there's still a lot on both sides that they can do to try and combat that, and it just depends on if NRG is able to bounce back from that first map.
Yeah, I'm eyeing out the compositional swap for NRG. This is the third comp swap that they've done, by the way, on Bind. 4 and 5 officials that they've played. I think this is a kind of a red flag almost for NRG. Like, they can't find a comp that kind of works for them. They were originally on the Deadlock composition, then they took a couple losses on that map, tried the composition that Sleepers are running, did not have a lot of success, swapped back to the Deadlock comp, lost again, and now they're trying a completely different comp. And I feel like that's got to be a little bit kind of uncomfortable if you're NRG going up against a team on their best map with a composition and a meta that they're super comfortable playing. And right now, if you're NRG, you want that momentum as early as possible. You don't want these kids to get another pistol, to get momentum again, to kind of start to be disrespectful and kind of feel very confident, very comfortable in the situation that they find themselves in.
I almost feel like the comp swap is specifically the fact that they're starting on this attack half. You know, having that waylay that can go up and concuss someone and then have the Neon follow it up with another stun and be able to try and get those first kills, which I feel like they're starting to rely on more and more, especially going up against a team that even though you have that first pick against them, they have players that can easily even out the numbers. So I think that's going to be their main focus going into this attack half.
I'm excited to see the comp swap, even if it's a little bit of a red flag of maybe of what's to come. I don't know. Giza on the Clove, I think could be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see this Ren's Shawnee run it back. I think this could be a lot of fun. Is it going to be enough of this firepower, though, to take down Sleepers looking so strong on the day, though? I don't know. It's time to find out as we head to Bind, possibly for the last map of the series with your casters, Athena and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, I think biologically we're all having a bit of a tough reaction to this new NRG Academy composition. It's a pretty drastic change up from what we've seen before, and it does veer into the territory of potential desperation to try to keep up with the pace that Sleepers have. But Athena, if I'm being honest, it feels like NRG Academy are too smart to realize that just meeting a pace is not going to be enough against a team as mechanically sound as this. They have to have something in the tank. Surely there is a game plan beyond just the double duelist poke, the smoke cycling with Clove, the basics, you know?
Yeah, I feel like when you're a team like NRG, you definitely have more in your playbook, kind of setting you up for success because you're letting this map float. You've played this map against this team before. You have the VODs and you have so much to prove. And as I say that, EEPY holding it down and NRG looks like they changed their pace a lot.
Yeah, no reason for Salada to change where he's at, though, and he's going to be able to grab a second one on the way out of Lamb. Still holding on to this territory as NRG kind of just trudge in to the site. Not really a lot behind it with the pistols and Sleepers. We know how well they do there. Flawless execution to open up Bind.
Such a solid pistol coming in from EEPY. Salada, the desk was just talking about how you don't want this player to warm up because guess what? He is one of those players that should not be getting all of those crazy frags, but he is on the Clove, pushing forward, not being afraid to get a lot of those picks. We saw him last game on that split, just taking that B main control, just fighting, getting one, going back for a second, playing really thirsty for those kills and not really getting punished for it. And of course, Leo following up with 2 of those kills. This was a really, really good round from EEPY. The pistol again going the way of EEPY. And it feels so hard for NRG now to kind of stop this momentum.
I want to talk more about Salada's smoking specifically, because the rhythm that he displayed with it on Split is already similar to how he approached it here. Just playing on top of a solo he set up, very confidently peeking on top of the one-way in the box, not really worrying about anything outside of his own territory. And with a composition and team like Sleepers, on Split you saw Salada do a lot of the same. A lot of hesitation whenever tossing smokes into something like screens or up on the tower, because he knows that the rest of his team is so keen to get ahead, get a little extra step forward, also always try to go for that switch up on how far they're going, that setting a smoke as permanent as Cloves up kind of forces you to one solid rhythm. So if anything, Salada is a lot of the time more comfortable in kind of forcing in his own territory, setting up the fences and playing on top of his smokes, while players like Leo and Tanza and even Sorex on his own smoking just kind of go buck wild in whatever territory they feel comfortable approaching. Again, very tough to manage, very low level of footing under you if you don't have the mechanics to back it up. But, you know, in moments like these where you just stand everything down, it looks so easy.
Yeah, it looks easy and it's super, super overwhelming as well when you're on the other end of it, constantly being put behind this util where you're not sure if someone's playing in it, around it, playing for it, or pushing through it. It's super hard to kind of face off. And again, winner of this matchup, one away for Sleepers, is making that into the upper semi-finals. The loser does get knocked down to that lower round 1, making them one more BO3 away from dropping out of playoffs. And NRG, they're looking to bring this back. They changed up their comp. They're changing up their pace, kind of showing us a new side and a new face to how they want to play this bind because they know that their old strat has not worked. But now it's just a matter of, are they warm enough? And can they defeat such a warmed up, momentum-based team like Sleepers? It's going to be a really tough one. And for this Thrifty, they're just looking to kind of get their ones, get their picks, But again, Sleeper's not worried at all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just seeing what we can get away with on the way in. Nice start to it. Lamps, the slide in, already keeps Sleeper second guessing. And Tanza relinquished a pot shot. Stuck, you don't have your gun out, buddy? Come on. Giza with a free 3. And I mean, a la Sleepers, NRG Academy get the full drop on this defense. Minimal guns, and they haven't even picked up that many in lamps. They're too concerned with the clutch god himself. A couple more crucial seconds where he could stick his nose in their business. But he will play for exits. The cleanup crew is not touching that room. Do not go in there. One more?
One more?
I see it. Come on. There you go.
Ooh. That's still a really good thrifty, though.
Yeah, very, very impactful round from NRG Academy. Even keeping one there is, yeah, you're more than happy with that.
Yeah, really good economy damage. For Sleepy, looking pretty rough. They were not ready for that super fast aggression. And this is kind of what I was talking about, what the desk was talking about, what you touched up on too. NRG, new comp, new style. Will it come back and bite them, or is it going to prove that they have this depth to their playbook that they're trying to prove and not just changing up comp because they lost? And I mean, we haven't seen NRG be that aggressive where they're pushing all the way into spawn, being super convincing and just taking their ones, following up, trading like that at all on split. Felt like they were just shut down so early. But now that they're given that space, they were finally able to kind of prove to us that they're able to be as aggressive as EP. And now, just going to be a little bit of a slower round. Shotguns across the board for EP. And rifles for the side of NRG.
Yeah, a triple Bucky with these high flyers really feels like NRG Academy are ready to go band for band on the aggression with this composition. And Renz stepping up into the problem. Tanza, yeah, not enough range to be able to finalize the body, and with the heal, it practically matters not.
Spike planted.
The take back, once again, a little slow going. This is, yeah, the rhythm that NRG Academy knew they could establish this round with the better guns, with the close quarters. They knew that these guys were going to be relegated to this round. And so NRG Academy will swiftly and cleanly pick up their second here on attack. And it seems like they have options that they're working with as well. It's not just send Shondex in with the light speed, have somebody else take the off angle behind, get a, you know, wanton pinch in the middle there. Sometimes you're sending Giza up. Sometimes you're having Chloric waste his util, burn it all, and then fake away on the other lane with NRG, with the rest of the stack. Like, you have a lot of ways to switch up the mental and keep Sleepers guessing on how they need to rotate and react, because, I mean, as we've seen, they're very much more geared towards just standing down the crowd, getting their damage in, and letting the rest of the team do the work.
Yeah, it feels like they're fully understanding and developing the way that they're trying to prove their identity. And every single one of these players on NRG, they can be the standout player, aggressively or passively. I mean, you have so many good talents overall in this game. That's the reason why we're seeing so much brawl happening. And now the operator on Tanza, and he's pushed all the way through showers. This is going to be so much information for those rotates. You can see rotating towards that B site with that TP after spotting one of the players from NRG, but it doesn't really change much for NRG. No reaction, trying to get the pick, but Salada just doing Salada things.
Wonder if that was a read because of the TP away. Ange understood that there wasn't any pressure for the lurk, so he's just going to stick around and take that fight. Tanza peeking into the crowd with this operator, instantly crowded. And that bird will catch Sorex's position on mid-site. So Duck would like to step into this early on. Leo trying to as well. Sorex manages the slide from Renz, and Duck has managed to step out of the smoke, but Chloric is still standing on the site and has a bird back out as well. Flashed himself, doesn't care. 3K now, and the Seekers are only a tool for Shondex to get that final shot in. So NRG Academy keep 2 standing, 3 on the board now, and that was such a great take of it, very patient, and even down members as well. They still found a way in.
Yeah, that was just textbook punishing the players that are super hyper aggressive, NRG just holding back, knowing that someone at some point is going to peek, pushing off that Tanza, getting lucky that he didn't get a pick, but then punishing Salada for trying to get some of that information and getting that aggression. But does not matter, because for NRG Academy, they're just going to keep defaulting, holding what works for them, knowing that they can get a lot of that map control later in the round, because CP, they seem to be giving them a lot of these picks, and a lot of these ones on a map like Bind, where small decisions are so important and numbers are so important, and NRG thrive off that. They're looking to just do the same thing again.
Drop in a smoke.
And just hold close. You can farm away on your way out. No matter what sleepers do, they're gonna keep playing their way. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know how he wins that, man. Free outlaw in your pocket, so Salado will head on over to heaven. Again, it's the committal smokes for these plants, like NRG Academy, they're going to be as in your face as sleepers are. Waiting until the stack comes to finalize the tap. Giza, great turn onto Salada's body. So now sleepers have to press the narrative. Giza gonna force the rest of NRG Academy to do the same. Backyard brawls with two cloves just kind of waiting each other out like a middle school dance floor. Ren's dashing back out thanks to the saturate. Salada's body will expire. Giza's about to as well, but sleepers can spare no time. Giza still doesn't find the frag on the way down, and Ren's in the meantime also gets fragged up by Sorex. Ange with that snake bite, gonna waste a lot of time on the spike defusal as Sorex makes his way over, and Chloric able to turn to it just in time. The headshot not landed, and that was the last window available as sleepers have enough personnel to make the rest of the way through, and a thrifty to get them back on the board.
That was crazy. I mean, NRG, they took so much time getting onto that site, using that first wave of util to clear out showers. They were so scared of that they allowed EP to get onto site, hold that backside position, and go for a lot of these peaks. That's a pretty good punish from sleepers, making sure that NRG doesn't have the chance to retake that backside. Of course, they only have that sky util majority of the time in order to take it, and they knew it was used towards that showers. But rifle round here for both teams, looking to go pretty fast again towards the short A. Smokes on site, holding it down, and they're holding for these fast floods.
They're ready for this slide in from Ren's. As the spike is tapped out, that shower presence is going to be a pain. Such a stalwart front line. Ren's crept up on, fast lane to protect, and Tanza will fall. And the poison orb to keep anybody from heading through the truck. And Ren's again, just holding it down. And he has the opportunity to skirt even wider now. NRG Academy infecting this site after having such a plain look on it to start with the plan. But keeping the personnel here, keeping it tight, and making sure those fights are clean as can be. Leo will make the call. Keep just one rifle stable, if that.
Don't miss me too much.
Nice drop shot. But it's another NRG Academy round that looks very decisive, very nice from them. This is like very replicable from them. They don't have to do a lot of conditioning. It is just, I mean, it's very sleepers-esque. Fight your way through it when you have to.
Yeah, they did a really good job at, once they take the site, not rushing too hard, trying to get that plant down, holding, making sure they get those trades first before trying to force any of those backside peaks, trying to find those numbers. And they know that sleepers is going to give it to them. And so going forward for sleepers here, they're going to look to either be a lot quicker on those floods, or at least stacking a lot of those sites and using util when they can, especially like a Fade Eye, trying to spam as they're coming up, or they're going to have to be a little bit more passive because they are being completely punished for these floods. And for both of these teams, it's a little bit harder to push out and to get those kind of aggressive peaks with both sides holding and making sure that they're kind of holding hands and playing together and having that good positioning. But NRG, they really deserved that round. I don't know if you noticed, but sleepers, they already had 4 players on site there ready to retake. as the spike went down. It was super quick rotates. They knew that someone was going to be on the flank though, and they knew that they had to fight for that site. So really well played by NRG. They have to keep this momentum up. And for Sleepers, looking to find some sort of adjustment here.
Level of confidence NRG Academy has to have to fully enact that. Knowing that Sleepers could interrupt you at any point, but they just probably won't because they want that full-fledged fight. NRG Academy has been watching and studying and preparing for Sleepers. Again, I mean, they give you plenty of footage and they don't tend to change too much about who they are. Tanza flirting in the bathroom with Renz to start, trading a little bit of damage. Now they're creeping through the lamps. NRG Academy keeping 3 standing here. Convergent pass now to execute the back half of it, and Tanza not touched by it. Only able to get 1 shot to the face. Salada, it's a little awkward with these shotguns, but you've at least made a couple dents. Matters not though. 5-2 NRG Academy. The economy looks beyond stable for the remainder of the half.
It looks like this U-Haul is the name of the game here for both teams for this A side. Just pushing, crawling, trying to get so much space. And I guess it makes sense when you have Buckies, when you have Judges. But man, Sleepers, they're looking a little lackluster now, looking a little bit lost. NRG pulling ahead, stringing those rounds together. And obviously they're snowballing because of that economy, constantly punishing them, getting them onto those low buys, getting them onto those thrifties. And they're not letting them win any more thrifties anymore, unlike the last game. And now looking again, like another A hit from NRG.
Yeah, just not letting anything slip by, not getting any opportunities to Tanza to go for this operator as well. And Shondex is taking this high ground without getting spotted just yet. So again, this same militant lineup for the front lines will now evolve. The Seekers on top to start, and NRG Academy, it looks like they want to be hyper-aggressive on the back half of this site themselves. No convergent paths this time, but they have enough tools to work with it. And Sorex not checking properly. Ange managing the lurk off. Leo in the lamps trying to hold on, but Cloric's own shotgun doing a whole lot. The slide in from Renz is managed by Tanza, but he's got to do everything else with this operator, and that's just simply not gonna happen. NRG Academy continue to manage the insane speed that both these teams want to go at, but every single time it's been NRG Academy with the itchier trigger finger, and they have been scratching every itch they find on these sites.
NRG just reading Sleepers like an open book at this point, even holding for the flank every single time from Sorex. He's getting punished now. Cannot get any of that map control. Cannot get any of that kind of flood space that they normally get. It's crazy. And they're changing up this round now. They know that Sleepers is going to stack towards that A site, and they're saying that they're going to go towards that B. But as I say that, little bit of a micro adjustment, putting some pressure towards B, getting scanned by the Fade Eye and falling back. They triggered a trap play, but they're going to hear the TB back. They're still opting to walk back into this site. For NRG Academy, just full sending. If it works, why fix it?
Yeah, setting up a little more of a microcosm this time. Oh, but Renz, the short slide, it was all for the creep up into the showers that they knew were still occupied by Tanza, who has still not changed the formula, and the slow works on Solana's reflexes for the shotgun. Everything working out! Chloric, goddamn!
Oh my god, that was nasty, Chloric. What was that? That was insane. This U-Haul fight has been crazy round after round. Both these teams have been shedding blood in U-Haul, ready to fight for the death every single time. This is getting kind of crazy, and I really like that little micro adjustment from NRG Academy, putting pressure towards Hookah just for 1 second, triggering some sort of play, knowing that Waylay no longer has that double dash. And you can see they're so fired up. This is the momentum that NRG want. And don't forget, this is Sleeper's map pick.
Yeah, at some point you think they would be able to... Again, not even adjust, because that's not what Sleepers does. Just win. You'd think they could manage these individual fights taken up, but NRG Academy continuing to get the drop. Renz with a switch up, solo in the showers, smoked away, but found the gap. That'll force the fight against Leo. The Saturate has a beautiful ricochet, but Chloric has already made his way through short. NRG Academy hasn't been watched as the full stack does the same damn thing they've been doing. And Chloric gets another two-piece. They are on an absolute rampage at the moment, NRG Academy. And Leo, in the meanwhile, has decided to TP, and yeah, okay, Shondex will take his own. Why not?
This is wild. It looks like Sleepers is a completely different team than what we saw last game. So decisive on split, 13-7 to now being down 6 rounds. 8-2 for NRG Academy. They're looking so decisive. They know how they want to play this map. They're abusing the fast rotates. They're abusing the lack of teamwork here too. Leo just being caught out in the open. No one holding a short. It's so unfortunate. And Sorex, he had a little feeling there, but he still got punished. This is kind of insane. And this is a flip of script that NRG needed in order to get back into this. Sleepers picking this map, they were not expecting that NRG would be prepped and would be ready. This is a team that's done their homework, studied that VOD, and now being punished again on that A site.
And yet again, just cashing in. And it doesn't feel like any bit of value can be scraped away here from Sleepers. NRG Academy just keep getting to do the same thing over and over again. Theseus's push with how NRG Academy just slightly changes things up. Duck with a beautiful two-piece, though. He's barely spotted a lick at either of these, and the Nightfall gives away Cloric's position, but he's quick on the draw with this shorty again. And now with the dog being held onto this whole time, which I don't know how Cloric managed to do that, but he did. It sets up Ange for a 3K. 9-2 here with a new composition against a team that is so proficient on defense normally on this map, spelling big things for one of the low seeds that had already lost to this team previously in the Swiss. Nothing is the same here in playoffs, man.
Nothing is the same indeed. Both these teams fighting for their lives, but NRG, they are so... I love that for them. They are so prepared. They have so much of what it takes: the communication, the trades, the spacing, the speed, the aggression. And it's playing out perfectly for them. And Sleepy, they don't know how to adapt.
They're over this Viper's pit. And yeah, they've already had to dissipate it. Tanza taking the distance peaks, and Sleepers have somehow found this round. Okay, Sorex put up the Viper's pit. Renz was so tired of it, he just overdrive past it, and then that made Sorex tired of the pit, so he threw it down so that the rest of Sleepers could actually take a clean fight. It's like Sleepers are reducing what they have to deal with. They are doing the opposite of overwhelm, almost trying to bring it back to the bare bones fight, to clamor for a round, and it'll work.
9-3 half here. This is not what I expected at all. But for both of these teams, we know they love the attack side. We know that they're so good at this, playing off of each other, playing as a team, speeding up on a lot of these executes. Both double duelist kind of phenomenons on these comps. And for EP, they have to win this pistol here. It is so important for them to even begin to think about stringing rounds together, snowballing a lot of those ults, snowballing that utility. It's going to be kind of crazy if they don't win this round.
Yeah. It was the only round in the previous half they looked far and away to be the better team. And already NRG Academy want to make the fight their own, sticking 3 in the showers as Sleepers try to take over the remainder of the A site. Salada already peeking in, finding out how much is in front of it, and the attempted flank is a complete letdown. Sorex the only one remaining, and he'll nab 2, still maintaining that threat, while Cloric has been kept out in the TP, but now he's got help. And just made the TP over. And that's just the signal for Tanza to go for his own TP. And Sorex all the while. Oh my god, have they forgotten about him? Might not matter. They've already TP'd to try and play. Okay. We have 50 seconds to do this. We can do this all day.
What am I watching right now?
He's going to do it again. Watch. He's going to do it again. Just wait.
There's no way.
Okay. All right. Now NRG Academy will take the long way back over.
Spike planted.
We'll spike around the Rosie. 2 stack from NRG. You have a bird and you have a bite. So you can flush a lot of this. gives away. It's a 1-1. So Tanza knows he doesn't have to peek a stack. Oh, the timing from Cloric is just, yeah, that's so easily caught. But all the while, Ange has been holding the spike, sprayed down just enough to dissuade him, and Sleepers will hold on.
They take that pistol, but it wasn't convincing. That was scary. Sorex being the reason why they won that round. The double TP makes a lot of sense. Tanza as well, clutching out with this 2K to make it a 3K overall, but kind of crazy. Really, really scary for a second there. Losing those 2 picks. But a really quick adaptation here in NRG. We're going to see them be super aggressive towards a short A. This is a change of pace that I like to see from them.
Yeah, love to see that getting in front of it, but yeah, Sorex playing that back up. Again, able to very quickly put a stop to it. What's the next checkpoint NRG Academy have in their bag for a round like this? That bag is not very deep, at least this time around, so the Sleepers... I mean, we said this last half, they shouldn't have any trouble with a round like this, but shoot. Ange and Renz, though, yeah, I feel like they got the memo. They'll probably just play for the explosion.
One enemy remaining.
That's a good pick for Salada. One on his orb, trying to get another one. Trying to farm ecos with Tanza. Gets that away from him, and now flawless anti-eco for EP.
2 out from the drift,
to
too.
win their bonus round. Yeah, super close. Could snowball this Yoru ult. Get a lot of information with that. Play it into the mid round, especially when you're on this bonus too. It's looking like they're just gonna hold for this default. Timeout coming in. For NRG, they need to win this round if they want to pull ahead. And it makes sense that they put out this timeout because they got to figure out how to play this bonus round. They got to figure out how to shut it down. If they let Sleepers win this round, it could very quickly snowball into being an equalized amount of rounds. They're up, but they need to make sure that this round goes their way. Especially when it's a gun round. You don't want to ruin your economy. It's just looking like a strategic timeout to talk about how they want to set this up. And I think for both these teams, right now, they both look super solid in what they're trying to do. But for Sleepers, they just look like they've run the same thing a lot of times, and NRG has seen that. Whereas now they're playing into a little bit of a wild card comp. They're taking a little bit to adjust. They're taking some time to figure out how they want to play against it. And it's looking like they're going to need a lot of help from their coach for that. But again, both these teams super solid on attack, so we don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, seems like if NRG doesn't win this round, then we might get 2 timeouts in a row. But yeah, calling it, since you had that extra one after not using it in the first half, a good place to kind of set yourself up, understand what might be the most threatening round of the game for NRG Academy. And already continuing to condition a lot of that early aggression, just burn some time off the clock, understanding that Sleepers would like to play late occasionally anyway. Tanza able to peek with that outlaw and find pick number 1, so NRG Academy will react a bit brazenly. Double stack back out. Cloric makes it work with the frag back.
You blink.
And Renz has been watching Sorex's lurk this whole time. He's seen this story before. Two smokes up from Salada. Got to be the dash in for Leo on top of Saturate. But Duck is the one with the spike and just peeks in before getting the gun out post haunt. That should do it here for at least the round. Question is guns. How many does NRGA hold on to?
1 enemy remaining.
Might be all 4. Oh no, Salada will at least end Cloric's run. 3 kills though for him though. Going wild this game. 17-8-7. That's nuts.
10 seconds left.
So,
things
are looking good here for for NRG Academy, I mean, they were able to come away with that bonus at the very least. Being said, I mean, even in moments where Sleepers were kind of just doing defaulting things and looking for early picks, they did get them. So you're gonna have to do a lot more of like snuffing out intel and actually doing some like get off me type stuff to make an impact going forward once the guns are bought up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually really surprised too, based on last game, that Sleepers, they've really slowed it down on that round. Whereas we saw previously on their bonus rounds, they love to hold W, love to fast execute, just follow up with those trades. They just tried getting there once. But as I say that, they're changing up the pace of this round. Obviously using their Euro roll to get all the information on who's on site. The double TP coming in. Super fast shower plays here.
Triple, in fact. Renz has to be the leading man, and Ange only good for that one. Now you have 3 in the showers that Salada can kind of just peek into. A bird out from Giza is a tad bit late, and again, Sleepers, they just get ahead of the situation. Salada, that is ballsy to call the shorty there, but knowing that they're going to stick around for a fight like that. And Sleepers, with that boastful confidence, will keep 2 standing and get their 6th on the board here. Managing this back and forth, it continues.
The Sleepers' reaction to turn around and fight that showers instantly was super quick, but super well made, because that fight was so important. If they had lost that showers control, they would have had to take some more space backside. But as you could tell, there were more players backside for NRG Academy. And the decision to just fight together is what sets this team apart. Slaughter obviously getting 3K there. Kind of crazy that he can't get traded. But his movement, just keeping him on top of that, keeping him insane. And Giza pushed up all the way up this short A now. Trying to return because they are on a thrifty. Trying to get any of these peaks. Now, no information given to them. So they're stacking on that B site. But still, they haven't kind of seen that Sleepers has really slowed down their gameplay, because that last round they went so quick. They kind of think that that's the vibe that they're going for the rest of this game.
No noise on Hookah's sand, so Chloric will turn back. And the 4 stack, as loud as Sleepers likes to be.
30 seconds left.
First light speed in, and everyone takes the TP. NRG Academy should be pretty on top of this. Everyone's going to get back to A-side at about the same time. Well, Duck actually fakes the first tap, goes back to the truck, as he realizes he has those couple extra seconds. Leo gets Shondex on the first peek out of heaven. Now it's Sleepers that have their own ridiculously set up frontline battalion. Ange has gotten 2 on the Classic so far. Giza managing the choke up in the lamps and now resurrecting himself. Another one? It cannot be this round, surely. Orenz fiddling with the Outlaw. Makes it a 2v2. Salada still holding in the open. Ange now for 3. Cleanup crew activate. Everybody do your share. Sorex, 54 HP. In the 1v1, Viper v Viper. Smokes up on top of Ange's body at the perfect timing. And Sorex clutches to make it 7-10.
That was so close for Sleepers. Really scary for them. But they were so aware at the beginning. Using that TP to go back once they spotted the players there. Sorex holding this flank, working really well. But man, we need a stat on how many fights have been in U-Haul and how many of those fights that NRG Academy have won, because it feels like they've won almost every single one. For Sleepers, my only advice to them would be to avoid U-Haul, because NRG have been so good at holding it down, even on those thrifties. And now a full-on execute coming in, trying to punish that Viper's pit. And Leo getting that
finds
first hit.
Renz instead. Yeah, and now he's gonna step out, finds Ange as well. Squeezing blood from stones here. That conversion pad's got Leo so far, and he was determined to make everyone else know that the whole time. Tanza eventually trading out after the step out is too much for Leo, so it's a 3v2 still for Sleepers bottom line as they'll finally get this spike down. Tanza TPing out though. We'll make it a 2v2 for a couple crucial seconds as Chloric with that last bit of util in the tank is going to confirm at least one of these positions. Shondex extending from heaven to confirm that body for it. And now it is indeed a full-fledged 2v2 as Tons has made his way back, stacked on top of Sorex. No time for anything beyond just the firing, and Shondex lets ahead go as another smoke is so well timed from Salada purely for the spike. Or excuse me, that's on top of the spike for Cloric's sake, who will net one on the spray. Sorex, though, adjusts, and yet again, it's him standing alone to make it 8-10 for Sleepers.
Sorex on these clutches being the reason that the team has so much confidence in him. Just as a player, he's so solid in these clutches even. Really well played, and for Sleepy, just like that, it's 8-10 for NRG Academy. You have to be sweating. You're on a thrifty. About to be 9-10 if you lose this round, and there's all of a sudden snowballing these rounds together. 2 ults online, Viper Pit online. You do not want to let them get in these post plants. And their only answer is to stack towards the B site, try to fight, or set up at least a Showers trap play.
Well, Sleepers are going to confirm where that trap is by finding Shondex with the Prowler, and so far no refract, no light speed, just Cloric with a bird. Surely they're keen to this, and yep, they are ready to watch it. Tanza scope down the whole time, and Sleepers are going to bulldoze this opener on Octagon. And yet again escapes with the 1, and no one is immediately behind it, so he'll actually get out. 4v3 as Sleepers gets, oh my gosh, Ange. How does he keep double dipping and getting away with this stuff? That is nuts.
I don't know, that's gross.
Giza standing in front. Smoke's gonna fade here, and Sorex, no reason to move up until the clock hits. Yeah, Giza's really feeling the burn. No easy way out of that. And Renz is alone. No easy way to interrupt this. So, Ange has to be that saving grace. And used everything in that opener on the sand. Good space made by Renz. And the relay bolt into the overdrive. Full-blown 2v2. Now that pinch onto the lamps has gone through, Duck really trying to play the waiting game with the help of this toxic screen as it's yet again Sorex with the off angle. You don't even need to wait for your teammate. Sorex bookends his 3rd consecutive round to give Sleepers just a 1-round cap.
This has completely flipped on its head. The only round that NRG Academy won was their first gun round against the bonus. And now all of a sudden, this is looking crazy. Sorex 21-12, doing God's work in every single one of these clutches, getting a 2 to 3K almost every single round now, and being painfully aware of any flanks coming his way. This has completely flipped the script now. 1 round ahead, NRG Academy, they're going to be scrambling to try to string any amount of these rounds together. Maybe some sort of aggressive play with this Waylay ult. But it's looking really scary all of a sudden for them. For Sleepers, they seem to have cracked the code. We talked about how both these teams on their attack side are super solid, right? And now we're kind of seeing that in play. Sleepers only getting 3 rounds on their defense half, and now NRG only 1 round on their defensive half as well. This is a tale of 2 stories, man. They really need to figure out how to set up for these plays and how to set up for these aggressive plays as well. They almost get it. Ange getting a 2K. Maybe they can recreate that. Looks like it might be their only option, but they're opting to do double duelists on A for NRG Academy.
It's one of those games where like you hate to admit that it's the hero moments that just might decide it for NRG Academy, but the hero moments just might decide it for NRG Academy. Leo with the conversion pads into the double dash is not going to finalize a blow. Renz is still at 22 HP. Shondex holding it down with the refract, but it's too close quarters, and Tanza's just going to walk it down. Lamps taking over. A-site next on the chopping block, and Giza has a tough angle to take. Leo just walking it down, and Sleepers, they're really starting to feel it now, aren't they? You can see it starting to boil over here. And I mean, shoot, is Cloric even going to dare to... Well, yeah, Andrew's walking in, so... See what you can do. Ah, that'll cook it. And your eco's toast if you don't save this Phantom. At the very least, it will be 10-10 as Sleepers speed running their own way. And we got to get a look at the heat map after this game is done, because Lamps is just a breeding ground.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. We see NRG trying to set up some sort of fight towards that short A, but it's so hard to fight. If you're double duelist, you need to be on the same page if you're fighting or if you're falling back.
We know what we're
On top of that, you don't have Initiator there to help you get that info, to flash, to push them back, or at least delay long enough so that when you do fight, it is a really solid one. So Renz and Shondex, they just got punished. Both Waylays using their ult, both Waylays punishing each other. But it's just the fact that Leo was so fast on getting in there with Tanza. So fast to follow up. And this is what we're talking about for Sleepy. Their spacing is so good. Their trades are so good. They're so ready to play off of each other and be together. And we're seeing them do the same thing going into this round. 4 players towards this long B, trying to punish this trap play that NRG Academy seem to keep setting up.
It seems like Cloric is just so ready to launch a bird, and then they never find the right timing for it. Giza's gonna back out with that not dead yet, but Cloric's already been taken care of, so Giza doesn't have a reopening. He's just gonna see if he can find a pick off, and now Sleepers can leave! Oh, Giza's just gonna chase it down, he's gone! 4v3 though, this is salvageable, especially now that NRG Academy know at least what side of the map the spike is on for now. They can try to read the TP, rotation, whatever ends up happening from here, with a little less duress. And make sure Ange isn't sitting there either. Shoot. Oh, instead it's Hookah. He's still gonna get 2, isn't he? Oh, nearly! Duck escapes barely. Viper's pit on top of the plant, but Renz is here early to interrupt. Yet again, down to crumbs of health, but he's gonna make it work with the slide in. Tanza with the catch. And that's all your plan B's gone. Shondex alone. A lot in his toolkit to at least rip pieces of this off, especially with Duck so low. But do you even dare? Oh, he spotted a barrel. Yeah, that's a freebie. Why not? Just skating. Tanza again. Right place, right time. 11-10. Sleepers are in the lead. 2 rounds away from sending NRG Academy down to the losers bracket.
This is crazy. This is the first time all game that Sleepers has been in the lead other than winning that pistol. And NRG Academy, they just can't answer back. For this round, they're opting to get these Guardians and go for some sort of desperation play. They do not want to play for the tie right now. They want to win this round, but it's going to be really hard. You have another Yoru wall online for Sleepers. They love to get information with this, and the full push down long B. They punish Sorax, but Tanza gets one first.
He's just in the shooting range right now. He's taking this so casually, man. And all the while, guess where we're really pushing? That's right, all reliable.
Poison's off.
Ange, once again, in the pocket, trying to find his rhythm. Salada, tough timing, gives it to him. Lamps owned by NRGA. 2v3 as Ange has the rifle. And Cloric is on his way back with the dog in tow. Nice sense to step out, wait for the C's. Now the Seekers to try to wall him, but Leo just burns through it all. And Cloric has to try to save it by picking up that rifle. He cannot get more than 1. 2 rounds of match point here for Sleepers. This attack half has been nothing but glorious from them. And they got 3 ults, bro. God damn.
Yeah, this is this is not looking good. They got rifles online. They have those weapons down. Getting a few of those picks helped them a lot last round. And again, another U-Haul fight. Going crazy, trying to get theirs. Cloric really trying to get that desperation play out of there. But yeah, the aggression just getting punished too from NRG. Sleepers, they were so ready for it, holding that long. They knew that they were going to try to do something crazy, and now full ults execute onto this A site from Sleepers.
Such an early smoke into the shower. Salada just doesn't give a care about that. None of the members of Sleepers are going to care if you put something on the barrier. They're just going to walk by it. Salada's fully taken over A site, and the most was stopping him. Now it's Tanza with his own shotgun that's going crazy on this link. Can NRG Academy even get in? Watching from the outskirts, Salada's just gonna ulti to stare them down. And this is as full-fledged and disgusting as you could get to end things. Sleepers continue to dominate when they're winning. And they are winning today. Into the winner's bracket round 2 they go.
I feel like that's such a Sleeper's way to end the game. Just the judge and the shorty coming out, getting those picks, being super aggressive, pushing into that spawn. But man, that one must sting for NRG Academy. They were so well, doing so well, had so many rounds over them. They just couldn't adapt on their defensive side. And I mean, this is the first time that I've seen such a heavy attack-sided side from both teams. Only 3 rounds won for Sleepers on their defensive side. This is crazy. This is wild. But again, huge shout out to Sleepers. They deserved that spot in the upper semifinals. Man, they are a force to be reckoned with. That was kind of wild. But of course, going down to that lower bracket, NRG Academy, they showed us that they have a little bit of depth in their playbook, pulling out a new comp, showing us that their attack side can also be really sick. It's just a matter of a little bit of those small adaptations that they're struggling to make. And Sleeper is still that force to be reckoned with.
Not much time left for NRG Academy to make those crucial adjustments that we had been waiting for them to make all Swiss stage so far. They certainly came close, and they proved that they can be chameleonic to Sleepers' bottom line. But Sleepers are Sleepers. They still play themselves better than anybody else, and they sure did tonight. We'll see them take on the winner's bracket round 2. We will see the desk talk about this match in a moment, along with an interview after this break.
This is Dad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. Fall to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Corrode just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China definitely gets one in the back, but and no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
Heading into the second map of the series, of course, we get to see some ideas coming out from NRGA, but it's not enough against the pure firepower coming out from Sleepers, closing out the map and taking the series 2-0. Roy, I think in a very Sleepers fashion as well. We highlighted this team was so fun to watch, and they delivered every ounce of that promise.
Yeah, and just when you thought NRG was in the driving seat on that second map as well, Sleepers was like, nope, T-bone, it's time for me to take over. And it was just pure madness. I mean, the first half, I was convinced NRG looked good. Everything was going swell. They were interrupting. They were disruptive. They were running their game plan. Their team play was phenomenal. It was on point. Then the half switch over, and it felt like the winds completely changed almost instantly. You have the EP running their game plan. They're doing the thing that they're really good at, which is get in your face, play off each other, overwhelm you with utility and key spots. And it kind of just felt like they just ran away with the game as the momentum started building in their favor.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that NRG swap their comp again. I think it really tested their chemistry, though, going for this more aggressive kind of comp with the neon and everything. And I think it fit, like, it suited them. I think they did really well with what little time they have had with it. But I also think that in that first half, we saw Sleepy start to fall apart. Like, they started making more solo plays rather than fighting together, which helped NRG be able to steamroll rounds. And honestly, I want to give props to them for having the mental and, like, the resilience to come back and say, like, hey guys, we weren't playing together at all in that second half. We saw it happening and able to kind of regain and regroup into that. And honestly, I genuinely thought NRG would be able to close this out. We saw them take 2 timeouts, but still not able to find a solution for it, which is really unfortunate, because while I think a lot of the rounds were scrappy and things that you can't exactly fix, I think there were a lot of solutions that they could have tried, but we just weren't able to see that. And also the clutches coming in from Sleepy, helping them gain that momentum and keep it, were insane.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what's going to be enough to truly be able to stop this Sleepers team, because even when you get some ideas kind of coming out against them, again, it's just how they're able to back themselves in the server and just take these fights where it has just been so nice. Like, this, I think, is one of the best, if not the best team that we have right now, because they just have this X factor about them.
I mean, is it even an X factor at this point, or is it just DNA? I don't even know. It's a little crazy. Like, I think it's, for me, it's not even the flashiness of it all. It's the consistency. It's the fact that they look so sharp so consistently over time and against some of the best teams, some of the best players this league has to offer, and they look unstoppable. And it feels like when things are going their way, there's such a well-oiled machine that it's almost hard to disrupt. But it's really not even just mechanics, though. Like, yes, that displays itself in the most obvious way through mechanically, but there are so many instances, like the way they clear Viper ults when they're on the attack side was like surgical. Like they knew exactly what util to use. They knew exactly where to overwhelm, how to get just immediately disrupt the round and kind of destroy NRG's plan on the defense side. Like, there's so many small little details with this EP roster that just kind of goes unnoticed because of how flashy they look. But there is a method to the madness. There is a process to the way that they play, an identity, a team play that they're all on board with, and it seems to work consistently.
I mean, across the board, too, you had highlighted that Soleto was already heating up in the first map, and that was a player that you could just not allow to take over his server. We get to see the Clove pop off. Emily, just across the board, again, EP, like, there is the potential for anyone to be able to step up, and that also just makes them so hard to go up against. Even when NRGA, they do have their own step up, like, it still just isn't enough.
Yeah, no, I feel like in that defense half that we saw, I felt like there wasn't that one person on the side of EEPY to kind of be the one to be like, we're back in this. No one was hitting like insane clutches. They were just really lacking, especially in the team chem there. But then when we saw them switch over to that tack, that's when people started waking up. They started winning these individual plays, and then eventually they kind of got their chemistry back together, and it was really sick to see. Solana being one of the main people and also doing really good at kind of being able to support the duelists in that.
Yeah, for me, Solana was definitely a huge factor, but my MVP is going to be Sorex for this map. I feel like the consistency of his clutches were so sick. He popped off, statistically speaking, a lot higher than he normally does in terms of ADR, in terms of ACS, right? But the KDA on point, 2.2. But for me, it's the clutches. There's 3 rounds specifically on that attack side, back to back, where he clutched a 1v2, and then it was a 3K right after that as well. And just like that factor of always having a player that is so reliable in these situations. And don't get me wrong, he is getting handed a lot of these situations as well. Like his team puts him specifically, like you can see him baiting, you can see him kind of just hiding from his team while his teammates do a lot of the dirty work, and he's just there scooping up, kind of playing those positions, getting baited for, because they trust him.
Yeah, no, I think I touched on a little bit, but this team really loves to ride on momentum, and those clutches, even though they kind of were handed to him, I think the fact that he was able to close them out meant that they didn't allow NRG to have even a chance of getting back into the game. They got 1 round on that second half, and that's all they could do because of, Sorex being able to close out these late rounds.
I mean, to be able to see the Clutch King just pop off, we had highlighted that he had the highest KD in the league because he just wasn't dying, and then he's now putting up all these kills as well. I think it's just so impressive to see. And we have Sorex on the line now for our interview to talk to the Clutch Master himself. Sorex, you make it to playoffs, 2-0 to put yourself in the semifinals. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. Like, all thanks to my teammates, like, I'd be nothing without them. All props to them.
I mean, this team has been so interesting for us to watch because coming into Challengers, you guys are a relatively unknown squad, right? And you guys have quickly won over the analysts, the casters, the fans with your unique play style, this pure firepower, everything else. So talk to me a little bit about this team and what makes this group of 5 just so special.
Yeah, I mean, legit, any single one of us on any given day could take over the game. Like, that's just our strengths. We play to our strengths. Like, no matter if somebody's having a bad day, like, one of us picks up the slack. And, I mean, legit, 5 Thanos in the server. Like, what can you do about it?
No, it actually feels that way. It's insane. And the clutch factor of the team is you, right? We get to see that you have the highest KD because you just don't die. It's actually crazy how few deaths that you have. Like, how do you do it? Frankly, I've never seen someone not die as much as you out there.
I mean, I have 3 teammates who just read it down. Like, I kind of have to be that rock, that anchor, the one who closes out the rounds for my team. And, like, they just set me up perfectly, every single one of them.
I mean, that trust that the team has, it is so nice to see. You're in the semifinals now. You've got a chance to really scope out the competition. Like, is Sleepers the best team we have here in Challengers? Like, how are you thinking, like, the squad compares?
I mean, just keep an eye out. That's all I'm going to say.
Keep an eye out. All right, Sorex, we definitely will be. Congrats on the win. Best luck in the semifinals. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over this. He didn't fall for the trap. There's the trap. You think you're the best team. And he's like, just keep an eye out. Roy, let's go. Keep an eye out on Sleepers. And we definitely are.
And listen, NRG fell for that trap after they were up 3-0. Liz baited them. MCE took the bait, and they went on a loss streak right after that, 3 in a row. And then now they're losing their first round of playoffs. It's all because of Liz. I'm adding her right now. It's her fault. NRG, if things go wrong, just clip it, blackmail her. You guys are good to go. No worries.
I mean, I believe it at this point. Pulling up the bracket, whether it's things just not quite working, whether it's the Sleepers on the opposing end, whether it is a Liz curse, whatever it has sent NRGA down to the lower bracket to fight for their lives, going up against EGA, our other Academy team. I mean, Emily, this lower bracket, we knew with the caliber of the 8 teams going into playoffs that things were going to get dirty, but man, this lower bracket's going to be tough.
It still feels so surprising. Like, I feel like I'm back in Swiss bracket where I'm like seeing these wins coming out of certain teams and it's just like, this does not seem right at all. Like, everyone's predictions had to have been messed up going into this. But yeah, looking at tomorrow's matches, I just feel sad because we're already going to have to say goodbye to 2 of these teams in the lower bracket, and I'm just not ready for that because all of them have shown that they can grow and improve, but it's just about who did it quicker, especially since, you know, we are in playoffs now.
I think for me also, it sucks because all these teams, it feels like they have such different storylines with every person has like their own little story and their own little narrative with even within the teams. And I feel like just it's crazy, like either M80 is going out or Victix, the kind of the new bloods in the league, or whether it's NRG Academy, the team that was, you know, I still consider the most well-rounded team in the league. EG, obviously there's so much veterancy and so much talent on that roster. And just, but yeah, I'm looking at the top bracket as well, and whoa, those games are gonna be so fun. I'm sad, I don't think I'm working those days, but I will be watching. It's gonna be so fun. I'm excited.
Gives you the opportunity to sit back, grab some popcorn, and enjoy some great Valorant. I mean, these teams have been putting up a show so far, and it's still anybody's game. So you have to make sure to tune back to all the matches. Unfortunately, though, that is it for today. Make sure to be tuning in tomorrow for the start of our lower bracket. And until then, have a good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Skirting the pit very early from Exa. Yeah, shoot, that shotgun got 2 last round. Why not go for it again? Well, there's an inch for EG to go for the plant here. They tapped it. Oh, the pancakes turning back. How does he get all 3 out of that? He whipped up the headhunter in slow-mo and still got that. Don't even own yet because the rest of Shopify's already here. Orbital strike into the lamps, and Ion, no light speed, is gonna have to just walk it out, but he will get out scot-free. Now a pit on top of the plant spot, but guess what? Xander's gonna keep on spraying, picks up 2 satellite, blind, ups, down, that pit's holder, and